That's not tachophobic.
No, that's Impact Motorsports.
Yeah.
They're running in 11th.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a feed up too.
All right, folks. Sorry about that. Our software suddenly crashed on us again. So, yeah. I think we're having trouble getting a good feed from the site, and it's possible our software's having a hard time dealing with that.
I'll show you back up live now. I just got the pop-up notice.
Me too.
So we're out here at Utah Motorsports Campus. It's the ChampCar Endurance Series, brought to you by the RVA Graphics and Wraps.
Huh.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, huh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You either get one-syllable words or you get bad jokes. Your call.
Bad jokes. Or 200, Doc.
Yeah, I'll have to think of some. God, I used to know so many jokes. I know a bunch of dirty limericks. Those stick with you. I probably shouldn't tell those. I'm just guessing. I shouldn't tell those. I mean, Mike's got a great sense of humor, but I don't think he has that good a sense of humor.
We want to stay right under the line.
Yeah, exactly.
The line where we get yelled at. I see Bill McClendon is watching with us. Hi, Bill. I'll see you in a couple months.
Okay, so the TEKASA is Rocky Mountain 24 ChampCar Team Impact, but they are not broadcasting live at this time.
That Bill's probably hallucinating. He's been up for a long time. He's tired.
So they are a team that's probably trying to broadcast. Wait a minute. I do see a broadcast. Here we go. So we have something here to work with, and it's quite good. So we'll bring that into our capture here. Oh no. Spoke too soon maybe here. Yeah, it looks like it's just the challenge is really with the signal quality out there. Yeah, it's just something caught in a buffer. It's not actually working. So that's what's going on there. I had this issue earlier with another team. Okay, so that's not really doing anything. Well, we'll keep an eye on those guys. Might come back up. We don't know. Looks like there are some other teams that were here that were attempting to broadcast live. So, yeah, that was the Impact Motorsports team, the number 131 car.
And you said it was buffering?
Yeah.
I saw the live picture from him.
Yeah, it starts out live and then it goes off.
Gotcha.
It just locks up. We've got a little bit of a feed coming from our camera in the visceral machine.
Showing our bank in the pit right now.
Yes, we are. So if you were with us earlier and got kicked off while watching us on Facebook Live and our YouTube channel, we've had a couple instances where our software just suddenly crashed. So we had a little bit of an issue with that at NCM. Not at NCM. NCM was actually flawless. We had the problem at Nelson Ledges, our last race. And so I rebuilt everything and hoped that we would have a better experience this time around, but it's always kind of a roll of the dice. And we've had a couple crashes. So if we get kicked off again, just know that we'll be most likely coming back as long as we have cameras. We'll come back up and report to you what we have as we have it. Of course, as we've been reporting, Son of Andre up front with Our Bank Racing in P2. Currently in the pits, Visceral Racing Group in P3, Gussick Racing in P4, and Alchemy Autosport in P5. And it's been an eventful race, of course, as is always the case. With, frankly, kind of a minimal amount of attrition, which you would typically see in a 24-hour race. Most of these guys have been able to keep their cars back out there on the racetrack. If they come in, they're able to fix it and get back out there. Racing Strong Motorsports. Let's see, we got Willwood back out there on the racetrack. Racing Strong back out there on the racetrack. Alchemy Racers, they're back out on the track as well. So cars I show in the pits right now: Bandits, Maximum Effort, 3 Under Par, Grandpa Bill, and Vermont Burt 1, and Our Bank Racing. And we got a couple cars that basically look to be retired. Steel is cheaper than engineering. The answer is always Miata, and Farce Indian did not start today's race. Or I should say yesterday's race at this point, since it's 1:30 in the morning over here Eastern Standard Time. It's like you went off track there a little bit in the I'm hearing a lot of rocks and gravel up in the wheel wells there. So here's a look at the running order. It really hasn't changed very much in the last couple hours. Things kind of maintained. Cars slowed down quite a bit as we went into the evening hour. And then we started to see lap times pick up again as the drivers got a little more accustomed to the evening hour racing, but definitely slowed down a little bit going into the evening with this very challenging racetrack. We had some of the drivers like Bill getting in and not having much time to really get acclimated to the track before they were in the darkness. So not sure that was the case for everybody. I know Bill's team was about 6 hours behind with the failure they had in the pits, taking him into the paddock for a while, working on that driveline issue. But certainly not an ideal situation for somebody to go into new to the track, to have to face driving into the dark with very little time on the racetracks, being able to see it in the daytime. A still image looking out from the tower. You can see pit road there, not very well lit. The garage areas look well lit.
Especially that time of the day when Bill went in, he got a little bit of light left and he drove through some of that twilight. So it's like constantly changing, some visual markers as the shades coming in, then it started getting darker and darker.
It was
being nice
really
and
bad.
making good excuses for him.
No, I don't think we are at all. I think it was a very challenging situation. He was not only faced with the challenge of the racetrack. He had a lot of fatigue. He'd been working on the car for 6 hours. He was up early, dealing with other stresses. Plus, his cool suit wasn't working either.
Exactly.
And that MR2 is unique, to the heat issue, where a lot of cars, like our BMW, half the guys that get in that car can drive it without a cool suit. You can't drive an MR2 without a cool suit. You've got to have it because it's so much hotter inside that car. So he not only he was faced with a very hot ambient temperature, plus he was inside that car without a cool suit for an hour on a track that was extremely stressful. I mean, he really couldn't have been in a worse situation unless it was downpour raining. It was really bad. So no, I think he did the smart thing.
He came in, exactly.
He was out there for an hour, beat himself up. He started making those mistakes, and there's a trigger that goes off in the mind of an experienced racer that says, wait a minute,
this ain't good.
Something's wrong. I shouldn't be making these mistakes.
Right.
It's time to come in. It's time to come in. We're going to change drivers or something here because this something's not computing here. Shouldn't be doing this. Here's the lights that Bill was talking about. You can see they're right on the horizon, and it's affecting depth perception and your ability to see the track as those lights are coming right into your eyes there.
Showing son of Andre in the pits right now. It's a little bit earlier than we would expect him, but drivers are under, like you said, under a lot of stress out there. Visibility is bad. We might see shorter stints.
So Mike wants a 14-hour recap. I got nothing else better to talk about. Might as well talk about what's going on with the race. So did the MR2 break down again? They had a driveline failure issue at around 5:30, and about 6 hours later they got the car repaired. They took a break for dinner, put Bill in the car, and they went back out. So they're turning laps right now, but they have having issues with the cool suit not functioning. So that's creating some problems for them right there. So as the race began, Bill's car came in with a fuel pump issue. They got that resolved.
Start of the race.
Got back out there and really didn't hurt them very much. They actually, the good thing was at the time it happened so early. So they were working their way back up the field before they ran into this problem with the driveline. Tachophobic ran into problems early on with the distributor issue. And Visceral Racing Group ran into problems with apparently the electrical system. The car started backfiring. It was stalling on the racetrack. They were having trouble getting it to fire. They got it back up and running again enough to get it into the pits. They spent about maybe a half hour in the pits, if that, behind the wall, fixing it, got it back out, and actually did not lose a position in the amount of time they were sitting in the paddock working on that car. We watched the Bandits team in their 79 Pontiac Trans Am. They came into the pits after losing control of their car out there on the racetrack, and I've still got that video queued up so I can play that for you. You'll see as the Visceral Racing Group catches the Pontiac how they lose control of that car and it pitches off to the right very abruptly. But they brought the car in. It was a few laps later. smoking, and it was determined they had a power steering leak, apparently. They got that car fixed, got it back out onto the racetrack, and they're still out turning laps last time I checked. Let's see. So that brings us up to speed with where things are right now. We had Son of Andre been running pretty much a flawless race. Our Bank Racing did come in for at least one unscheduled pit stop, but didn't lose much time. You know, we've been watching the teams out here, and most of these teams up front are separated by quite a few laps. So they can afford to come into the pits, deal with some issues that might be going on, and get back out without really losing position. So Son of Andre now shown in the pits. The Willwood Miata, let's take a look here. I'll scroll down through here. There you can see the Bandits Pontiac. They're out there turning laps right now. And Willwood down in 20th spot right now, though. They were out for a while. They're shown in the pits right now, but they were turning laps a little bit earlier, so I don't think they're behind the wall right now. My guess is they're just going in for a regular pit stop at this time. So they've turned 81 laps. Our leaders turned 207. By the way, if you want to keep track of your favorite team, you can head out to racehero.io, or you can pick up the app in the App Store if you're an Apple phone user. If you're an Android user, you can find it in Google Play Store. And I'm just getting a message that the boy, Bill's on top of it. He caught the Mustang because they're in the pits right now. He's got that camera up and running. So this is our leader, Son of Andre. And there's that Mustang.
Car sounds good.
Yes, it does. Yeah, the Mustang has been very strong. And we were talking about that a little bit earlier. The last time a D-Class car won a race, I think, was at Road America last year when Looney Tunes won out there. Not a whole lot of D-Class cars take the win in ChampCar.
Same with the EC cars.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see some smoke out on the racetrack there. So if you're just tuning in, we are at the Utah Motorsports Campus in Tooele Valley, Utah, the Rocky Mountain 24. This is our second of 3 24-hour races this season. We'll be at VIR in just 2 weeks for that 24-hour race. And that field is already sold out. It's a capped field of 100 cars. And that's always a grueling race with the... typically the rains come in, and often it's at night. I don't know why that would be, but it just seems to be the way it works out. It's typically a brutal race, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. It's usually hot and rainy. And that's a race that seems to be, Simon says, is always very strong out there. They always do really well, and they've won quite a few races out there.
I remember last year they had dropped down to like 87th position. It's like, they're out of this thing. And they come back to finish third.
I ate my words that day. They finished third with that car. They had an oil issue. I believe it had something to do with the dipstick tube. And they were out of it looked like they were completely out of it. I mean, how could you recover from that being down that far? But the key was it happened to them early in the race.
Yep.
Yes, they were out of the race for several laps, but they were out early, and they had time to work their way up through the field
and I think
over that 24-hour period.
That was an unforced error, I believe. They went off track, it seems to me, and damaged some stuff.
You may be right. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, I think they went off and damaged some parts. Not bad, but it cost them several laps. And it's like, yeah, those guys are out of it. No chance they'll have a decent finish. You know, because they came back on, like I said, in like 87th position or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it was easy to write them off.
Yeah.
At that point. I got to grab this clock here. So there we go. 10 hours and 24 minutes. Visceral Racing Group currently in P3. Son of Andre back on the racetrack, our overall leader.
Ron's asking if his 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. stint's going to be in the rain. Have you ever seen 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. drive? Have you ever seen that?
Not that I can recall.
Not that I can recall either. No matter what it is, there'll be lots of variables. That's just the way VRR works. It's going to throw something at you random.
Well, at least it's dark enough where you can't see it coming, right?
I remember we were there one time and it rained, so it just rained. And this car went off in the, I guess it's the last turn or maybe the turn before last. Yeah, coming onto the front straightaway there. And he went so far off course that they were on an access road to get to him. And there was a wrecker out there, I'd swear, for at least 2 hours trying to get that car out. They were like, it must have been buried completely under the tire. I mean, the tires are like,
well, that's
way out there.
That's a huge clearing off to the left, but it is the lowest part of that track. So when
He
it
shot
rains,
out there
it's
like a
where
rocket.
all the water. Oh yeah. When you hit that grass, you're going. When you hit wet grass, you're in for a ride.
It was like a swamp. I think he skied halfway out there.
Well, I mean, you're more or less hydroplaning. You're just not doing it on asphalt.
There's a steep drop off at one of the locations on the racetrack at Gingerman, and they told us one year there had been a rain the night before. When you go off down there, you can't stop. It's a downhill grassy area, and
right.
You go off into like a marshy type area if you go far enough.
You're just along for the ride.
If they say you go off down there, we're not coming back until April to get you. Just telling you right now, because it's too dangerous to go down there. You're staying. So I've never gone off 4 off down there, but it is scary. If you what happens is you come up over a crest, and then you go down, and you're supposed to turn right around a like a hairpin. And so what happens is if you come over the crest too fast, when you go to the brakes, the track turns and you can't. You basically just drive right off the racetrack into the grass. There's been a lot of guys that go down in there. And so sometimes what they do is
some of them still down there probably.
There may be. But what they'll do is if it does rain significantly, there's a part of the racetrack they can cut that right off. That's actually an addition to the old track, and so they can cut that right off where you skip the spot where you go down and then you come right back up onto the side straight. So they can cut that whole section off. So, and there's been some races where we've run one config on Saturday and one on Sunday intentionally, and there's been others where they just cut that section off because of the rain.
I don't want to have to send a lifeboat out.
Yeah.
You know, it's Tiffany. It's one of those situations where
you flares with you.
You get so far down there, the tow trucks are afraid they're going to get stuck.
Right. I think that one year at VIR, we had tow trucks going after tow trucks.
Right.
Oh, I've seen that happen more than once.
So we're on board with the Racing Strong Motorsports. This is a pretty good feed. You can see cars apparently coming the other direction. On the other side of the track, if he's heading down the front straightaway, that would be coming back the other way. The track map, so if they're traveling in this direction, he's seeing the cars coming up the racetrack here, heading up through 10, 11, up in into that area. So if we go back on board with Son of Andre, we'll see there's that camera up and running. Of course, this is the overall leader of the race today. And that car has been strong all day. They were in the pits for a moment with the hood up. I think it was Troy who said they just looked like they were kind of walking around the car, not a lot of urgency. Talking to the driver, not a standard pit stop. Oh, wow. Moroso used to have a scuba diver on hand? Moroso?
That doesn't sound good. Scuba diving and racing don't go together well.
Not at all.
You guys remember that Mustang that got over the fence at Road America a few years ago? Into the braking zone there at
yeah.
Turn 1? Yeah, that was a pretty wild ride. Fortunately, the guy was okay. Got up over the tire barrier there. That's Trans Am car. He was moving.
Why, yes, he was.
I don't think it was Trans Am at the time, but it was a Trans Am type car. It was one of the Challenge series or whatever they called it back then.
I was pretty impressed with the show that Trans Am put on at Road Atlanta this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't Parnelli Jones and, Roger Penske duking it out, but it was a good show.
Oh, Mike said it was a Gary race, and it was an IMSA race. Palm Beach International now. Moroso back then. I could say Moroso, I'm like deer in the headlights. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Now it's Palm Beach
Yeah.
International. Okay. So Son of Andre up front. Harbank Racing in P2. With VIR right around the corner. Some of these teams like Harbank are going to have to turn that race car around and get ready for another 24-hour race. Have Son of Andre catching up to one of the competitors there. From there, we're on to Gingerman Raceway, August 25th and 26th. That's one of the half-price races. And then it's Thompson Speedway for the 12-hour Enduro in Thompson, Connecticut. And from there, it's on to Sebring International for our traditional yearly 14-hour endurance race on the full course there, September 22nd. That's what it looks like in the daytime, with the cool flags blowing. The Rocky Mountain 24. And back on board with the Visceral Racing Group's 1987 Porsche 944. Back on board with Racing Strong Motorsports.
I believe that's Troy still in the car.
And looks like we've got a camera now being put in the Utah Valley machine.
Oh, it's the university team.
Yeah.
Dang it, now we're going to have to stay awake. We got stuff to talk about.
Change this.
That's Utah Valley University, Paulie.
And there they are.
Car number 12. You know, they've been logging laps and just hanging in there. They're up to 9th place. I show them in the pits right now, which makes sense because Bill said he's putting a camera in there. And I know Bill can't run that fast. Catch him on the track, you know. But I'm bummed. Oh. Mike also posted a link. I don't know what's that to. I can't.
It's a Grand Am race at Road America, the one where
okay.
the car goes over. Yeah,
Gotcha.
goes over the fencing. Yeah.
I'm going to take a real quick break, guys. I got to walk around a bit. My back is killing me.
Alrighty then.
I heard that.
I already stole my son's office chair.
I've got a 2 office chair system going right now.
Yeah, see, and sometimes that's all you need to do. You know, I find that, you know, when I get really tired, change my shoes.
Shoes?
Yeah.
It's 1 in the morning. I'm not wearing shoes.
Well, I meant when you're like walking around and stuff. Yeah, no, I haven't put on a pair of shoes today. If we didn't have guests coming into the house, I might not put on clothes today.
There you go.
My sister is watching. Hey, Jessica. Thanks for watching. Sorry I missed y'all for dinner and drinks.
So for the first time on board with Utah Valley University. And I need to give Bill a list here, so let me stop and type that out.
Jessica thinks I'm yawning. I'm wide awake. I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we're out here at Utah Motorsports Campus. Son of Andre and their Ford Mustang have been leading this race and continue to do so handily. They're up 5 laps on R-Bank Racing in their Saab 9.3 Turbo, the car that won at Watkins Glen earlier this year. Visceral Racing Group in P3 right now in their Porsche 944. Gussick Racing in 4th. Alchemy Autosport in 5th. Bucket List Brigade in 6th. Roto Pluker in 7th. The Renegades in P8. Utah Valley University in P9th. And Impact Motorsports currently in P10. Here we're on board with the Visceral Racing Group. Last lap time through with 3:59. Time's off significantly from where they were earlier today. But of course, now we're racing into the evening. It was interesting, when Bill came in, he was talking to us, and I could just tell by the tone of his voice he was feeling really defeated by what had happened while he was out there on the track. And isn't that so common as you get out there and you think you're the only one who's struggling, you're the only one who's having trouble? You see everybody else driving, you think, oh man, everybody else has got it all together, but not me. I'm the only one having trouble out here. And actually, from what we were seeing, it was the case across the board. Everybody was struggling.
Yeah, all the times were off 20, 30 seconds. From what they had been in the daylight.
Well, I think it just bears in mind that one of those things that I know you faced as an instructor, Tiffany, is trying to build up a driver's confidence. Obviously, you don't want them to be too confident, right?
Right.
But you want them to be.
Was not too good either.
But you don't want them to be the other way, where they're so indecisive, and you want them to be able to be definitive on the racetrack, so that other drivers around them know what to expect from them. Right.
When you're nervous, you don't feel your butt. You're not listening to it, and it's not telling you what the car is doing because you're nervous and you're more tense. So that doesn't work either.
Right. So I don't know. Whenever I've had this, I'm sure you've been faced with it, Tiffany, and I've been faced with it. I had a driver, my car owner actually, on one of the other teams I was with, came in, and I could see his eyes were as big as saucers, and he got scared out there. He had a bad event. He went out there fresh on cold tires. Yeah. He spun. It's his car. He knows it really well. And he was like, I can't feel the car. Everything feels numb. He just talked himself out of driving the car. Right. And I don't know I know what I told him. How do you work with a driver that's in that situation? What do you say to them?
I think it's good if you're not in a race. I think it's good to, like, if you're in a instructing kind of role, to come into the pits, take a breath, definitely assess that driver, whether they're overheated, dehydrated, that sort of thing, see if they're feeling themselves. But then you gotta kind of remind them of all the, and if it's not that situation, say it's like this, you're a ChampCar, you want them to stay out there unless they're dehydrated or, exhausted. You want to remind them of all the positives they've done. So maybe you're not having your favorite race today. You're not in your zone right this moment, but how many times have you been? So that'd make you a bad driver, what have you done? And kind of trying to focus on those achievements and those times where you had that great race, like you were talking about Watkins Glen earlier, and how you enjoyed that race, and reminding them what they enjoyed about it, and I think that helps you get more in the zone. and get out of those negative feelings and back into the positive feelings, which is all of the reason we all do this. It's that positive of the competition and stuff when we're in our zone that we're getting.
I see. Cool.
Positive, negative thinking kind of thing.
Sure.
Well, I mean, you start beating yourself up.
And that's like a rabbit hole. You fall right down it. I mean, it doesn't take long either,
Allison Nay, she's on my pool team, and you'll make a bad shot, or you'll make a couple of bad shots, and you kind of dwell on them, and you go back while the other players shoot, and you talk about, I blew that. It's like, get over it. That's over. You can't do anything about it now. So get back in the game.
I always say, okay, if they want to dwell on it, what would you do differently if you had that to do over? I mean, we don't really get to do it over, but what would you do differently? And if they're able to assess that and come up with what they were going to do differently, then okay, fine. Perfect.
Yeah, great.
Do that next time you get the opportunity.
At that particular time, I think we were practicing at Autobahn. The track was pretty cold. He had just gone out and spun right in front of somebody, or behind. I think it was right in front of somebody, and I think he thought, I'm going to get collected. I'm going to get hit. He said, I can't feel the car. Everything's numb. And I go back to what I learned reading and things that my dad had taught me about. Okay. Well, there was a video that I had seen that my dad gave me early on when I first started racing, and I just remembered those words that Mario Andretti spoke about taking your time and working your way up at your own pace. And so that's what I gave him. I said, look, just the tires are cold, the track is cold. So what you need to do is go out and drive at your own pace. Slow down and start working your way up to it. Make sure that you late apex every corner, especially on a track that you're not familiar with. Ross Bentley says late apex every corner and then start bringing it back gradually. Everything you need to work up to. If you try to charge into it, that's when you're going to be making big mistakes. And, of course, that's not going to help your confidence at all.
Right.
So being very systematic in your approach to doing things that way.
Mario Andretti said if you're not scaring yourself, you're not going fast enough.
I think he said if you feel like you're in control all the time, you're not going fast enough. Yeah. Right. But I think in that moment, he also said, though, that you need to work up to it.
Yeah.
That you need to go at your own pace, whatever that is, and you'll go fast just as soon as you feel ready. That's just almost verbatim of what he said in that video. And that wisdom has carried me a long way, because I've had guys come up to me and my dad and say, "Man, you're a great race car driver. You're really good at what you do." And you got to put that in your head and remember it, because you're going to have those moments when you get out there and you feel like garbage. Like, what the heck am I doing? I have no idea what I'm doing out here. What am I doing? I'm driving like an idiot. And you got to put that in the back of your head and say two things. No, I am a good driver, which just goes back to the encouragement, Tiffany, that you have to install in people to remind them, hey, and like you, Doc, with your pool player, hey, no, you're a good player, okay? So pull back a little, okay, and take a look at it. You're an experienced driver, an experienced player. You know what to do. You're just caught out right now.
Right.
All right, so pull back a little bit and just work up on it, and you're going to get there. You will get there. I have confidence in you. I know you will.
Well, and that's one of the things I know when I'm shooting bad. Allison just says, "Why don't you slow down? There's not a clock on you right now."
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to slow down to go fast, to do better.
I mean, I can't tell you how many times, whether it be a car I've had or one of the cars the other teams that we run around with have, that they've lost the brakes or lost a gear and then learned to drive the car without that gear or without the brakes working as well as they would like, and then ended up turning a faster lap.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. That was the approach I intentionally took at Watkins Glen. When I arrived at Watkins Glen, I'd never raced there before, and I was concerned I'd be really intimidated because of the speed, and of course all the Armcos are so close to you.
Yep.
And I'm like, no problem. I'm going to drive around in fourth gear, and I'll grab fifth here and there, but I'm just going to go out and just drive around, do my left foot braking, my thing, and just kind of cruise around nice and easy in fourth gear and just get a feel for this place. And so I like that. That what does that do? That takes away the whole shifting and rev matching and all that crap that
right.
you have to fold into everything else you're doing instead of just focusing on your braking, focusing on your cornering. So you start eliminating some of that stuff that gets in the way. And now you're actually, like you said, you can actually, in the end, go faster because of it. You're focusing on just that aspect of it.
Right. Well, I mean, my first race with ChampCar was Daytona in 2014, and we lost third gear. And I called into the pits. It's like, look, guys, I've lost third gear. I can't find it most of the time. I'm just going to ride out in fourth and see how it goes. And so I found myself... I increased my cornering speed, because I didn't want to use the brakes. I didn't want to bog the engine down and have to get back up. So I was carrying a lot more speed into the corners. So it helped me in that respect. It hurt me in others because Daytona's got some third gear corners, but you just kind of learned it. And frankly, I don't. And I'm the slowest driver probably on our team. I don't use the brakes a whole lot anymore.
I mean, they're just going to slow you down.
Yeah, exactly. Last time I checked. And one of them, that's because I'm a cheapskate. I don't want to use my pads up. But I don't know. I've slowed down a lot since I've gotten older.
Visceral Racing Group, if you haven't been watching, he's having a heck of a time trying to figure out this racetrack in the dark. And Troy Isidore here chiming in on Facebook Live. He's racing with the Arbank team this weekend. He said this track is a beast, especially at night. He's been out there already, of course. He said a fox ran out in front of his car while he was trying to get around Bill's car while going into turn one. So some crazy stuff.
Oh, I mean, there's legendary videos out there. And what's the track in West Virginia? Summit, of the deer strikes there.
No.
The last thing you want to encounter in the middle of a racetrack.
Who was it that Daytona in the 24 hours hit a
possum?
A possum or something?
That was Andy Lally.
Yeah.
And the car overheated because the possum was on all the radiators are up front. Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, at Daytona of all places.
Pocono, yeah, that happens a lot. Yep. Oh yeah, there's a lot of critters out on the Pocono track. Speaking of Pocono, I think NASCAR's there this weekend.
Yeah.
And then we've talked about Pocono at Champ, running a ChampCar race. They have an infield there.
Lots of options.
Well, I mean, we talk about a lot of tracks, and it's just kind of picking and choosing when you can see a day and when you can get a date that looks good, doesn't interfere with other races. So it's at least in the Southeast, it'd be hard to shovel another race into our schedule.
And us survive it. Yeah.
I mean, we got, if I can do it off the top of my head, we got Road Atlanta. Well, we got VIR North right in there. We got Daytona. We got Charlotte. We got NCM. Then we got a little bit of a break, it seems to me. And then it picks right because it's so bloody hot down here. But we pick right back up with Sebring, and we've got towards the VIR 24. We've got Amp and Barber pretty close to each other. Sebring again. So even if we wanted to run another race, it'd be a hard place to, it's going to be hard to put a hole in the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we talk about a lot of tracks, but getting dates and getting a favorable date is pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will say this. I'm just looking down at the running order here, guys. And unless I'm mistaken, we've got the Tachophobic is back out there turning laps. So is Willwood. And Bill's car is out there turning laps. The only cars that aren't turning laps right now are Vermont Burt 1 and Farce India. And always the answer is always Mazda.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Steel is Cheaper is turning laps. I'm seeing 30. They got 34 laps in that Toyota. They may be out turning laps tonight, which would be terrible because they haven't really have any time on the track. They're going out into a very
That's got to be terrifying.
Terrible situation. Yeah, but
which way do I go?
there are some races, unfortunately, you go to and you just have zero fun. Like last year at AMP for you, Doc. I don't know that anybody had fun at that race.
It was all right, but
miserable conditions. That's for sure.
Miserable conditions.
Yeah, we all have those.
I almost came into the pits and soaked my socks in kerosene.
Yeah.
I'm
glad you didn't.
I never feel comfortable riding in the rain, and especially when I can't see well.
Sure.
It just, I tense up.
It's unpleasant.
You don't want to plow into anybody. You don't want to hurt your car.
Yeah, you don't want to screw up somebody else's race. It was nerve-wracking, and I'm telling you, at racing speeds, it wasn't bad. But when we slowed down for a full course yellow, I mean, I was much more tense then because you didn't know where cars were going to be.
Well, hi, Lindell. Thanks for watching along with us, watching the Visceral Racing Group, watching his son there, Ron. Yeah, they had some troubles, but they're still going strong. They're holding strong. When you look at the lap times, they're in a good spot. Looks like the driver that's in there now is, trying to get acclimated, which is seems to be the biggest challenge here at this racetrack. Even in the daylight, very challenging conditions to learn the racetrack, and now with nighttime upon them, they have to get those memory skills to remember which way the track goes. So, yeah. Up at 2 a.m. watching your son race. That's pretty cool. I have to say, if my son was racing, I'd probably be staying up too.
Yeah.
Good dedication, though. Good.
Mike, I don't doubt that you do.
Yeah.
Woo!
When I dive into a turn to pass in the rain, I yell out my best Ric Flair.
I don't doubt that you do, buddy.
I think what truly hooked me on ChampCar was my first race in Rob Severson's car, the Chumpmeister car, rode it at Daytona. Because during the driver's meeting, they tell you, if you're one of the slower cars, stick low on the banking. And then if you come across a slower car, move up a lane, and keep working up the track. Well, I caught a car coming out of the bus stop, and he was low, so I moved up a lane. There was another car right in front of him in that next lane up, so I moved up another lane, and I went through NASCAR turn 4 right up against the wall, and I was just screaming, laughing hysterically, and damn it, the GoPro hadn't slipped down, so the only thing you hear is me giggling like a schoolgirl. So I have no proof other than my giggling,
I like the Miata, the familiar sound to me. I spent a lot of laps in a Miata. I know some people don't like the sound of the Miata engine. Sounds kind of like a bee buzzing, but I like it. It's like an old friend. And I love the pop-up headlights are engaged. This is a team that's on the budget, so they're probably using those headlights along with a third light to guide them into the evening hours here.
It's like they have a center light.
Yeah, so that's cool.
It's got some edge lighting out there, some apex lights.
Yeah. Roadsters are just kind of their own thing. They're fun. Roadster life. Going back after it. Back with Visceral Racing Group. 87 Porsche 944, number 918. As Bucket List Brigade heads into the pits along with Impact Motorsports and Volatile Ram and their Toyota MR2. Fastest lap time of the day so far, turned by Son of Andre and their Mustang, a 325, which is head and shoulders above the rest of the field, really. The Bandits team out here with their 1979 Pontiac Trans Am down in 13th right now. Well, we've had maybe one full course caution that drug on for a while, but I think it was just to change out the corner workers.
Yeah, it wasn't for a racing incident at all.
They're doing hot pulls out here this weekend, so we've had a lot of green flag racing.
Speaking of that, when do our reliefs come in?
When do our what?
Our reliefs come in.
I'm here. You guys can go home now.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
'Cause I'm really getting tired.
What time is it? Oh, it's only 12:15.
Yeah.
115 here.
2:15.
Right.
Depends on where you're at. Hey, there's a yellow MR2 on the racetrack. Boy, that's easy to see at night.
He passed a car, didn't he?
Yeah, he passed
Visceral.
Visceral.
Oh, shoot. We may have had somebody hurt.
What?
Just somebody. They said there's paramedics next to the trailer next to us. So,
Sorry to hear that.
yeah. It's been hot, man. And heat stroke. What's wild is that. Sorry, just to catch my breath, I just ran upstairs. Now the cameras aren't working. You said up here.
Oh yeah, just the tower cams.
Oh,
yeah.
that froze. Maybe these people will go home here from this concert. Yeah, so the heat here is just insane. It's you don't realize you're not sweating, but you are sweating. It just evaporates really quick.
Oh.
And it's, we've been drinking water like crazy, but you're still constantly thirsty.
Well, it is a dry heat.
That it is.
All
right. TC3 is up. It's streaming. There's no cars going down pit lane. See if I see anything. Let's see.
Oh.
Well, they're moving. I see the fire guys. All right.
Yeah, well, that's cool, Lindell. I'm glad you're checking us out and watching your son out there, part of this team. It's pretty cool.
Still a lot of lights out there, car-wise.
Well, Bill, we're showing only.
Hey, the 53.
Car, of course.
The 153 or 53, the Mustang. He's in pit lane now.
Okay.
That's 53.
Yeah, 53. It's hard to tell up here sometimes.
Tachophobic. Yeah.
But yeah, Bill, we only show one car is not out of is not circulating. Farce India didn't start, so we're not counting him. But the only car we show not turning laps the answer is always Miata.
I think they had a head gasket issue.
Ah.
I think that would be the one. I can't remember. I've talked to many people today.
Sure.
Oh boy. What the heck is going on?
You're asking us?
What camera is working?
Well, the two tower cams are. Let me check here. The tower cam 3 is frozen. So let me see. Tower cam 1
Oh, because one of them's not plugged in.
is offline.
All right, let me. Because it looked like it was up online here. All right, let's see what we have. You have in-cars, right?
Yes, I do.
Good.
I've got all 4.
All right. I have one more. I was going to stick it in cars, but they all have tiny cages.
It's like tiny hands. I got tiny cages. I can't work with this.
There's a joke in there somewhere, but
That's what I was thinking, Doc.
I'm
Right?
too tired to make it.
I couldn't find it
I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
because of the tiny hands.
Unfortunately, the punchline's with another brain cell. It's apparently MIA, right?
Those synapses have shut down. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a total synapse collapse.
That part of my brain's asleep.
Yeah. My physical condition right now is not even ambulatory.
All right, TC1 or TC3 is up.
Okay, cool.
It's all
Let's see
code
if I
talk
can
here,
get
folks.
that working.
Nothing to see here. Keep moving.
What's wrong? Is it not working?
No.
It is
Oh, there you
working. It looks
There you
good.
go. Can I
Yep.
go to sleep now?
You can do whatever you like, Bill. Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. I'm not working today.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, you guys weren't there for the drivers' meeting. Mike said I wasn't working.
Really?
That's what he said.
All right.
Huh.
I gave Andrea a surprising look. she did a big laugh.
I think she's still out there.
We're all out here. We're on a skimp crew for this event.
Right.
And when I say skimp, I mean, I think ChampCar Live has more people working for him than
Right. Than are at the track.
Right. We've got 4 people on the broadcast right now, and that's double the staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking down pit road a little bit earlier, Bill, and we were watching somebody cross from the cold pits across the pit lane out to the wall to give their driver a pit board, and there was no grid marshal within visual to give them an escort. That's because there are no grid marshals. There aren't too many out there to help.
Well, it's cool because the fire department's actually helping out now.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
So
that's
they've
nice.
they've been helping out pretty much most of the day. They as soon as a car comes in or somebody starts trying to find my phone. Somebody starts fueling or whatever, they're right there with a backup fire bottle.
Cool. It's awfully nice of them,
Yeah, that's awesome.
especially considering they're probably suited up, and they're gonna be hotter than somebody sitting in a driver's suit for sure.
Yeah. Right, I've lost a camera cable here. Let's get this camera.
Ah.
All right, where's the other USB? There it is. How's your show? How's the show going today, guys?
Fantastic. It's going great.
He'll
Anybody
never
wrote-
know.
Has anybody wrote us to complain about the lack of Bill Strong?
No.
Darn.
Everybody's hurt. Everybody's hurt, Bill.
No, I think they understand you needed to race.
No, I didn't need to. We wanted to help them out here out west, and we got some drivers coming out. People were afraid we were going to cancel it, and we didn't. So a bunch of us from the east came out and having fun. Where's our bank racing during all this, by the way? Are they still doing
P2.
well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, that car is fast. The last time I raced it, it wasn't that fast. So
Well, I don't know. He blew past us at Road Atlanta, like on the back straight, like we were standing still.
well, I've raced with him at Road Atlanta, and we were pretty even. I'd get him in the corners in the S's, but we were pretty steady, even on the back straight. And
This is a
back
different car.
Yeah, and this back straight seems I was hitting the same RPMs as I was at Road Atlanta, so it's pretty darn quick.
It is.
I did have an issue with the driver. Supposedly somebody came over to my pit lane yelling and screaming at my guys.
This race?
I know they come from another series somewhere, so I don't know where, but they were highly upset with me. I guess I cut off the guy going into turn 1, but I thought we were racing. I had the corner. I was in front of him. He said he would have hit me if he hadn't hit his brakes.
Nope.
I wasn't going to argue with him. It was one of those things like, that's what he thinks was done. I had the corner. I was faster down. It was a BMW 325, and I was faster than him going down the straightaway.
Those BMW drivers complain about everything.
Yeah. I tell them for some reason he didn't have his turn signal on. That confused me.
BMWs do. We never use turn signals.
Okay, TC3 or TC1 is up, but all it's doing is looking at lights in the background.
Okay. Here's a video clip that Mike Gary sent me.
I knew this was going to show up sooner or later.
Now this isn't the Ric Flair, but it's a kind of an interesting clip. And see what happens to this Miata here.
Is this where you win or something? Whoa! I did a couple of those, but not the spin. I did not spin. That's awesome. Hopefully he didn't hit anything.
It looks pretty empty too. Well, that thing stepped out in a hurry.
Yeah, hey, that's a talent issue there. I don't know what he's doing. He's trying to pinch it, and it starts to come around on him, and he lifts.
Yeah, well,
And then it tank slapped on him. He's not on the brakes, so whatever. We all make mistakes, I guess.
Mistakes are for weaklings.
What?
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 Still working.
Later he said you were crowding him. What's crowding?
There's no crowding in racing.
There's no crowding in racing.
Yeah. What? Crowding him?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I passed him down the front straightaway.
Oh, Bill's still talking about this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were crowding. I don't get yelled at often. I think I race cleanly. Obviously, he did not think that. He was supposedly one of his guys was ready to fight. Troy said, "Hey, you want me to go with you?" I said, "No, I can take anybody."
Yeah, you did.
So I went down there and was, no, you smile at him. You smile and you say, "Hey, who was driving before this stint?" And this is basically what I did. I went down there, who was driving? And everybody got, puffed up a little bit. And I said, I heard I had an issue. Where was it? And the guy explained it. And he said he had that corner, but I was in front of him. But I was like, okay, well, sorry, man. I came in right after that. I had some issues with heat. That was like the most racing I had during the event. Is that my car? Yep.
Yeah.
The camera moved over.
Yeah, so Troy Isidore said he was driving in the R-Bank machine and came up to pass you or something, and a fox ran out in front of the road, just as he was trying to go around you or something. It was really bizarre.
Yeah, down in turn one.
In turn one.
Oh, turn one?
Yeah.
So R-Bank was behind me. I didn't know it. And I don't know what turn it is. It's in the middle, in the infield part, the first part of the infield. And I overcooked it a little bit and went straight off. And next, when I came back on, then I see R-Bank just come flying around me. Yeah, that car's quick. Okay, the number 42 is in pit lane, the Porsche RSR or whatever it is, GT3 Cup car.
All I can think of is somebody doesn't know that car's out there, and all of a sudden it flashes past him. And it's like, whoa, wait, well, what was that?
Oh, I've got a fantastic video. When I was vintage racing, there was an 850 horsepower Porsche out there, just like this. So I'm racing my 115 horsepower Datsun around the racetrack at Gingerman, and I'm track left on Phoenix, which is the driving line. And this Porsche, it's just like, whew,
Right.
You hear it come by like that. He had real quiet exhaust. I've got the video somewhere. It's hilarious.
So it'd be like when we raced the Opel against Troy's car.
Well,
Much worse.
Have you ever
Much
heard?
worse.
Have you ever watched the series that Patrick Dempsey did?
Yeah.
And he's talking about the nighttime stints at Le Mans. And he says, the big powerful cars, the hybrids come past you. And he says at night it's like, so it's really surreal.
Oh, Miata PI makes a or not Miata PI. Arsenic Racing. They just made a heck of a Alchemy. Yeah, they made a heck of a pass on the infield. You can see their car pretty good with their red lights all over it.
Yeah, they've got the red stripes down the front side of the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, they posted up some pictures on Facebook the other day.
Yeah, we made fun of them. Somebody had posted up, ooh, red lights on a racetrack.
Yeah. Okay, what are we going to change brake light colors too?
Yes.
What's the big deal about red lights on a racetrack?
Well, today with all the spins, you could probably brake lights could be white and headlights be white.
I mean, as long as they're not flashing, who cares what color they are?
Yeah, one of our teams has a big antenna, and on that antenna is flashing LEDs, and they were asked not to make them flash anymore, so they made them turn them off.
Yeah. Well, it's distracting to the other drivers, if nothing else.
Right.
And a lot of times they, I don't know, it used to be in the rule book a suggestion. I don't know that it was a rule, but it's like, look, don't put lights in your wheel wells. You know, we may think the car's sparking and black flag you, meatball you.
I say everybody needs to do that.
Always trying to get people in trouble.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking troublemaker.
How long is he? Yeah, how long is he staying out? Stand up. I brought him in to put a camera in. What's that? I brought him in to put a camera in earlier, so he's got a camera. Okay.
Oh.
You doing all right, Doc?
My back is killing me.
You need to do
Well,
this.
why don't you peel away, man? You don't need to stay on the broadcast.
But then I might miss something.
Oh.
If I get up, walk around for a bit, it settles down. I'm kind of handcuffed here. I already stole my son's chair.
Let's see what the boys are talking about over on the forum.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, I had some words the other day on there. I settled down.
All right, so we'll take a quick commercial break here, 3 minutes. We'll be back in a little bit. Stay with us. ChampCar Endurance Series is sponsored by RVA Graphics and Wraps, a custom graphics shop that specializes in the design and production of the best quality made-to-order vehicle graphics. And by Lifeline. Lifeline uses the latest technology in motorsport fire suppression and extinguishing and is the leader of in-car fire safety systems using Novec and Triple F foam. and Willwood Disc Brakes. Willwood Engineering is a global leader and manufacturer of high-performance, original equipment disc brake solutions. And Cool Shirt Systems. Cool Shirt's personal cooling systems, vests, and garments offer comfort, safety, mobility, and durability when performance matters. And Maxxis Tires. Maxxis Tires International is committed to delivering high-performance, affordable tires to the world. And Frozen Rotors. Premium cryogenically treated brake pads and brake rotors by Diversified Cryogenics. And OMP Sport, one of the world's leading manufacturers of safety equipment and tuning accessories. And by Racing Radios, the leader in racing communications worldwide, providing quality and affordable communication systems for racers and fans alike. And DiscoveryParts.com, offering the best in auto safety racing apparel. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to ChampCar teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at DiscoveryParts.com.
The ChampCar Endurance Series is North America's home for real, affordable, competitive road racing. We're talking real racing, real tracks, and real cheap cars. We're talking endurance races that range from 7 hours to 24 hours long. The ChampCar Endurance Series races at famous bucket list tracks, including Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. To live the dream and race in the ChampCar Endurance Series, go to www.champcar.org.
I'm back. What do you want to know? How much? How much? Well, everybody says we've seen several teams not quite making the 2 hours that they were making earlier. And I think it's probably because of driver fatigue out racing at night. You know, most teams are separated by a lap or two. So, you know, if you come in a little early, it doesn't kill you. Especially with as long as the laps are, you know, at Nelson Ledges, you couldn't do that. A pit stop costs you 5 laps. Here, a pit stop's, what, lap and a half? So, and I think it's mostly due to driver fatigue. Why? Bill said
my car just pulled into pit lane, so we're trying to figure out what's going on here.
Bill said it was hard to see out there. A lot of dust being kicked up.
Nobody in the top 10's on the same lap.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to turn a small mistake into a big mistake.
It's easy to do.
Yeah, especially if you're tired, you're concentrating like crazy. And I pointed that out.
1:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I pointed out to our drivers, when I first started our team, and they're like, what, we can only go 2 hours at a time? It's like, trust me, after an hour and a half, you're going to be begging to get out of that car. And sure enough, I think one of the most common questions is how much longer do I got to go? And it's the mental. I mean, when we have those big fields at Daytona, Road Atlanta, God, how many races do we have that have over 100 cars now? 5? Daytona, Road Atlanta, VIR 24, Watkins Glen. So you're either passing or being passed constantly.
On both sides.
On both sides, yes. I hate I don't like splitting cars, and I don't like being split by cars.
Right. That race that I
unless
ran
it's Daytona. Daytona's
ago.
Okay.
Yeah. It started raining right as the race started, so we.
Oh, don't get me started on that one.
It was a mess.
You know what I did there, Tiffany, at that race? So I started the race, and we were among the last cars to go out, and I hadn't done that much time in the car lately, and I downshifted going into International Horseshoe and just didn't gauge it well. And cars snapped around on me. I go off into the grass, and before I even get to the first corner, I mean, I'm barely out of pit row. It was just slick as ever, and
it was really slick to start off with that rain.
Yeah. And E-Racing, they were behind me, and the driver told me later, he says, I was just cracking up. He's like, that dumbass spun before he got to turn 1. He says, I should have paid more attention because I spun 3 times. So, but how embarrassing,
I went through the first horseshoe and turned in and never made the turn. I just went straight.
Yep. And it was slicker than ever I can remember it there. And it was that light mist. And so, yeah, I mean, it was that light mist, it wasn't really raining. It was more like a really heavy dew. And that track was slick.
And it was kicking up like just enough rain to like kick up a little bit of a mist, though.
Right.
On the infield where you couldn't really see very well. Yeah. Like, I think I ran that whole infield like several times and never saw it. Because there was cars on both sides of me and in front of me in the mist, It's like, I don't know. I'm just going to hold my little hole.
Right.
This is my hole. This is my space.
I'm gonna make myself as small as possible.
Right.
Yeah, that was the year I saw your trailer coming out of Daytona after the race. We stopped off to get something at a Cracker Barrel, something to eat. It's like, that's Tiffany's car. That's Tiffany's car.
Yeah. We actually finished that race. We were down briefly in the middle for a little bit and had to do some engineering on the axle, but other than that, we actually finished that race. I mean, we didn't finish great, but I mean, when you're down for 2 hours. What'd y'all finish?
What's that?
Do you remember what y'all finished? I don't remember what we finished.
That was what, 2016?
That sounds right.
All right. Well, hell, I'll look it up.
Okay. We were way down after a 2-hour mechanical, at least 2
Right.
hours. Yeah, that was the most intense race start I've ever been a part of.
Well, if you remember correctly, that was like 128 cars started that race.
It was a lot of cars, and I ended up like mid-pack in the middle. Like it was just crazy.
Well, I mean, we started near the tail end of the field, but cars caught us real quick because I'm out there. I'm scared to death now. I've managed to spin before I've even hit the first corner, so I'm not trusting anything. Our car was real tail happy back then.
Back then, ours did this thing where if you weren't like full throttle, it would lurch. Did not come on throttle with any smoothness whatsoever.
Right.
So when you were trying to be like smooth in the rain, it wouldn't happen, and it was all or nothing. You just go sliding through things. If the front wheels didn't grab, we were just ain't happening. I remember sliding through that first horseshoe and then being like, sorry.
Sorry.
Thanks for not hitting me. So whoever wired it with the new motor, because it's got the GSR motor in it, Casey didn't think they did it properly. They were kind of over their head, the person who had offered to do that. So he pulled all the wiring out of the car and started over, and then hasn't had the time to get back to it. Yes. Right. He put a new wiring harness in it. He convinced me I needed that, and then one of the guys was working on it, and then he got over his head, and it's been sitting since, because they pulled it all out and started over.
What's been done, what hasn't been done.
Right. Because 2 different people have worked on it, as far as the wiring goes. Well, actually 3 people, honestly.
We finished in 60th position, Tiffany.
60th. Ooh, hey, that's like over halfway up.
Yeah, there were, let's see, 125 cars took laps.
And we were down for probably a good 2 hours at least.
What was your team name? I'm trying to find
I think that we went through a few of them back then. I think that was just Alexander Racing.
What was your car number to then?
Probably like 150. No, that was the other car. Yeah, it seemed like it changed every time. Yeah. Correct. We put the motor in and hooked it all up with the wiring that was there, because we switched motors, and we had an Integra motor in it, but not this GSR motor. And then it kept overheating and it wasn't making VTEC. So then the guy who had pulled the wiring out when it was because I bought it as a street car. Originally, Casey didn't like the way it was done. It was kind of messy. So he's like, let's get this cleaned up. And so they pulled it all out, and they're going to rewire it and make it, primo. But then the guy who started working on it never finished, and Casey hasn't gotten around to having time to either show him what he needs to do or, do the research on it and get it right. I bought some kind of, I don't know, mil spec. I don't even know what it's called anymore. It's been so long. Yes, that was
I
like it
know
was
all about
expensive.
those connectors. Yes, they are.
So I bought when we came back from NCM 2 years ago, we were third in class and we were running in top 10 with just me and the other girl driving. Like, I don't know what, 6 hours into an 8-hour race or 5 hours in. Let's see, 2, 4, 6. We're about 6 hours in, and we were like, yes, and then blew up the motor.
Well, let's see. That 2016 Daytona Birmingham 2 finished 9th place.
That's the Lexus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only 2 cars we brought that time, the Civic and the Lexus.
Right, and this would be a lot easier, but the car model and make are not listed, so I'm relying on name recognition, which I don't even know my own name right now.
My name on some of the races, we started with Alexander Racing, and then when the Lexus crew, because it was Birmingham was the other team, the 944 team, and then when Birmingham 2 came around, I switched over to Birmingham.
Right, okay.
Silliness. It's usually one or the other.
Alexander Racing.
Yeah, that's what.
702.
702.
702. Y'all finished 65th.
Yeah. We took a part off my husband's bicycle and put the car back together. The axle was held together by the bike peg off of his bicycle.
That's admirable.
We welded it together because, it was a mess. But it worked and we finished the race.
Yeah, there you go. So did we, evidently.
We weren't quite ready for that race quite yet. It kind of came up on us a little faster than our preparation was going. But then let's see, and then it was after that we went to NCM that same year, and I had the car. It was well prepped by then. I was taking it to the track probably every other weekend and shaking it down and being like, it's not right, bring it back. They'd work on it. I'd take it back out, and the steering wheel came off in my hand while I was on course with the student. That wasn't fun.
Yeah, I think the first thing that we did to our car this year is we got the 2 E30 NASA guys. They improved. They made a lot of suggestions to the car. We did practically all of them. I can't think of one that we didn't make, actually. So that was our first step up, and then we went to the track several times and just did testing, just ran the car.
Yeah, and see how it goes.
Yeah, so, and I'm positively encouraged by what I saw at NCM. So we're hoping to finish the race strong or finish the year strong at Amp and Barber.
We're gonna need to apply like some CPR to the Civic to get it back going.
It sounds like it's just an electrical then that's left.
Yeah, just
you change the engine.
Well,
electrical's kind of my thing, so.
Yeah, really? True enough. Yeah. Finishing a project somebody else started with electrical is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Because in my former career as a lighting designer, our clients would press us to not get into overtime because I'm paying these guys $45 an hour, $50 an hour, and you get into overtime, it's expensive. So we'd look at shifting crews around and having a fresh crew came in. And it works okay, but there's a lot of complicated wiring in a lighting system nowadays with all the moving lights and that sort of thing. So what we finally found that works best is overlap the crew by an hour. So the new crew coming in can get caught up with what the old crew has done, what still needs to be done. but I'm the guy that's managing the project. I got to be there the whole time. Because as much as you pass down to your guys, you can't pass down everything that you know.
Right.
Because you've been sitting in on the meetings for months on end, planning a big show, and your crew, you can't have them there for that, So everything you do is you take notes and you revise drawings and you send the drawings to the crew. But, they're just going to give them a cursory glance over. It's like, oh, okay, I know that room, and this is what you want to do. Okay. And so, I mean, that works for the most part, but having that overlap was extremely important.
Sure.
Anytime you're working with 2 shifts, that's, or 2 different hands and things, there's that.
Right.
Then there's just a simple thing of 2 people might go about the same thing in the right way, but 2 different ways.
I got a funny story about that. So we're up in Roaring Gap, North Carolina, and we're doing a wedding for a client. And this is one of those money's no object. And we're on the top of a mountain, the Roaring Gap, and it's all people that have 4, 5 homes and stuff like that. So we look at the weather. The wedding's originally supposed to take place in this tent, and there is no way with the weather that's coming at us that we're going to pull this off. I mean, the tent's great. I don't have any worry about that, but it's getting people to the tent. And when you're in a tent and it's raining really hard, you can't talk to the person next to you because you're in essentially a big drum and you're inside the drum. And I mean, you can't hold a conversation. And the wait staff, they have another catering tent. Now it's connected to, but they need to talk to each other. It's just not feasible to do a tent in heavy rain. So we knew this was coming. So we had plenty of time to transfer the wedding to the golf facility they have there indoors, and everybody's protected. You don't want to be in a lightning storm in a tent outside on a mountaintop. It's just a bad idea all the way around.
Very much less than ideal.
So we were slow at the time. So there were 4 of us that go up there to do this show, and we're all lighting designers. So we get in this facility. We don't have time to get other additional equipment up. So we got to work with what we brought for the tent and make it work in a building. So we get in there and we're not rushed for time. This decision, we made it Thursday night. It's Friday morning. And we get in there. We have a quick powwow. Okay, here's where the stage is going to go now. Here's where, they're going to get married. Here's where the band's going to be later on. And we're going to have floral arrangements here. We're going to have them here. And then we're going to spray these patterns that were originally on the tent. Well, they're not going to really work well in this room, but so we'll hold those lights in reserve. If something pops up, we'll make them work somehow. So we're sitting here trying to get cables out to a position in the ballroom, whereas in the tent, we could have run them underneath the floor and just cut a hole in the plywood that's down and cut a very small hole in the carpet and fish the cables up. Well, now we've got to tape them down to the floor and tape them down so that nobody trips. And we must have sat down and looked at that for 30 minutes. And it's like, all right, well, I say we run them this way. And Rick, one of our other guys, a very, very competent lighting designer, master electrician, says, no, I think we ought to run them this way. And then Noah pops in. He says, no. We need to run them this way. So here we are. It's kind of like writing a story with a word processor. You go over the first paragraph 5 times. It's 30 minutes later and nothing's been done. Your 5th paragraph looks just like your first paragraph. And finally I said, guys, we're going to do it this way and this way only. I said, otherwise we're going to waste the entire day arguing over who's got the better idea. And frankly, I don't care. I just want it done. Right? So I don't even know where we started off with that story. Oh, the wiring thing.
Interesting ways that people can go about something the same. I mean, they're not right or wrong, just they go about it differently. Yeah.
Right. And I always, I usually think of my show, I cable from the power source out to the lights. And a lot of guys want to work from the lights to the power source. And I can see both ways. I just prefer to do it from the power. And it's mostly a checklist to make sure that you've got every piece. Because you're doing adapters from one connector to another connector. Each instrument's got a different power consumption. And I tend to overkill on my generators. I want my generators to be the laziest generators in the world. I want them to run at 50% capacity. Because invariably the caterer's going to show up, the band's going to show up.
They're going to plug in.
And they're going to want power,
right.
So...
or somebody's going to show up with a country western concert and suck up all the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Yeah. Where would that happen?
I don't know.
Yeah, especially out in the middle of a desert.
I know, right?
I mean, what are the chances, right?
Right.
Yep, I got to do my lap counts.
Holly, what part of Indiana are you in?
Fort Wayne.
Oh, that's a little further. Okay.
Northern. Up near Michigan.
Okay.
I'm about 45 minutes outside of Michigan.
I see it on the map. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
I have an
in case you wanted a special project, how long it would take me to get it to you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Apparently it is about 9 hours. Wow.
It's a long haul, yeah.
Well, my mom used to live in Cleveland, so I made that haul one too many thousands of times. So.
Cleveland, what? She lose a bet or something?
I know, right? She
No,
doesn't like the heat.
Well,
have a good night, Mike. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
So you want to hear my Indiana story? It's kind of funny.
Sure.
So we were doing all these shows for Fox Broadcasting when they first came on the air. And we were doing all the secondary markets. We'd go to Greenville, South Carolina. We'd go to Austin, Texas. We'd go to New Orleans, Louisiana. We went to South Bend, Indiana. Oh, that's another Indiana story. I forgot about that. But our very first one we did in Terre Haute, Indiana. And the only thing I know about Terre Haute is it's the home of Columbia Records. I mean, that's it, So we get on our flight to go up there. It's our first show with a new client. We want to make a good impression and stuff like that. So we get on our flight, and they said, sorry, folks, we're waiting on a passenger. It's going to be late taking off. And I think we were making a connection somewhere else because I don't think there was a direct flight to Terre Haute. Oh, no, we had to fly into Indianapolis.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we're sitting here on the tarmac, and the only seats left on the plane are right behind us. And guess who comes marching down the center aisle of the plane? It's Don King.
No way.
Yeah, well, there's no way you don't recognize Don King, trust me.
Right.
Well, he was on his way to get Mike Tyson out of prison.
You're kidding me.
No.
This is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he was in prison in Indianapolis. No, it gets better. I swear to God, it gets better. So that, so all the news media is looking for him. And he's on this flight with us, and we're not flying Delta. It's like we're flying like Salvation in the air. We're flying AirTran. Okay. And so we get to Indianapolis and land. Now remember, he's sitting behind us. So we're not thinking of anything. We've talked to him, we're not chatting him up the whole flight. But it's like, hey, you're Don King, And so we get to our gate, and there's a big commotion up in the front of the plane. It's like, what the hell's going on? So finally, all the passengers get to us. We walk out, and as soon as we make that turn, there's all these cameras and lights on us.
Oh, they figured it out, huh?
Yeah, they figured out Don King was on that flight. So anyway,
I mean, they weren't there for you, right?
no, they weren't there for me. The guy wasn't as famous as I am now.
Well, if they were smart, they would have been there for you.
Exactly, foreshadowing or whatever you call it. So anyway, so we rent a car. Terre Haute's what, 60 miles outside Indy, maybe?
Sounds about right. It's a long way.
So, and we're staying at a Best Western, in Terre Haute, Indiana. So, sure enough, we're doing our show at Larry Bird's Boston Connection, because he was from French Lick, which isn't too far away, I guess. So anyway, there's about 6 of us maybe, and this is a Best Western. The Terre Haute's it's a university town. There's not a whole lot of hotels there. Frankly, there's not a whole lot of anything there except for Columbia records and tapes. And this Larry Bird's Boston Connection. It's the biggest social facility in town. So there's this nice young girl sitting behind the desk, and if y'all might have noticed, I'm somewhat of a smart ass. So the girl,
ass, candy ass, one of the asses.
Yeah, right. Yeah, pick a time of day. So I asked really nicely to this nice young girl there. I said, by the way, can you tell us where? Now this is 20 years ago. I said, can you tell us where Larry Bird's Boston Connection is? And she looks up at me and she says, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not from around here. And I immediately, my smart ass self says, I'm sorry, what? You're not from around here? There's nothing here but here.
How would you get here, but from here? Yeah,
there is. I go, what do you mean? What do they fly you in from LA to run a Best Western? What are you, the celebrity chef, and you're filling in for the desk clerk? What do you mean you're not from around here? So anyway, so the next thing we do after this, we soon learned that and we knew this actually, we sort of learned that at that time Fox was the big deal on our show, and this is the first one that we did, so we didn't do this, but the Fox jet would normally roll in, and we'd always have it in a private airport hangar. The hangar doors would part, and all these little starlets would get out and mingle with the guests and stuff. Well, we're not in an airplane hangar. We're in Terre Haute, so all the little starlets come up. They know we've been there for several days, and it's like, so what's to do in this town? It's like, frankly, there's not much. I said, we found one local bar, and then the owner seems like a really nice guy. And then she said, well, let's go there. We don't fly out until tomorrow. So we go to this bar. Well, they're starstruck. I mean, we've got Heather Locklear, and all these other, when Fox was making a big deal with, they had several popular shows. It's a new network. So we're out with all these gorgeous women. And so and we're all doing a round of, there's like 15 of us around the table. And we're all doing shots of our favorite shots. So we're about 15 shots into the evening, and the bar is closing. And it's like, and the girls want to stay out later. They're on West Coast time. They're all used to partying like rock stars that they are, or movie stars that they are, TV stars. So they start kind of complaining. The bartender says, well, if you want to turn this into a private party, I can stay open all night. And it's like, oh, great. We have like a 9 o'clock flight the next night or the next morning out of Indy. So there's an hour right there, and it's already like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So we stayed till like 4 o'clock. They've all got limos come and pick them up and whisk us all the way to the hotel. And so we proceed to party there some. And,
oh my gosh.
And pretty soon I look at the clock and it's like 6:30 in the morning. We got to leave in like 30 minutes, So we made it
Just
back.
to make it to the airport, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure it was legal for any of us to drive. And we were running late. I'm not saying any speed limits were broken, but they sure were bruised. But that was my first trip with the client and Fox, and we ended up doing about 50 of those shows all across the country. It was a lot of fun. But
it sounds like it was an adventure.
All secondary markets, like South Bend, Indiana, Terre Haute, Greenville, South Carolina. Even at that time, even Dallas was considered a secondary market because they couldn't buy one of the big 3 stations, so they really had to kind of start their own station there. But New Orleans, we did shows all over the place. It was a lot of fun. Evansville, Indiana was another one. We were in Indiana a lot then.
Sounds like.
That sounds like, yeah.
We had a lot of fun in Indiana. I remember the show in Evansville, Indiana, when by that time we were in these private airport hangars, and like I said, the big to-do on the show was the hangar doors apart, and the Fox jet would roll in, So here's this, 60-foot long Lear 24 or whatever it was, would pull in. And we had a fan of lights like you see a concert shooting straight up, and we made them all different colors, and you wouldn't see those lights until the jet rolled in. Well, we've been inside all day, setting with the show, running cues, rehearsing with the DJ, and with the other people. And when the hangar doors parted, it was snowing outside. So we had all these colored lights catching the snow. It was really pretty cool. They were like, how did you do that? And now the client wants snow at every show.
Right.
So there's another piece of gear on the truck.
See, you gotta keep the bar low. You set the bar high.
Right.
Now you're
now they want
stuck with it.
Yep.
On board here with the Toyota MR2 getting off track with one of the drivers on board. We don't know who's driving right now. But, again, chasing the challenge of remembering the racetrack.
And wondering what in the world you're doing out here.
What have I gotten myself into?
What did I say yes to?
Oh, that's right. This is supposed to be fun. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
He's off track again. Off in the grass.
A little agricultural racing there.
Yeah. It's twice in one lap. You have to be careful. He's going to get himself black flagged.
Only if they can identify him.
Which, being yellow car...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It does kind of stick out. Now, if it was black,
Bill,
BMW,
you might
have a chance.
Yeah, you might want to reconsider that now, Bill. You're like a target out there. So I managed to keep myself awake for another 15 minutes. That was kind of cool with that story.
Good job, Doc. Kept me awake too.
Oh, good. Those are some wild trips too.
Sounds like it. I worked for a radio station for a while, a hard rock station,
Yeah. Promotions.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Take the listeners here to this concert and then corral them and take them back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of you.
Like herding cats.
Yes.
Well, and you know, of course, I mean, we're working 16-hour days. You know, we've been there for a couple of days, busting our butts, and then all these cute little girls want to come in and go party. And who are we to say no? You know, I don't get a chance to go out and party with Heather Locklear every day.
Right?
Bill's car coming in the pits.
Is Troy stand up by now? Losing track of time.
Well, they didn't talk to him, so he's still on the good side of the law.
Okay.
I don't think he needs that windshield wiper.
That's not Troy's helmet. It's one of the other drivers.
Never mind, I got it. I got the screen to turn off. I'm gonna head over again.
Just trying to figure out something on the dash at one of the switches. Figured it out once he got himself into the pits where he could really focus on it.
I wonder if that's maybe that cool shirt they've been having problems with.
Could be.
Was that Mike Chiswick working pit out?
Fuel? No fuel. I just had to turn off the stupid rear view camera that Bill has on here. Remember there's a car behind me?
So hey guys,
I just did 2 off.
that's Evan Horner driving the car right now.
Bill and his gadgets. Yep. Thanks.
Did y'all hear what he said?
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Bill and his gadgets. Yep. So the rear view camera was actually a problem. It was putting too much glare into the car. And he's like, well, I heard you put 2 off. He's like, yeah. He's like, okay.
And I think that was Mike Chiswick, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounded like Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike is working pit out right now, and then the driver in Bill's car is Evan Horner.
Okay.
And then this is the driver who just got out of Bill's car. My name is Matt Hill. Hey everybody.
Hey,
Hi.
thanks for joining us.
No
Yeah.
worries.
What was your name again?
I'm Matt Hill. I flew down from Seattle to drive Bill's car.
Oh, okay. Seattle. That's in Evans area, isn't it? Did you guys come down
Evan,
together?
Yeah, Evan and I went to college together. I'm actually the one who dragged him into racing, and then we
Okay.
run.
And he still
we run a
speaks
bull-
to you?
Yeah, he still actually takes orders from me most of the time, so we'll see how long that lasts.
Okay, so you guys race the car that Evan's always trying to get me to come out and race with him.
If that's a 1997 Volkswagen Jetta, then yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife and I own that car.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. That's good to meet you. That's sort of pseudo meet you.
Electronically speaking.
Yeah. That's cool.
That's the line from Rocky Horror Picture Show. He arrived on a very special evening.
Well, when I
The mouse is
Now
having
you're
one of
quoting
his.
movies I know.
I know the mouse is having one of his affairs. Come on, that's a great movie.
That is a fantastic movie.
We used to go to the original showing of that movie where it first premiered and became a cult classic.
Really?
Yeah, in fact, we did as far as I know, we did the first live show of that, and it was directed by Richard O'Brien.
Where was that at?
It's the Dallas Civic Auditorium, something like that. This would have been in 77.
look at the antenna on the
Yeah,
car.
yeah, that was pretty cool.
Oh my gosh.
Slow down so we can see that again.
Oh my gosh, that was great.
But yeah, it was directed by none other than Richard O'Brien, who's the guy that wrote Rocky Horror, and then of course was Riff Raft in the movie.
We were talking about different guys doing things differently. When I worked as an automotive tech, every once in a while, and you always hated to do this to somebody, but what would happen is one guy would start working on something big,
Right.
like pulling an engine apart or something, and then for whatever reason he can't finish it. Like he gets sick, and the project has to be done. So somebody has to step in and put together something that somebody else took apart.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
That's got to be a nightmare.
Well, it's not like you've got all these nuts and bolts and everything that somebody arranged, however their brain told them
Right.
to arrange it.
Right.
And now you got to step into their brain
Right.
thought process and figure out
How to put it back together.
how this all goes back together and somehow
Like it's
run
like
out
a
of bolts
puzzle
at the
without a
end.
picture.
You gotta end up with no bolts or nuts left over at the end of
Right.
this thing.
Right.
This is a party. But the electrical thing is a little bit easier because if you have a good electrical wiring diagram, you've got a roadmap that tells you where to go.
Yeah.
If you don't, then that's when things get tricky.
Right.
Even if it's it's an engine swap, like that's definitely not the engine for that car. Not even close.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But you still,
Yeah, at least in the
Wiring
E30,
diagram for that.
mine was originally an E. We swapped it for the I, so you take the whole harness and put it in.
Mhm.
But,
Yeah.
we're running a lot of other stuff in the car, so we put in 2 new fuse blocks. And the guy that did the wiring did a phenomenal job. But unfortunately, the wiring diagram got left out in the rain.
Oh.
So you see where I'm going with this.
Oh yeah.
So it's been
Well, it
kind of hit or
cannot be-
miss.
It's been kind of hit or miss. So I take it he hand wrote the wiring diagram.
Yes.
Because it was custom.
Yes.
And now those instructions have been compromised.
Yes. Compromises.
The integrity.
I could use another word. It starts with an F.
Yes, the quality, the integrity of the instructions have been compromised.
Yes, it is FUBAR.
Uh-huh.
So
Kinda
now,
like the James Bond thing, like it disappeared after it was done, right?
Right. Yeah. The Mission
Self-destructs.
Impossible tape. Yep.
Yeah.
we had a really bizarre thing. It was perfect for me, but we had this really bizarre situation with the taillights on our BMW.
Right.
Something strange happened, and I guess what probably happened is the original taillights that were on the car were removed and taken out, lost, or whatever, replaced with something else. And the pin out and everything in the tail lamp is different.
Right.
So it plugs in,
Sure.
but when you're trying to send power down a wire to activate the brake lights,
Uh-huh.
well, that might go someplace else instead. So you've got to figure out what's going where and why isn't it. How do I redirect it to where I need it actually to
Right.
go? And the 2 taillights, it turns out, in our car are actually different
Oh, great.
from each other. So the wiring doesn't match up,
Great.
and the 2 taillights are different. So
So you
so I
own,
had to figure out how to get that working properly.
you own a couple of pairs of 30-foot continuities checkers too, huh?
I got a lot of cool tools. Yeah, absolutely. I love test lights, and I
And
got my
alligator
voltometer, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, you actually know how to use a voltmeter. I know
Yeah.
one electrical formula, and I know all 3 variations. That's watts, volts, amps.
There you go.
West Virginia, baby.
Yep. No, it was good. I finally got it all sorted to where we had all the proper lights coming on. The thing is, we were going to Daytona, and we had to have the proper brake lights,
Oh, yeah.
park lights. Everything has to be working correctly, lest you be called in and be told, well, you're going to have to fix it before you go back out.
Right.
Right.
So you might as well fix it in the garage instead of fixing
Yes.
it at the track.
Yes.
Right.
So that's what I did. Now,
I hate fixing things at the track.
yeah.
I don't mind applying a bit of gaffer's tape here and there, maybe a wire tie or two. But changing clutches, changing transmissions, replacing
Of course,
heads.
of course, the BMW taillight system is unique. Just putting it to be generous, it's unique. So they have a crude circuit panel built into the tail lamps. So you have a gain connector that plugs into the back, and then the bulbs, the wiring doesn't plug into the bulbs. The bulbs pick up the circuit from this circuit board.
Yes.
You screw in, you get your 45-degree turn, you screw your sockets in, and that makes the connection.
It's hateful.
Some of those connections aren't necessarily great, so you run into problems with them failing.
And the whole thing's plastic.
The whole thing is plastic, so what's interesting is the contacts on the bulb sockets, as you rotate it, come into play. That makes the connection to that circuit board. Well, what they've done is they've put a shallow bulb of solder on the end of those connectors, and they get tired, they get blackened and soiled and corrosion. So you can refresh those, and you can maybe make them a little bit bigger with more solder, so you get a better connection. And then what I found is you still get this thing with a little bit of vibration. They flicker.
Well,
so
and
I tape them in.
That whole panel flexes too. Maybe not at street level speeds, but when you're running over rumble strips at maybe 100 miles an hour, they tend to move a bit.
So if you ever see my car, and if you look inside the trunk, you'll see that I've got all the wiring taped up. It's all taped back. So there's gaffer's tape all across the back that covers the back of the lamps to hold the bulbs in steady and to keep them from just rattling out of their perches, because it doesn't take much for them to come out. And that was my solution. That keeps the wiring stable at the connector, and it stabilizes all the bulb sockets.
Well,
and now you don't have flicker problems.
And it's the one salesman I really admire is the salesman that sold BMW wire, because they have a wire for freaking everything. I mean,
BMW wire.
Yeah, I mean, we run a 1986 BMW E30, and there must be 15,000 feet of wire in that car.
Right. These were luxury cars.
Oh, yeah.
They had power everything. Our car did.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Even an E30 did. I mean, we threw out probably 30 pounds of wiring, and I bet you we still have another 30 pounds to go.
Sure. There's a big trunk of wiring that runs from the back of the car to the front of the car. And I'm looking at this, and there's a lot of wires that have been cut. And I'm thinking, I wonder, what should I spend a month combing through this? And John said, here's what I want you to do. This is his car. He said, look, this is what I want you to do. I want you to take a piece of heater hose and slice it down the middle and use it as wiring loom to wrap this stuff all the way back.
Okay.
And so that's what I did. Now it adds weight to the car, but it does protect that wiring really well.
Sure.
So if you look inside the car, you'll see that rubber line. And I did the same thing with the battery cable. It comes from the trunk up to the switch panel up on the dash there.
You know what I use for that battery cable is what these guys that have the 8,000 watt stereo systems, that big copper branded clear wire to run up to the kill switch, because it was the only wire I could find at like 9 o'clock in the evening.
Right.
Because I went to Home Depot, all they have is commercial stranded wire, and you need something more flexible than that. And so I go to this auto store, and it's like, I'm looking for this. He says, yeah, I got that. It's like, you're kidding me, right? He says, no. He says, these guys with all these big sound systems, this is what they use. And he showed me. It's like, that's perfect.
Right.
They're used to dealing with vibrations.
I had mine built at, we've got a really great starter, alternator, automotive shop. That's all they do is work on that stuff. And I had them make our battery cable for us. So they crimped it in professional. It's really nice.
Oh, ours is done really well. The guy that did most of our electric, Javier Mendoza, he actually kind of does pit support for a couple of teams. But he used to work for Essex Racing back in the IMSA days. So he did a phenomenal job. Everything's top notch.
Yeah, one of the teams that I raced with, the team owner is an engineer, but his wiring was just terrible. I mean, it was just like a rat's nest.
Right.
And so I went in there and redid all of that and sorted it all, tied it back, labeled it, put it in fuse boxes. I had the whole thing dialed in. I ended up mounting everything on the dash to I had a toolbox drawer, a shallow one, and I just flipped that over and mounted it to the dash bar, and then put all the stuff on it.
Right.
So it turned out really good.
Yeah, we haven't gotten around to. I mean, remember, I bought one of the first things I bought for the car. I don't know why it was one of the first, but it was a shift light. We never did get the shift light. It's still sitting on the dashboard. It still doesn't work. And each time Andrew Sides, he's with Running Bulls Racing. He's a Navy chief and stuff, knows a lot about E30s and stuff, knows a lot about wiring. Every time we get Andrew to help us figure out how to hook this thing up, the gates at the racetrack would open early or it'd start raining. So, just as soon as I thought we were finally going to get this done, something happened. So finally, we hooked up with Matt Harper here at Flying Wrench, and now we have this big, gigantic tachometer. It's about the size of a dinner plate. And it's got a built-in.
Is that necessary?
Well, for my eyes, maybe. And I'm literally, the thing's huge, and it's got a built-in shift light.
Sure. I'm showing P1 and P2 in the pits, although when I go to Son of Andre, they're back on the racetrack, so they may have already
there's
come
a little
in.
bit of lag there.
So just so you know, Doc.
Oh, I don't. Does it? Yeah, it matters to me, right? Well, I got to.
You're the one that wanted to stay up and not miss anything. I'm trying to help you not miss anything.
I'm reconsidering that idea.
The lunacy of that.
Yes.
I have reconsidered the mindset.
I mean, I'd like to, I might want to get some sleep. I haven't been feeling all that great lately, but
I heard you coughing and stuff, so.
Yeah, I've had that for about a month now.
Well,
actually starting to raise a little bit of concern.
Maybe you should get some rest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a whole lot of things. I mean, with I can't even put two words together. Good God. I can go back and reconstruct what I missed lap count wise, or if somebody wants to take a picture of their screenshot and send it to me later or something.
Okay.
I just need about 4 hours maybe.
Yeah. Go for it, man.
All right, I think I will.
All right.
I appreciate it, guys.
Yep. Rest well.
Entertained.
Yeah, well, you just play back an earlier broadcast. I said the same thing tonight I did earlier.
We'll pick something we did out of the last race.
Yeah, pick something
just
funny
fit it in
if
there.
You would. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. All right, so I'm gonna head off.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right. It won't matter. I'm just gonna leave this up and just kill my screen. and my microphone headphone.
All right.
I don't think that'll affect you.
Okie doke. Adios.
Thanks,
Have a good
guys.
night. Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
I swear to God, I'll stay up for all of Virginia.
You're gonna have to then. No, I'm just kidding. We
No,
can do it in
it's
shifts.
going to be a lot easier because we're going to actually have cars there.
Right. It is easier in the middle of it.
Yeah. My back is just not good. All right, I'll see y'all at some point in the future.
Alrighty.
Bye.
All right, bye.
So it looks like they got Bill's car back out there turning some laps. Son of Andre and our bank back out turning laps again. What else do we got here? We got the tower cam. There we have looking at turn 23 coming back at us. And the other tower cam doesn't look like that one's running right now. So temperatures should be coming down now out there. Shouldn't be quite as bad as it was. Yeah, 79 degrees now, getting down to a little bit more of a tolerable 24% humidity. So around 8 a.m. it should be around 73 degrees. That'll be the lowest that it will get.
Now I have to think of things to say without our entertainment.
Well, I default to looking at what the driver's doing and
I mean, there is a right
listening to the upshifts and like, those upshifts aren't quite as clean as they should be, or. But yeah, electrical. So I have a background there working with that stuff. I used to be a tech as a pro, so I'm educated that way. So I've got some experience with it.
When you switched over to more IT world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a backbreaker, and I just was not enjoying it at all. It's funny. I went into automotive because I wanted to learn how to work on my own race car.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Lindell. Maybe we'll reconnect with you in the morning here I guess it is morning. Later. How about that?
It's definitely morning.
Yeah, I started out in automotive. Got my ASE Master certification after a little while, and I held on to that for a long time. I worked professionally in the field, worked for Toyota, worked for Lexus and independent garage, worked for Nissan. Did a lot of used car work, so I was working on a lot of different kinds of cars. But really, I went to school, and I although I was doing it professionally, the main thing was I just wanted to know how to work on my race car. So
Right.
once I got into the field and I got my associate's degree and master certification and all that, I didn't really, although I was still going to schools, and when you work for a dealership, you have to go to schools on a regular basis. There's always new models coming out, and the manufacturer, they send their techs, they send their techs to schools.
Mm-hmm.
So the dealership does anyway. So, you were talking, not me, your guy, you mean Doc? Okay. But anyway, all I was doing on the outside was constantly studying. Well, at the time I was really into drag racing. So I had, I don't know how many subscriptions. I'm sure I had close to 15. All these different car magazines, and I would read them, and they had all these articles in there of how to, do this, do that, and I'd cut them all out, 3-hole punch them, put them in binders, organize them, so I had all this stuff. That was really where my passion was. It was in racing. It wasn't, fixing passenger cars.
Right.
So eventually that got tiresome, and just wasn't really making a lot of money doing it, and it was starting to hurt the old back. So
it is much more physical work than I would have thought. I mean,
more strenuous, you know.
Strenuous.
I mean, if you're, So anyway, and I'm a young guy. I think I'm 22, something like that. So 23. So anyway, I'm starting to look for another career path. End up working in parts for a little while, kind of learn that racket, and then go start my own IT company. But you got to be, when you're working as a tech, look, if you're not well-rounded, if you can't work on everything, then you're going to get left behind. You're going to end up, there's going to be a lot of quality work that comes in that you just can't do. So you're going to be better paid if you're more well-rounded. So you have to be able to work on all this other stuff that other people don't want to work on. You have to be able to deal with the situation where a tech's left. Somebody has to finish this job, and the door and everything's disassembled. You got to figure out how to put all this stuff back together again.
Yeah.
Maybe the dash is out of it or whatever. So that's just part of the job. So, I mean, is it fun to start on a wiring job that's halfway into it and some guy lost interest? No, it's not. But, again, you work through these things. You figure it out. You work through it. It just takes more time. That's all.
They always love it when one guy has done some special project. It's not your standard passenger car at our shop, some different things with cars, and then, he doesn't work there anymore, and it comes back. And now somebody else has got to kind of figure out what he's done and what might have went wrong and how to fix it.
Right. Or the work wasn't done to your standard. You're kind of picking up where somebody else left off.
Right.
And you're thinking, if it was me, I would have completely done this differently.
Right.
But it's going to be major for me to change all this stuff back over the way it should be. And that's kind of where, is it Casey? You said took it down that path. It's like, look, this is so bad that we don't want to live with this. We got to start over.
And he's like, pull it all out. Yeah, I was like, oh. And then one of his techs was helping me get, trying to get it back together. And it kind of went over his head, I think, too, or he lost interest or both. And then there you are.
Oh. Well, I can see how that would be a problem.
Yep.
And wiring is something that you see it when you walk around the grid, walk around the paddock. You see it in so many cars. It's just abused. You see it all the time. Wires just left. There's no protection on them. They're just kind of laying inside the car, strewn across the fuel cell to the fuel pump. They're just laying out there. They're not protected or tied down or secured or anything.
They're just waiting to cause a
problem.
A
lot of guys think that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you think about this, think about the amount of vibration and G-forces that you're taking. All of the stuff in your car is taking that too, and it's shifting back and forth. Think of the tracks like this one, where you're coming up to an area where you really throwing the car around. Check out this racetrack at MSR, and look at this section right here. What you have is as you're progressing up the track, you have this. You're pulling to the right, and then back to the left hard, and this whole section right here is bumpy. So the car's going through a lot of aggressive change of direction, and all the wiring in your car is experiencing all of that at the same time. Lap after lap after lap. It's bouncing up and down and being thrown from side to side inside the car. If you look at most of the wiring in your car, it's all tied down and secured from the factory. You know, that wiring doesn't move.
Around. Right.
They've got all that stuff secured because they know with all these cars that they're mass producing, they're going to have people that send them through just horrendous conditions, and the car has to be able to hold up to that. So all that stuff is tied down and tied back real good. And you've got to duplicate that. As soon as you get in there and start messing with it, now you put on the lab coat of the engineer, and you have to be able to match that, or in some cases exceed it, so that the work that you're doing can hold up to the rigors of auto racing, which is ridiculous. The pressures, the vibrations, the temperatures, it's unbelievable. You know, every time you crash over a curb, think about the amount of vibration. You've stiffened the suspension, so you know the car is taking much bigger hits than it ever was going to before with a street suspension.
Right.
So that further ups the ante in the way that you're preparing the car electrically. And it's just one of those things that cars are incredibly complicated. Unlike a computer, cars have so many different systems. And in any one of those, you screw up the braking system, the fuel system, the cooling system, the oiling system, the electrical system, you've got a problem with that car at the racetrack. And so if you have a tendency to not prepare things well and complete work well, you're going to have systemic problems across the whole face of that race car because you've had your fingers in everything.
Right, and then you're going to have a trouble trying to diagnose what the problem is, you know, right?
If you don't have the skill set to handle it properly, that's okay. Not everybody does. Hire somebody that does. Have somebody else do it for you so that you don't have to mess with it. You don't have to worry about it. It doesn't become a problem for you at the racetrack.
It's done
Pay somebody to do that stuff for you. There are companies out there that will do it. And then you know it's done correctly, and then you can focus on whatever it is you're good at. Maybe you're great at managing the racing team. Maybe you're a great race car driver. Whatever it is that you do great. Just focus on that. And if these things are things you struggle with, that's okay. You don't have to be great at everything. Nobody is. Pay somebody else to do it for you.
Right. I mean, very few people are good at everything. Well, nobody really, but...
No, you're not.
There's some that can find their way around about anywhere in a car, but I mean, a lot of people have strengths in different areas.
Right, they might be really good with the car, but they might be a terrible team leader, or vice versa. You know, so that guy's great as a car owner, great at prep, but then when it comes to leading the team, you need somebody else to step in there. He's just not very good at getting that done. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses, so you learn as a business owner. I learned that early on. I had 16, 17 different people that I've hired in this history of my company. None of them measured up to the standards that I was looking for because the person I learned early on doesn't exist.
Right.
What you have to do is, it's always a compromise. And so it's always going to be a compromise in a music band or on a racing team, whatever the situation is. So your job as a leader is to capitalize on their strengths and delegate their weaknesses and help them work on their weaknesses to improve in that area. But there is no perfect person. It doesn't work that way. So you just have to learn to deal with that.
Right. Find the person who does their weakness well and hire that person and do that.
Yeah, I don't really like dealing with the organization and the paperwork and all that stuff in the business. So my wife handles that because she's cool with it. So on the racing team, that tells me on the racing team it's the same way. I'm better with someone else leading the way in that area.
Mm-hmm.
But if they need to have some of the mechanical work done on the car, that's an area where I'm stronger, right? So that would be a good place for me to concentrate my energy and let someone else come up with all the checklists and all that cool stuff that, we need to have.
Right.
But it's going to be more diligent and do a better job in that area than me.
I mean, and when you're trying to prepare for a endurance race, I mean, there's so many things that go into it. I mean, preparing the car, preparing the team, getting everything you need to the location, making sure there's just so many logistics that go on and different things that have to interface correctly, just between your team and your gear and, just lots of things.
Yeah, there really is. And that's why, I'm going to be talking to Stan here from Low Tide Motorsports, a company that they provide that trackside support.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a company that comes alongside a racing team and helps them put on the race. So they're providing that support that they need to get the car off the trailer, back on the trailer at the end of the night, set up the pits for them, help them during the pit stop, show them some technique to make their pit stops more efficient. They'll do as much or as little as you want them to do over the course of that weekend. And their prices are affordable. So as a team owner, you can take that into consideration when it comes time to charging your drivers.
Right.
Say, well, I'm going to fold this into the cost. This is going to make us a better racing team, and I'm going to fold this into the cost of the driver's entry fees to cover that expense.
Right.
And we're all going to benefit from it. We're all going to come away happier for it.
And there's times you can put together a good driver lineup, but none of them are a decent wrench or even diagnostician. Like if something's going wrong about figuring out, okay, can we keep going with the car and just take care of it? Or when do you stop and, this needs to be fixed? Or, maybe you have lots of good drivers, but you don't have a mechanic. So that would be great to have.
Right. Absolutely. So that's Low Tide Motorsports. I think he's got a great business model. He's got a great idea. He works in multiple series, not just ChampCar. And it's not just him. He's got people that work for him. But I think it's a really cool idea, and I can see it being something, a great resource for people in ChampCar. I know 9-4 Motorsports is using them at MSR this weekend, and both of their cars won, which I think is very well could be the first time a two-car entry team has won a race P1, P2 in ChampCar. I know they were... Well, it does, and they were... Low Tide was also at Nelson Ledges, and the team that used them now escapes me. I can't recall who it was that they were helping out. But so they're going around. It seems to make sense that they're probably going to get drawn into the 24-hour races more than anything, because that's huge. The support is so important, and they're going to be at the VIR race.
Okay.
So and that's the race that they're going to throw in some sponsorship for. So
that's awesome. I mean, you think about like say some teams will say things like, okay, 24 hours, we can do every 2 hours, etc. I can do that with 4 drivers, no big deal. I've heard them say that, and I'm like, if you're doing a stint every 2 hours, that means that pretty much you need everybody to do every pit stop. That means you never get a break. You don't get to rest because after you finish the pit stop, you got to go fill up your fuel cans. You've got to get things a little organized, and then you take a break, and it's an hour, and it's time to be kind of ready to go again.
Sure is, because some of the teams like we were premium dudes. We were concerned that we may not make but an hour and a half on a stint. Well,
Right.
shoot. By the time you get kind of cooled off and, like you said, get ready for the pit stop, it's a half an hour. You're about ready to do a pit stop. Your pit window is in 15 minutes.
Right.
So now you gotta get ready for a pit stop.
There's no time to rest. Yeah.
There's stress. You're concerned about things. Certainly, you're trying to pay attention and keep involved in what's going on. But yeah, just having that extra support there could be really valuable.
Sure, totally. Taking an extra crew member too. I know that when my husband's team first started out, I started just as a crew member for his team. And when I stopped being their crew member and started driving, everything changed. They had to kind of reorganize things because there wasn't one person who was watching everything come and go and keeping things organized anymore. Like I was a part of the cycle now, so there'd be 2 hours I'd be out in the car and, I'm not there watching things and making sure that we're doing, everything we need to do.
Okay, right.
They used to call me their pit boss. I kind of liked it.
Yeah.
Just tell them what to do.
Yep. Well, it's cool too. We had that when I was on Justin's team. His girlfriend, now fiance, Anna, was our pit boss. So she handled a lot of the things in the pit area there and created some consistency, made sure I'll tell you, every time I got in the race car and I was ready to do a mic check, she was all over it. She was already at the radio waiting. You know what I mean? She had that. But that was something that you're not waiting for somebody to jump back over the wall to grab the walkie-talkie, grab the mic.
Right.
She's already there on top of that, and she's writing down lap times, keeping logs, right? So she's got all these things she's doing in the background to provide support that comes back and does really add to the team.
That's a lot of value.
In a big way. It really does. So, I could see that. It really is a big deal.
But when you can go back and you can go, okay, what time do we pit and how long are we doing on fuel exactly? And you can look at you can like kind of look at some of that, or, how quickly are we doing this, that, or the other? Can we fit a tire change in there without going, being able to look at your real numbers helps, and having somebody just to hand stuff over the wall,
Right. I wanted to create a pit stall diagram overhead where we have everything placed in the same spot at each race. And then that gets handed out to the drivers. So they know where the wire ties are. They know where the oil is. They know where So during a pit stop, when you need something, you can shout over. And guess what? The other guys know where it's located.
Right. It's not the guy that's strapped in the car that's, they're over there by my bag to the left, down under
That
there.
happens all the time, too. It happens all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
It's always Tyler's in the car when these guys are trying to figure out, okay, it's in the trailer, in this box, right?
Right.
It's a terrible situation, but that's what happens, though, in this type of racing.
Right. Because you're doing more than one role. So, if you can, break it apart and let somebody else do, delegate, and then you can concentrate on doing what you do.
Well, it's kind of funny because Robin Banks' approach is he doesn't really want you doing anything unless he tells you to do something. He doesn't want you messing with stuff, which is kind of good and bad. It's good in the sense that as a driver, I don't have to be concerned about not doing enough, because if he wants something done, he's going to tell me. You know, hey, do this, do that. And I know he's going to take care of it. The other side of it is I probably don't have to work as hard because he likes to do a lot of things like pull the tires off the cars and stuff like that at the impound.
No.
He may choose to do those things. So just a little bit of different approach to handling the team and the way that you get things done.
And then when you have people who are not customary teammates, you know, you don't have that chemistry. So you have to, if you don't have those things outlined in some kind of way, people don't know. If you're new on a team or you've rented a seat or something like that.
Right.
Do you want me to help? Do you want me to stay out of the way? Do you want me to hand you things?
Okay. I'm going in. No,
Where are your things?
Oh, we're taking the car behind the wall, Tiff.
No.
And he said, I'm going in. He's under his own power, so I'm not sure what the problem is. Ran a 9:38 on the last lap, so they may have come in, pitted, come back out, done a lap, come back in. So we'll listen in and see if we can hear what's going on. Other than the fact that it's 4 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, 2 in the morning out there Mountain Time. Obviously, something's up. So we're just going to listen in here on the Racing Strong Mobile. For just a minute here, thinking we might hear the guys talking to find out what's going on. But it's Son of Andre leading the race with Arbank Racing in P2, Visceral Racing Group in P3, Gussick Racing in P4, Roto Pluker in 5, Bucket List Brigade in 6th, Alchemy Autosport in 7th, the Renegades in 8th, Rusty Rotors in 9th, and Utah Valley University in P10. And it doesn't sound like we're going to hear anything anytime soon from the guys, so not sure what the story is with the parked MR2, but I'm sure we'll hear at some point later on what's going on from the team. Utah Valley University up in P10. They've climbed 12 positions to get themselves into this spot. That is the most positions gained of any team in the field tonight. The A-Class Mazda Miata.
Wow, and that's a brand new team too.
Brand new team on a very tight budget.
I'm loving it.
With the pop-up headlights.
Right? I remember those cars. I had like a 94, 93, 94. 94, I think I had a 94 one back in the day. Fun little cars to drive.
Woo! Got her wound out real good. Of course, now dealing with the glare in the rear view mirror. As soon as you pass somebody, you kind of pay for it a little bit, because then you get to deal with the glare coming back in the car. Got a nice display going on up there in front of the steering wheel. Utah Valley University in P10. Son of Andre up at the front, turning a 344 that last lap. Our bank turning a 334. Currently a 5-lap gap between the two. And it looks like our camera might have gone down in the lead car. Going back to the Visceral Racing Group Porsche 944, currently in P3. Yeah, these Porsche 944s, I thought they were a little bit bigger than what they really are on the inside. I think it's because of the way the roof line is cut back and it's tipped in. It's a lot like a Datsun Z. You get into it and it's like, man, you know what? There's really not much room in here. When it comes to like headroom, it's kind of squeezes in on you. And you sit down kind of like a bucket, you know. It's just a little bit different than
See, we have such different approaches to the car, because I'm just looking for cars I can reach the pedals. I'm like, yay, I can reach the steering wheel and the pedals. Can I turn any of the gauges? Can I any of the buttons? Can I reach those? Yay.
Yeah.
That'd take one panel and move it out a foot for me to be able to drive the car, because I couldn't reach the
Sure. Sure. Well, my dad had a Datsun Z that he used to race.
Yeah.
When I hopped in the seat, my head was touching the roll bar along the roof panel. So it ran down to the A-pillar. My head was on that bar. So it was actually, I had to turn my head a little bit to the right to clear the bar.
Really?
Well, you had a pad on it, but that's how close my head was with the helmet on.
Right.
To that bar, because of the way the roof squeezes in on you. So you'll see some of the Datsun Zs, the roof's just gone. They just cut it off. And like the ZMW, you know, he just puts his own roll cage in above it, so he doesn't have to deal with the low, tight roof line in the car.
Right.
Now, it was fine for my dad. My dad sits a little bit lower than I do. He's a little bit shorter than I am. And he saw, I didn't even notice it. It was fine for me. So it was perfect for him.
You aren't short though at all, so yeah.
Well, that's, and I'm a little jealous of people like yourself. What you said, you're like 5'8".
No,
you know, that's
6.
You're 5'6". I mean, that's like perfect. That's, you get down in that, you know, 5'5", 5'4", about the size of Evan Horner. You get down into that smaller size. I mean, have you ever met
pads to see over the steering wheel? But yeah, you're in there once you get in there.
Well, when it comes to, I guess, you know, looking at it from the sense of being a pro driver.
Yeah.
If I've met Mario Andretti, he's just a little Italian guy.
Yeah, there's not very many pro drivers that are not like petite.
There's not much to him. He's just a little guy. You don't notice that on TV, you know, because the camera's eye level. You don't realize he's this little guy.
Right.
But that's the stature of a lot of great race car drivers. They're small. But they're going to fit into those cars a lot better than a guy like Justin Wilson. You know, a guy like me that's this big guy. My feet, I think my feet are right at the just over the threshold for F1. You have to have, in F1, your feet have to be no more than a size 12, I think.
Really? I didn't know they had a shoe requirement there. Like,
well, if
under-
you're, yeah, there is a, Williams has this whole testing program. You start out with an online test, and it has, if I remember right, it has something to do with tracking your mouse in one direction and tracking your eye in another direction. And so you go through this whole thing of basically seeing if you can multitask. But then they have the other requirement basically comes down to a point where you'd be able to test drive, not a true F1 car, but like a Formula 3 car, whatever it is.
Right.
At the time, these days. And the shoe size is one of the restrictions. You can only be so tall. Your feet can only be so big. And then that's it.
You have to fit in the car.
So, yeah. And that's
I got
that's
that. I'm at 7.5 in men's.
Yeah, well, that's fine. And that's where Paul Tracy is right now. He's like, I don't think I can fit in an Indy car. Even if they wanted to hire me to put me in the car, I don't think I could fit. He's driving, I think he's in the Trans Am series. So he is going to be racing again. But he doesn't have to get into a little, tuck into an Indy car.
Those guys are just out of this world. I went to Italy last fall and went to Monza and watched the race. It was just mind-blowing.
Oh, the IndyCar race?
I went to the Formula One
Trans Am?
race in Monza.
Oh, Formula One. Okay.
Yeah, it was just crazy.
Yeah, I saw the Formula One race here in the United States in Indianapolis when they came here and had the big tire debacle, which played into them never coming back until after COTA was built. So I saw Michael Schumacher win. I still have my Ferrari umbrella and shirt that I bought from the track at the time. Went out there with my dad. So that was back in the days when they were running the grooved tires. They still had the tread. They went to that. They got away from the slicks and went to the, okay, we're going to run these tires for the whole race. You're not allowed to change them thing. Which worked out great, by the way. But, yeah, that was during that era. And Michael was still driving for Ferrari. Which he won that race, by the way. But, yeah, it was a substantially reduced field. There was some kind of a mandate made by the FIA that you could only run one type of tire. I think it was only Dunlop tires were allowed, something like that. And so other teams were running these other tires. They weren't allowed to run that race. So here they had all these cars over there, and there were a small number of cars that actually took the track. And that was the big debacle that ruined it for F1. Americans didn't want to go back to the track after that to see them race.
Gotcha.
It was a terrible mess.
Sounds like it.
So yeah, as soon as we hear back from Bill about what's going on with his car, we'll pass that along.
You think anybody noticed if we took a nap?
I don't know. I wonder if that's what they're doing. They left the camera running.
Right?
Here's some movement around the car. Like seat belts moving around or something.
It's like they've just abandoned it.
Yeah, it does look that way. Like, hey, we're 6 hours out. We're gonna go to bed for a few hours. We'll get up in the daylight and go back to it. Nobody wants to drive at night. We've all had our fill of driving at night.
It may be. They're like, okay, yeah, and that. When's the sun come up? Set an alarm.
So now at this point, you don't know when you're going to be able to go racing again.
Mm-mm. I have my Boxster as well, and I thought about doing some like little sprint races and that, but I can't do it when it's hot. It does not put up with the heat so well. So
Right. Right. I gotcha. I had heat issues with my Roadster. I had to be really careful. That was one of the benefit of running in vintage, where you had these little, what you call sprint races. What we would call a sprint race, which is about a half an hour, 45 minutes tops, and you're done.
Right.
This looks like the Crown Vic in for service. We've got a jack going underneath the car. So obviously something more is going on there. This could be a brake change.
Yeah.
Well, again, this is like 3 8-hour races stacked together. We got about 8 hours left. So they've run 2 8-hour races with the car.
It's pretty
that might be all they can do.
Do you think it's hard on brakes?
Oh, I do. I think it's very hard on brakes. Because the... does remind. I'll tell you, the hardest place on brakes I've ever raced at is Blackhawk Farms. And you're doing this whole thing of you're accelerating hard and then you're braking hard. You're accelerating hard and you're braking hard. This place is layered with that. It's all over the place. You can't get away from it. So I think it probably is hard on brakes, just because of all of this that they got going on with all these corners.
Yeah, not a lot of time for them to do a lot of cooling off either, huh?
Right.
With it 90 degrees.
Right. You don't really get a lot of brake cooling.
Looks pretty busy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were getting some of that. The feedback from Bill was it's very busy. You're working hard. So if you're working hard, the car's working hard.
Right.
If you're just sailing around like a Watkins Glen, no. I mean, it's going to be easy on tires, easy on brakes. But this place will be hard on brakes. I'm pretty sure and at this point in the race, they've already run 2 8-hour races. So it's understandable that they're going to be changing brakes out.
Have we been on the air that long?
Yeah. Well, actually a little bit longer, because Doc and I started, for the first race, we were on the air around 8 o'clock, I think, something like that. The race started at 8:30.
Yeah, I didn't get on until like 10. Let's see, it was 10 o'clock, 9:30 out there, 10:30 here, 11:30 y'all's time, I guess.
Yep, so they're working on that car. So, yeah, what we're seeing is just, wow, a lot of the cars staying on the racetrack. We got Willwood in the pits, along with Bill's car, and Answers Always Miata, which for sure is retired, and Tachophobic in the pits. We're also showing Impact Motorsports in the pits, and now it's Bucket List Brigade that's dove into the pits as well. I'm seeing Grandpa in the pits, the Ford Crown Vic, but they're still showing turning laps, so I don't know what I'm looking at. I thought that was the Crown Vic that was there.
That's what it looks like. But on the Crown Vic white with a black hood.
I thought so.
Okay.
I thought so. But looking at it on Race Hero, they haven't shown them in the pits yet. Impact's in the pit. Vermont's in the pit. Coming into that 4:30 time frame. Cars are coming into the pits now for their pit stops. We have quite a few cars coming in now. The Renegades are in. And that car, look at that. I see tail lights. This is the car we're wondering if it was parked in there backwards. It's not. It's a total shadow. Look at that. It was total farce. It was just a reflection off the glass. But it sure looked like a real car pulled in there and stopped.
Mm-hmm. But then they turn into ghosts and disappear.
Yeah. Just like me. Ghost in the night. Yeah. Like Nicolas Cage, only better. I'm sorry.
It's late.
What's gotten into me, I'm telling you.
Probably the fact that it's like 4 a.m. your time.
Yeah, it is. People walking back and forth from their garages to the pits. What a sweet layout. There's that car with the antenna. Now it's green. They're changing the color on it. That's cool. But it's pretty funny. Get this huge aerial that's lit.
Oh.
They can see that thing all the way around the track.
No doubt.
So one of the things Justin wanted me to wire up was these LEDs inside and outside the car to mark the car so it would be easier to see at night, and to illuminate the inside of the car so we could see switches and stuff like that a little bit better. So he said, here's what he bought. He went out and bought this stuff. It was LEDs on a spool. And I don't know if you didn't know this or not, but you can buy LED on a spool and you can cut them to fit and then wire into them. You can cut them in such a way that it doesn't damage them. They complete their own circuit. So
Right.
so I had these
strip, whatever you need, yeah.
You cut they have cut marks.
Yeah.
So I cut what I needed, and I had these just below. Had them just outside the door, just below the window seal that run along about where your arm would be if you rested your arm on the door when the window was down. So just outside that on the body.
Gotcha.
And then I had some that I put inside the car too. And it ended up being too bright. We had to knock some of it down. Hey, Bill.
Hey, we're done.
What's going on?
Left rear wheel bearing decided to make a lot of noise, so we thought we'd bring it in before it destroyed all kinds of other stuff like the other one did.
Oh.
So, yeah, we're done.
Done for the race? You don't have enough hardware to fix it and all that? Okay.
No, I don't have a press. Don't have all the cool stuff to actually get it to work. So.
Gotcha.
I had I had two right sides, just no left sides.
Oh man, that's a shame.
So, it is what it is. Yeah, it's racing, man.
Well, okay. Well, thanks for letting us know what was going on. We saw the car come in and park in the paddock.
Oh, that's right. I have a camera in it, don't I?
Yeah.
What a day.
Yeah, it sucks.
I think it's time to ecotech the Opal. Is Tiffany still up? I heard a giggle.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Wow.
Bill, I thought you said that it was going to keep the original engine. You weren't going to change it.
I know. I'm probably not. I'm just all talk. So the one of the cars is being I think it might be being black flagged for a dragging exhaust system. Number 111.
Oh, okay.
Was that the one at the whip?
Yep.
Yeah, they've got the whip antenna with glow in the dark lights, LEDs.
Yeah, that's the FX16.
They've got 2 exhaust systems on that.
So they got extras.
Yeah, 1.5 now. How many cars you still got running out there? Seems like a lot.
Oh yeah, pretty much. I think there's all but maybe 2 or 3. So Willwood's not running right now. He was earlier. Yourself, and answer is always Miata. Everybody else is out there. There's a few cars shown in the pits. Techophobic.
Yeah, there's 1, 2. There's a white. Let me see. It's the 94 has been in here a while. They've got the front end up in the air, looking at the right side wheel well. So
the 94.
Oh, is that the Infinity that we've been
That's
working
the
on?
maximum. Yeah, that's the Infinity, but they're shown still on the track. So I don't think.
Oh.
I think some of this info is like not updating or something's not right.
all right, let me go tell Ben, because Ben is asleep at the post down there. I mean, not asleep. Ben's down in control.
yeah.
So let me go tell him.
Yeah, because we're showing 251 laps on Race Monitor, but Race Hero shows 227, so it's not updating.
All right, so Race Hero's not updating?
Correct.
Okay.
Assuming Race Monitor is. We got Son of Andre up front with R-Bank Racing in P2. Visceral Racing Group, Gussick Racing, Robo Pluter, Bucket List Brigade, Alchemy Autosport, Rusty Rotors, The Renegades in P9, and Utah Valley University in P10. You know, it doesn't matter how much stuff you bring. You're probably not going to have what you want.
Right.
And the other thing that's funny is we bring a transmission with us because we know if we bring it, we won't need it.
You'll have to change it, yeah.
So we bring it anyway because we don't really want to change it. It sucks to change it. So we make sure we bring it. That way we won't have to change it.
Actually,
That's our strategy.
Yeah. You only need the things that you don't have. Like, I've gotten very good at calling parts stores and begging for things. I think I've been to every parts store in the entire Bowling Green area. I know where they all are.
Right. Bowling Green, yeah. There's a funny picture of Justin with somebody. Oh, it was what was it? They were at NCM and they had a water pump go bad on a team he was driving for. And they were at the same auto parts store that he and I went to a couple years ago when we needed a brake rotor, brake caliper or something. I can't remember what it was. I'm like, wait a minute. He had did a selfie thing. I said, that's the same place that he and I went to get stuff for his car. Yeah, you become knowledgeable of the auto parts stores around.
Yeah.
All right, so he reset them, so they should be good next lap.
Okie dokie. Thank you much.
What's it like up this late, Paulie?
Oh, it's great, man.
I'd like to thank you for doing this, man.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm not going to be worth beans, though, here in a few hours if I make it that far. Oh, my gosh.
Mine are starting to cross.
Yeah.
It's got to be difficult for you guys since you really don't have anything to look at except black screens.
Well, and I am a gentle flower. And I lilt easily, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So.
You need that beauty sleep.
I do.
You know, what was it, 2 weeks ago? When did we do Nelson Ledges? 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago?
Oh, something like that. What did we
Seems
do?
like yesterday. So we got this, and then we have VIR.
2 weeks.
Nelson's was June 30th. It was about a month ago.
That long ago?
July 1st. June 30th to July 1st. Yeah. Because we did Brainerd. I went out and won that race at Brainerd.
Did you?
You won the what? So what happened at Brainerd?
Yeah, I won that race out there at Brainerd, you know.
I don't think I've ever congratulated you on that. Congratulations on winning the race. He lets him know at 2:32 a.m. How many people we got watching?
Thanks, Bill. How many people? Well, if you take out you and me, then that means we're down to one. I think.
Right, so
I'd
like to congratulate Polly on winning Brainerd.
Oh shoot, I lie. We got 11 watching us for some reason on our YouTube channel.
Probably overseas where it's still daytime.
And 4 on our Facebook page. Well, one of them is a gentleman watching his son racing Ron in the Visceral Racing Group Porsche.
Cool. Those guys are quick.
Yeah.
Good, clean racers. You know what I noticed today? This is probably one of the first races we parked the car. Well, we parked the car a lot, but parked the car and there's no donuts on the doors and there's no damage to the body.
Well, that's cool.
I know. Very cool.
Came away with a clean car. That's nice.
Yep. And we can drive it onto the trailer, though it'll make a lot of noise.
Yeah, but it won't. It's not, broken.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah, we've had to put it on the trailer before with a broken right rear hub, and that was the worst. Because you don't bring all the proper equipment, and
yeah,
it doesn't really want to drag on that linoleum I have in my trailer. So
right. I wonder if a furniture dolly would work.
That's what I use now. I got a couple of those dollies from I think it was Harbor Freight that you used to put your car around, put it underneath the wheels.
Yeah.
And then we also have some furniture dollies that we keep in the trailer just in case for odds and ends stuff, fuel jug or fuel cans and that kind of stuff. Though I don't think I've ever used them.
If I ever went into manufacturing dollies, I'd want the company to be called Llama.
Llama Dolly?
Dolly Llama.
Dolly Llama. It's getting late, Paul.
I would want to do that very badly. I'm sure there would be a lot of hate mail.
Have you done a weather report here at Utah?
Yeah, I was talking about how the lowest temperature, 73, is going to be around 7:45, coming up on 8 o'clock. So you're still at 80 degrees, 79.
Yeah, it's
still 80
hot
degrees out. It's still hot. Humidity's 24%.
We have a full moon or something above us.
The wind is a measly 3 miles per hour, so basically nothing.
Yes. Yeah, earlier today when you walked through some of the garages, it was really nice because of the wind that was blowing through. Now it's, it's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've been watching some of the teams put their next drivers in and go out, and those drivers that have already been out on the track before still struggling with getting their lap times down, struggling to stay under 4 minutes until they've spent a lot of time out there on the track, losing control of the car. We've seen the Visceral Racing Group spin off the track quite a few times, It's super challenging. It's not easy for anybody. I think even the guys that had spent some time in the sim found it to be trickier than they thought.
That's
and
interesting.
Unless you've really put wheels on the track, you probably are going to have a hard time out here.
That's interesting because, there's not a lot. We didn't have a lot of cars here this weekend, so it was kind of difficult to determine how I was doing compared to other cars. And it was only up until I got into the night time that I caught up with a group, and that group was pretty much, at least every 5 or 6 corners, somebody was getting off into the dirt. One of them was me. All right, somebody just pulled in the pit lane. It's the 27. They just pulled in. They're doing a driver change in fuel.
Okay. The 27 is the Rusty Rotors VW Webbit.
Yeah, let me aim the camera down there so you can watch it.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, they're kind of in the shadows, but we do see them there, yeah. It just looks crazy dark out there.
Yeah, it is crazy dark. There's all my phones.
One of the crew members there pulling the fuel jug into position. Of course, the rule is the fuel jug has to stay behind the wall until it's ready to be picked up by the fueler. And you can see now they need a flashlight, so looks like she's holding a flashlight to make sure they can see what they're doing there. They didn't bring lights for their pits. She got a really good spotlight there that she's able to hold to light this up. It's actually kind of a nice looking car. They got a nice stripe job there. Picking up the next 5-gallon container.
It is a pretty nice
It's
looking
a really
car.
nice car. Yeah.
They've got obviously a fuel cell. They're able to pour the fuel in through the window.
And it's a big, 8-inch sewer pipe, it looks like.
Driver having a little trouble with the weight. Of course, 5 gallons, 8 pounds per gallon. They get a little heavy.
He looks kind of skinny.
You're tired, you're hot, and yeah. This isn't really anything you want to do.
I don't mind fueling.
This is just something that needs to be done.
The cool thing about fueling is you're not going off the track out in the dust.
Embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
You're just putting gas in it.
Yep.
I think it's a girl that's fueling it. So
you can see the track fire department. They're standing around, protect. Have extra bottles on them just in case, and keeping an eye on them. He said that a couple of guys said they like doing that because they just sit around for the whole event.
Oh yeah, you might as well just be there to protect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, the rule is full gear on, visors down during fueling. Cannot work on the car, but you can do a driver change.
Yeah, so
once the fuel cap goes back on, then they can begin working on the car.
The lady that's where is she? Well, one of the ladies from their team, when I was trying to sort out my car in pit lane just a little bit ago, I saw her pounce over the wall with a light and kind of give me a hand. looking around. It was kind of cool, actually.
That's cool. And it looks like they're doing some inspection on the car.
Cleaning windows and mirrors. And
as we spoke of earlier, you know, these cars have been out there for 2 races already, basically over 16 hours of racing. That's a race weekend for a lot of these teams. Looks like they're I'm wondering if they didn't have some problems with the car going off track. They're checking underneath the car.
Ooh, that's a fancy engine. It's a VR6, right?
Oh, I don't know what that is. It's a Farkfignugan.
But the little rabbit,
Yeah.
that's a 16 valve.
Oh, 16 valve in that.
Yeah, we race with those guys all the time up north, based off of Vancouver Island.
Ah, so they're out of Canada, Vancouver Island.
Yeah, they take
Ah.
Chevy's full race.
Wow. Oh, so did you hear that? They got to take a ferry to all the races.
Cool. That's a nice car.
I think that car's been around since the 36. That might have been his first race.
Man, what's all that fluid down?
Yeah, they've got they're putting the kitty litter down.
Wonder where all that came from. Wonder if it spilled out of their vent. That's strange.
So the 813 guys, those guys are new to ChampCar. That's a pretty little car. They were paddocked next to us this weekend. Cool guys. One of their drivers is out of Phoenix. I think the rest of their drivers are up from the northwest, maybe.
All right.
I'll leave it zoomed in right about there. We can take a look at the 94 as they fix the front end on that car. Let's see what they're doing, actually. We might be able to zoom in really well. Oops, wrong way. We've only been doing this for 2 years. You love this technology? Oops. Don't you love this technology, Paulie?
Yeah, it's cool. That's the Maximum Effort team and their Nissan Infinity. They were changing brakes a little bit earlier.
Looks like they're changing hubs now.
Man, they got the whole thing, yeah. So if they've got the hub off, they must have damaged the hub. I wonder if the bearing seized up or something. So why am I not showing them? Why is Race Hero not showing them in the pits? It doesn't have them. They've been in the pits for a long time. They should be shown either in the pits or in Salmon, but they're not. Not sure why that's happening there, but
Hey,
yeah, they're in for a while.
Do you see the Race Hero live timing demo?
I don't. The demo? I don't
Yeah,
think
they've
I've seen the demo.
Yeah, that's for us. They're developing some new stuff for us,
Cool.
which is pretty cool stuff. Hopefully in about a week or so we'll have it done. Man, that son of Andre, a 325 earlier today. And they're still in the 340s. Jeez.
What is this? Where's the demo at?
It's
on the website?
Yeah, it's on the list of the website races.
Arbanks just did a 333.
Yeah, no kidding. And Visceral did too.
Yeah, 332.
I'm showing a 332 in our bank. again. I'm looking at two different.
I was looking at the last lap just now.
Troy did a 3:33 with fresh tires. And,
Today?
yeah. And, you know, daylight.
Ah. Rodney's listening. Hi, Rodney.
Earwood?
Yeah.
What's he doing up
Hey,
this
good
late?
morning, Rodney.
The barge is
right.
closed?
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Ain't nobody in pit lane.
I still don't think this timing and scoring is right. It just doesn't look like it's makes any sense. So that BMW that's down there that's nice, what was that car number?
I want
The
to say
BMW 813. Isn't that what it was?
Okay, that's Alchemy. Okay.
813.
Gotcha. Okay, so that looks right. Oh, there the laps just changed on Race Hero.
Whoop.
But they're different from Race Hero to Race Monitor. They don't jive. Race Hero shows 258 laps for Son of Andre, 253 for R-Bank. Whereas on Race Monitor, they show only 251 laps for R-Bank.
Where's Doc? Doesn't he keep track of all this?
He's getting some sleep.
Ah, okay.
He's on napping duty.
So it's incredible watching some of the speeds these guys are taking around these corners at night. You know, you're just up here watching the cars just whip around these corners, and you know, as dark it is as it is, there's like zero lighting on this track. Is that? Okay, number 2 is on pit lane. And the MR2, the 801 just pulled in. They're one of the top teams, aren't they? The supercharged MR2?
Oh, let's see.
They're running 13th if this is correct.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, of the round. Yep. Well, somebody went off course. I can't see where, but there's a lot of dust in the middle of the track. A lot. Guys
They're
are
sneaking
driving
off
through it.
course and back.
Utah Valley University looks like they're in the pits.
Yep, they pulled in
It
just
is
a
up.
minute ago.
Okay.
There's Michael.
Put a timer on there. My guy goes out there, put a timer, and if you don't stop, he could get hit by a car. So that's why we say every time stop.
I'm sorry, I saw him wave the other guy in. I thought the guy had a penalty. I didn't know we stopped unless we had a penalty. So we stop back there, pick up a timer?
Yeah, if we
Oh,
we
you
have
clipped
penalty,
my
we'll
5
wave-
minutes.
We'll wave you over to the side, but every car normally stop, timer, go.
Because that's how you get the 5 minutes.
Correct, that's how we started. The little kitchen egg timers.
Okay, so this is my second stint. I haven't stopped either time.
Yeah, this is the second time today this car has stopped.
I will
guess
stop.
You were twice for the team.
Yes, it is.
You can buy everybody beers tomorrow.
Okay. I'll stop. I didn't know that. I didn't read the rules. Appreciate it,
Now
Tom.
you know it. All right.
Thank you.
Did you hear everything Mike was saying?
Yeah.
You buy everybody beers tomorrow. That's great.
Penalties that work, you know?
So
Yeah,
look at the Tower Cam 3. I've got it pointed over at the dust. It's a little blurry, but you can see how. Oops, what happened? There we go. Look at all that dust right there.
Yeah, it's hard to make out. It just looks like lights and yeah. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's blurry because it's all dusty. I mean, there's a huge amount. Or it's fog rolling in.
I believe you.
You can see the cars come through and
Almost coming up to 5 o'clock here. Just about there. About 7 hours remaining in the race. Which sounds like a lot.
It is a lot.
But it's a dry heat. That's the thing to remember. It won't take very long.
I got all excited when he said that time, and then I looked at the clock. It says 2:53.
It's almost 5 o'clock. Yeah, Eastern time. But we got to sail all the way to noon.
Yep. And then I get to go home and then back to the beach.
So are you going to do the award ceremony?
Yeah, I can. I'll do it on the note.
Okay. Okay, now Race Monitor is looking more up to date. So I'm going to take myself off the air. I want to talk to you, Bill.
Okay. Right.
Mm-hmm. That sounds bad.
All right. Yeah, okay. He can get, he's over 50, so he can get a lung cancer screening for free. Oops. Pit lane, and the MR2 Supercharge has a car up into the air. They're looking at the right rear suspension.
Oh no.
They're pointing, what are they doing? Oh, they got lights that they're shining down in there. Probably a CV. They use the same CVs we do.
Right. Is it the shock? Do you think it's causing them to break, the hitting the bumps and everything? And
I don't know. It's they use a Porsche style inner CV and the 6 ball bearing outer CV. You know,
is the cage breaking? What's breaking?
Well, we use chromoly cages now. Most of the time, the bearing, the bearings just go bad after a while.
The wheel bearing, you mean?
Yeah. No, the ball bearings.
The ball bearings.
Yeah. And they kill the races, and a lot of it is choosing the right grease. That's why we use the Neo grease, but it's $60 a tub. It's expensive stuff, but it's
Which grease do you use?
Neo.
I've not even heard of that one. Okay.
Yeah, they do CV and CV grease and what else?
Good stuff, though?
Huh?
Good stuff, though?
Yes, very good.
Okay.
Yeah, so, the drive shaft shop uses it too. Well, we finished in the top 20 so far.
Yeah, you got some good laps in.
Everybody got to get in the car, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah, we show 4 cars stop. So it's Willwood, the answer is always Miata, us, and Maximum Effort. I think the sky is starting to lighten a little bit.
I don't even know if I'm ready to see the sun.
Well, I'm going to see it before Bill does.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Tiffany. I think you and I would see it at about the same time, right?
Probably you're an hour ahead of me, but
but only technically, right? I mean, as
only
far as
technically, right? You're straight north of me.
straight north, pretty much.
Yeah.
We're going to see the sun, I would think, pretty much the same time.
That's if my eyelids are still open.
Yeah. Well, you can peel away if you want to. You don't have to stick around.
I'll stick around until I can't, and then I might peel away, and then I might come
back. Okay. All right. We got a whole other race we got to do. We got MSR going on. It's but the funny thing is, it's so early. There's only like another hour and a half after this race, and then we're done with that one too. So I don't know. We'll try and cover that one too. I don't know if I'm going to have any energy for that or not.
You might be on your own on that one.
No, this has been I would say the roughest event we've done. Due to the amount of work. And the racing part and doing this stuff, even though Mike said I didn't have to do it. Or I wasn't working. That was it. That's still funny.
You're working, but you're not working.
Yeah. Well, I'm always working.
Right. I never see you stop. You're like moving, like always.
My wife says I'm lazy. She said I don't do nothing. I don't do anything she wants me to do.
Maybe that's the way that works.
I can't drink coffee, Rodney. It doesn't, caffeine, all it does is make me sick, and it messes with my heart. It doesn't do me any good. So I'm not a... I drink coffee, but I don't drink caffeinated products. Very rarely will I drink anything caffeinated. It doesn't do me a bit of good.
Looks like Roto Plukers is in pit lane as well.
Okay.
They're way down at the beginning.
Yep. Son of Andre up front still. 4 laps up. On our bank racing, that time through, they ran identical lap times. Visceral Racing Group still in P3, down about 9 laps. Running identical lap times, basically, a 3:35. Their top 3 cars, 4 cars running, top 3 cars pretty much in lockstep with each other. Then there's Gussick Racing, they just turned in a 3:44. Of course, Rotopluker in P5, now in the pits, with Alchemy Autosport, formerly Miata PI, in P6 in that Miata. And then Bucket List Brigade in P7. The Renegades in P8. Rusty Rotors in 9th. And Bandits, the 79 Pontiac Trans Am in P10. And Burnett's back watching us on Facebook again. How you doing, buddy? Man, what are you doing up so early? You glutton for punishment like us? He's one of my R-Bank buddies. One of the R-Bank racers. Checking up on them. Yeah, they've been motoring right along. Since the last time I saw you signed on, they had, I think, maybe one unscheduled quick stop and we're right back out again. So they didn't really lose much at all on that. So they're still in a great spot. They just need to keep on keeping on. And as we've seen at some of these races, it can come down to the last half hour. The only lap that matters is the last one. So you can be wherever you're at, but you just need to lead the last lap. That's all that matters. And right now with a 5-lap deficit,
I'm gonna go step away and
get
some coffee since you were talking about it. I'll be right back.
Okay. It's my fault. It's Rodney's fault. He brought it up. Pedaling through the corner there.
If I drink coffee right now, we go to sleep till tomorrow night.
Oh. Utah Valley pedaling through the corners there. And that MX-5. And then there's Visceral Racing Group in their 87 Porsche 944. Solidly in P3. So under par racing in the pits along with Maximum Effort Racing. Racing Strong MR2 has been retired from the race with failed wheel bearing. Hub assembly, something like that they don't have a replacement for. So over the last few hours here, really haven't seen much change. Things have been pretty static out there.
Everybody's just kind of holding their own. Everybody Well, actually, there's 2 cars on the same lap now. 5 and 6 are on the same lap. Is that correct?
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's an 8. Well, it says 8 minutes and 58 seconds between 5 and 6, so that would be more than 1 lap.
It shows them on the same lap.
Oh, it does on the. You're right. It does on
Race monitor.
Race Monitor. It's one of those discrepancies.
Oh.
Let's see, 258, 263, 249. To show Visceral Racing Group with 249 laps on Race Hero, only 248 on Race Monitor. So let's see, 5, 6, 4. Yeah, now it's showing that they're on different laps, but then as they cross over, will it go back? Between, you're looking at Rotor Pluker and Alchemy. Of course, Rotor Pluker's in the pits right now.
I thought they just hit a lap. They did, because it was 234 and 234, so they just... Well, there goes Race Monitor restarting. Never mind.
What do we know?
No better than the information provided, you know?
Boink. There we go. So they're showing 235 and 235 on the same lap there. And they're showing the same thing over on Race Hero, 235, 235. 3 minute, 36 second gap. But Rotor Pluker's still in the pits. But that Rotor Pluker is the car that Bill identified had come in, so it's probably legit.
Maybe they cross over the loop getting to their pits. Saw them get a lap.
Bank Racing crosses the start-finish line, turns in a 2:38 that time through.
.338.
Our leader crosses the start-finish line, cranking out a 3:30.
It's weird to call out a lap time that starts with a 3, isn't it?
It shouldn't be, but it is.
I mean, we've been doing it for the last
It's like
900 hours.
Right. If this was Road America, it wouldn't be any different.
When they're done looking at it, I'll tell them to put gas in it.
Okay, will you come grab this phone behind me? It's falling behind my back. I can't reach it.
So Utah Valley back in the pits.
Let me open the door. Alright, here's some reach behind me.
And they're working under the hood.
What happened? I think it hit on left butt cheek.
We have the one that...
Thank you.
Working over on the left side of the engine compartment there.
So, according to the Google, the sunrise and Tooele, Utah should be at 6:23 local time. So what's that off from right now? It's 3:10 there. So 3 hours, 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
It'd be around 8 o'clock my time.
All right. 8:20 your time, yeah.
Well,
They're trying to figure out what they're doing. They're trying to fuel. They're asking the question, is it okay to have the hood open when we fuel? And this is just because they're a new team. They're just not familiar with the whole process. And they probably don't have a process, you know. They don't know what their routine should be. They're just trying to get it done. Back over to Visceral Racing Group. All right. Lindell said, I'm still here. Still haven't fallen asleep. I'm watching to the end. I'm going to power through. Yeah, you may outlast us both, my friend.
Right? Don't start that, Polly. It is contagious.
Son of Andre, yes, I was telling Doc, I don't think we've had a Mustang win a race since Road America, Looney Tunes Racing. I think that's actually the last time a D-class car won a ChampCar race, which was it last year? No, I think it was the year before. So I have to go back and look at the records to figure out which one it was. But it's not common. So it's cool. It's cool to see they're up here and doing so well with that car.
Especially with a track that would really cater to a handling car. That's not one you would jump out and say would be a handling car.
No, you would have to do an awful lot of work on the suspension, and there are fantastic kits available for these American cars. So obviously they've done some great work with that car to make it work at this racetrack.
And it is definitely working.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have to have that at a track like this. It would have to be running comparable to an E30 at least in the handling department to make anything of a go out here. Although you've got Arbank doing really well with a front-wheel drive car.
They tend to make that car do really well no matter where they take it.
Yeah. When you're driving it, it doesn't really feel like it, but the power output is, the power to weight ratio is very good.
Doesn't feel like a front wheel drive car?
No, it does.
It does?
It feels like a front, yeah, grossly so.
Okay.
But it's, the power to weight ratio is pretty substantial. When I was driving it at NCM, it was, I couldn't go full throttle with it until I had the steering wheel straight. I had to feather the throttle in because it would just break the tires loose.
Wow.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, it's good from a power standpoint, but it's kind of frustrating as a driver. It was just, you know, it's front-wheel drive, so it doesn't steer so great. And so you got to drive it a little bit differently than a regular car in order to get as straight a shot as you can and get that power down early, or as best you can. But you really have to manage the throttle, because you don't want to burn the tires off. I think we just got kicked off our Facebook feed, so I'm going to have to reestablish that. I didn't see the warnings.
I mean, it still looks like it's playing to me. I'm on it. Maybe no. Never mind.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to die.
Okay.
All right, welcome back to the broadcast, everybody. To Tooele Valley here, Tooele Valley, Utah, for the Rocky Mountain 24 on ChampCar Live. Presented by RVA Graphics and Wraps, it is the ChampCar Endurance Series at Utah Motorsports Campus for our second of 3 24-hour races this year. I'm Paulie, along with Tiffany here tonight, this evening, this morning, depending on where you're at on the planet, as we...
It's late.
For the first time, it is very early. For the first time at this racetrack as well, which is a beautiful facility constructed back in 2006. It has multiple configurations. We're running the full course this weekend at just under 4.5 miles in length, counterclockwise. It is the longest course on the calendar. It's actually about a half a mile longer than Road America, which was the longest course until we started coming out here. The second longest course in North America, second only to Thunder Hill's 5-mile road course. We went green at 10:09 a.m. yesterday morning. We'll go checkers at 10 o'clock this morning, Mountain Time, Sunday. Or excuse me, noon Eastern Standard Time. So that's the plan, Stan. That is the plan.
That means we're down to 6 hours and 41 minutes.
Exactly. That's exactly what it means.
We've come a long way from 24.
It was painful at the 23rd hour. I was like, 23 hours to go. We're almost there. This track was originally conceived as a novelty track by Larry H. Miller, owner of the NBA's Utah Jazz, and various automobile dealerships in the area, to use as a personal playground with a budget of about $5 million. Due to the enormous local motorcycle and auto industry support, the concept gradually grew into an $85 million plus project, one of a kind in the United States. The track was designed by world-renowned track designer Alan Wilson. The kart track was opened September 2005. And the large track was opened to the public on April 1st, 2006 for the first motorcycle track day. This is a big motorcycle track. They do a lot of motorcycle racing out here. The kart track is actually in a separate part of the grounds. And they can put dirt in there, and that's how they get into the, I think it's the... let me see if I can find it in here. NASCAR races out here. The West Series. Oh, is it the AMA Superbikes? No, those race on the Those race on the outer course. But it's the other series that races through the dirt. They put dirt in around that other track, and they use that part for that. So, yeah. So, pretty cool facility. We've heard nothing but glowing reviews about the track and the facility. So, some of the cars we've been following throughout the race today is Racing Strong Motorsports. They've retired their car. This morning, early on, within the first lap or two, they suffered with a fuel pump issue. They got that taken care of. Got the car back out on track. Tachophobic had trouble with their distributor. They got that taken care of. Got the car back on track. And then Racing Strong Motorsports suffered an axle failure. Took them about 6 hours to get all of the damage and everything fixed and get that car back on track after that. Around that time, the Bandits racing team came in for a power steering failure. And just as that car was being repaired, the Visceral Racing Group ran into a drivability issue as they're coming into the pits just now for another pit stop. They were behind the wall for about a half an hour, got the car repaired and back onto the racetrack, and did not lose position. They maintained third position through all of that, with the amount of laps that they had banked up to that time over P4. The Gussick Racing Team still in P4. And Racing Strong issues continued with cool shirt system failures. And now they finally retired the car with a failed left rear bearing and hub assembly. So we're watching the pit stop of the Visceral Racing Group. A lot of instruction being...
The lights are not my favorite. They're not high enough.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Looks like they're trying to plug in another driver at the same time. So yeah, sorry about losing the Facebook feed there. We suddenly got cut off, and I think that's due to the time limit that we have. It's 240 minutes with Facebook, and they cut you off. Usually they send me warnings, but I haven't been looking at that screen here lately.
Are we done? Can you turn on that light?
That looks like one of those battery lights that both Bill and I have set up in cars before for racing at night. So it's just a battery-powered light mounted to the roll bar to help the driver get it belted in at night. You can't have the power switch on to turn on lights while you're fueling, so that allows him to do that. Just rig yourself up a battery-powered light, and then you don't have to fiddle with running a hard line to it. It's got one of the Skip Barber Racing shirts on there. Recognize the logo. Skip Barber used to do a lot of training for race car drivers. Out comes the drink bottle, which looks like one of those Camelbacks. My dad went to a Skip Barber racing school and really got a lot out of it. And some of the things that he learned at the Skip Barber school, he passed along to me. So they're checking the oil, and they're doing a comms check, making sure the radio works. Instructed him to start the car. Hey, they started on its own. They didn't have to push start it.
That's always nice when that happens, right?
Being waved out. Yeah. Alright guys, I gotta step away for a quick second as we're on board with Visceral Racing Group. I'll be back in just a moment. Looks like Mike is in there.
You good?
I'm thinking there was something he didn't like about the way that the cool suit box was secured in the car, and he was just cinching it up for him. Okay. Yeah, I figured there was some change out there, Rodney, so thanks for that. Any relationship to you, Rodney? Terry Earwood? Rodney does these, he's in construction. He does this kitchen remodels and stuff like that. Hard physical labor. I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting ready to start his day.
He said he was headed to like the beach or something for a father-son fishing trip. Everybody's going deep sea fishing except us, it seems like, this weekend.
Whoa, deep sea fishing.
That's
hardcore. Son of Andre's in the pits, our team, our leader, Visceral Racing Group coming out. So their pit stops seem to be in lockstep with each other. Alright, I'm going to step away for a second. I got to grab something. I'll be right back.
So Rodney's saying that they are good friends, but not related. With the similar last names, it just seemed like that was a simple one to tie together. That's enough rev limiter, huh?
Okay, sorry about that. Oh, so R-Bank Racing also in the pits. So Visceral comes out and clears their first lap, so a 440. They record as Son of Andre and R-Bank still seen in the pits. Roto Pluker still in the pits as well, so they're going to continue to fall. Having turned 236 laps. See, Maximum Effort also not turning laps. Under Par Racing not turning laps. Vermont Burt 1 not turning laps. And Bandits also apparently in the pits, not turning laps.
Polly, do you have any idea whether we're going to get one of those cool signs for VR this year, like last year, where you can type the messages in? Yeah.
Oh, you mean at the for the teams to see?
Yeah, yeah.
You mean on the track?
Uh-huh.
I imagine it'll be there. Yeah, I don't know. I take it didn't show up for this event, but since the Virginia race is so much closer, I'm sure they'll bring the sign out. Yeah, they had it at Nelson Ledges.
Oh, okay. I
So
not
they're-
watched much of the night then, I guess.
They were having fun with it. Yeah. Having a blast. Finally got our car out and turning laps. Okay, somebody's having fun. Cool. So we're just watching as Son of Andre and R-Bank Racing are in the pits right now. Gussick Racing, our P4 runner, also in the pits. But yeah, I started racing back in 1985. I've still got my SCCA competition license here in my display case here right next to me. It's an old critter. Oh wait, this is from '88.
So the comment on there about having a blast finally got back out. That's from our University of Utah team.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And they've got to be having blast. Their first race, a 24-hour race, and they're still out there. That's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. It's a huge accomplishment.
We did a 24-hour race, I think maybe our 4th or 5th race, but we did not finish. We almost did. It's huge.
Yeah, that Virginia University, they couldn't even get more than a handful of laps there at Charlotte before that BMW started overheating.
Oh.
And that was more what you would expect from a new team coming on the scene.
Yes, definitely.
It'd be more atypical than for these guys to be still powering around the racetrack here after, 2 8-hour races basically altogether. So what's 17 hours, 18 hours of racing, whatever it's been now.
They're sitting in 12th place overall.
They're in a great spot. There's the car heading back out of the pits. Sam joining us over on our Facebook feed.
Are you gonna do fuel?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're in for their fuel
Yeah, if you can.
stop and driver change.
It's only gonna take like 2 gallons or less.
Son of Andre and Arbank Racing still shown in the pits, according to RaceHero.io. There you have that. You can see the top. What is that? The top. I can't read it. Looks like it's cropped, isn't it?
Mhm.
Oh, it looks like maybe they moved it a little bit. Looks like it's cropped. I might have to reset that. There we go. We got the top 20 up there. Everything from Son of Andre to Tachophobic. Looks like Arbank is back out. Nope, not yet. I take that back. But 269 laps turned so far. Just under 6.5 hours remain in the race today. So if you're just joining us, it is the Utah Motorsports Campus in Tooele Valley, Utah, for the Rocky Mountain 24 on ChampCar Live, presented by RVA Graphics and Wraps. It is the ChampCar Endurance Series. Back on board with Visceral Racing Group, who's currently in P3. Son of Andre now leaving the pits. Back out on track. Arbank and Jussic Racing still shown in the pits at this time. And other than some sort of a perhaps an electrical issue with the Porsche earlier in the race, they've managed to keep the car on the racetrack and stay out of trouble as well. For the most part, we've seen a few spins, but they've been able to maintain this third place position. They started out and dropped well down the order. I believe they were down as low as 15th position at one point at the very beginning of the race, as the drivers were getting acclimated to the car and the track, mostly the track. But now that the drivers have had time to get acclimated, now they slowly work their way up into this position now, and they have a good grip on this position so far. They've got they're up 5 laps over Gussick Racing, it's in the pits right now. Arbank has just left the pits. So we've got Son of Andre, Arbank Racing, and Visceral Racing Group all done with their pit stops and back out for another 2-hour stint.
Wait, did we
So-
ever hear from the Visceral Racing team? Anybody about what was going on with that car when it was cutting out?
No,
No. Okay.
no.
I don't think so. Just wondering.
Well, we were hearing that it was backfiring, which would be caused by one of two things. Either there was excessive fuel getting into the exhaust system and it was igniting in the exhaust manifold, so you get that backfire. Or you've got ignition happening at the wrong time, which would be when the exhaust valve is still open. We've got ignition of the air-fuel mixture. That'll cause a backfire. So there was some sort of ignition-related or fuel-related issue there. And again, they had it corrected within about a half an hour. They had the car back out.
Yeah, it didn't take them very long. They didn't lose a spot or anything.
Apparently they identified the problem rather quickly and got it corrected. But it was pretty bad. They were almost stranded out there on the racetrack. Managed to limp the car back into the pits and behind the wall to have time to work on it.
It's incredible, though. They limped it back in, worked on it, and got it back out, and didn't even lose a place.
Oh, so they think it was bad fuel or water in the fuel. That makes sense.
Oh.
Because what was bizarre is they took the car back onto the racetrack and it started acting up again, if you'll remember. And then when they came around to go into the pits, they didn't go into the pits. They stayed on the racetrack. They just kept going.
Mm-hmm.
And just allowed it to run its course, apparently.
And then it doesn't seem like they've had any issues since then.
Right. Uncommon Friends had something like that happen to them at Sonoma. I think it was the first time they raced with us. It's been a couple years. But that was a disaster. They had water in the fuel. They had the car ready to go.
Yeah.
They fueled up the car and they had nothing to work with. It was just a bear to work with. And it took them quite a while to figure out what had happened. They could see the separation of the water and the fuel in the fuel jugs. There was so much water in it.
Oh, goodness.
So thanks for that update, Rodney.
Yes, thanks, Rodney.
So Son of Andre turns in a 346 on that last lap. Our bank racing a 339. Visceral Racing Group a 354. Dusick Racing now also out of the pits, along with Alchemy Autosport. They're in P5, and Bucket List Brigade is in P6.
They kind of shifted around because Alchemy and Roto whatever was on the same lap there for a minute. I wonder if that was a pit stop that shuffled that around.
Yeah, Rotor Pluker came into pit and they spent a lot of time in the pits. So a lot of time went by and that's what caused them to fall back. Looks like they're back out now. If the information we have is correct, the Renegades now is in the pits. Of course, that's Alchemy Autosport we're talking about, the Miata team, not Alchemy Racers, which are currently down in 18th.
That's almost confusing.
Yeah. So the leaders have completed their pit stops and they're back out for another 2 hours of racing. So they pitted near the bottom of the hour, which would be around 3:30 local time out at the track. So around 5:30 they're going to be coming back in. So that's 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. We should see them coming back into the pits. And that will be just as they'll begin to see some of the light in the sky from the sun beginning to come up. As it will be coming up out here, of course, easily by then, in the east. Renegade still shown in the pits. Lap times coming back showing P1 and P2 pretty much running the same lap times. P3 a little bit behind running the 350. But again, there's a significant, multiple laps of gap between them, so they each have cushion to work with. So it's a 23-corner, 4.5-mile road course, which is absolutely mammoth. I mean, a lot of us look at Road America and we think, wow, that is a huge racetrack at over 4 miles in length. It takes over 3 minutes to get around it. Most of us are used to driving these 2.25, maybe 2.5-mile road courses. So this is like almost double that. It's amazing. Back on board with Utah Valley University and their Miata. The Miata, one of the most perfectly balanced cars, and in my opinion, the best race car to get started with in road racing. Almost perfect 50-50 balance split from front to back. Parts readily available and relatively inexpensive. Brakes relatively inexpensive as well. Pretty easy car to drive, especially if you're more into the straight line braking area. Car's pretty stable.
I'd agree with you, Polly. Those are some of the best cars to get started with.
I mean, it could be argued the E30 is right there, with it as far as a good car to get started with. But I would say being an E36 tech and having that as our team car, that the Miata is a less expensive car to run. Being a lighter car, its brakes are very expensive on the E36 by comparison, and fuel is also a big thing. You're going to use more fuel on a bigger car. So Miata's a great car to get started with.
Yeah, and those cars are just, the parts and stuff are readily available anywhere you need them from.
Yeah, they really are. There's a ton of performance parts available. You wouldn't need a lot of that for ChampCar because the car is pretty much ready to go out of the box. But you can put springs on it, a bar on it to stabilize that body roll a little bit more, and then and get the car to become a little more neutral instead of the front end being an understeer. Get away from that a little bit. And the main thing with these cars is just to take care of the wheel bearings, to take them out and repack them in between every race or change them out. Wheel bearings are huge in endurance racing as an issue, especially in these 24-hour races. You'll see that. So we have. I don't think we can ever get through a 24-hour race without seeing wheel bearing failure. So that's something you have to be super careful with, maintaining that. But other than that, the Miata is just a great platform to get started in racing for sure. I think they work better for people of smaller stature. A tall guy like me, we had to do some work to the floor pan. I built a floor pan and set it into the car that dropped the seat down, and then I had seat brackets I attached to the sides of the seats like a Corvette to lower the seat so that as we sat in the seat our helmets weren't so close to the roll bar.
Oh.
So some modifications we had to do there, but that had a kit roll cage in it. It wasn't a custom made roll cage, which means it was designed to sit underneath the fiberglass roof. So you were restricted there. So that means the only way to keep your head off the bar was to lower the seat.
Right. Custom would probably gave you a little bit more room, but...
Right. Either way, you can either build the bars up higher or you can lower the seat. We already had the cage in, so that was kind of a no issue. We're not going to do that. We're going to work on the floor pan. But the cars are just about unmatched when it comes to braking performance and quartering performance. There really isn't much out there that can beat you, even without aero. Just a plain old Miata. We were just running hawk pads on it. I think we'd use either Porterfield or hawk pads, blues and blacks, kind of mixed them around to get the balance that we wanted. And it was a very competitive race car. Very reliable. And Utah Valley's having real good luck with it. And hear how hard they're wrapping that machine. They come with a 1.6 or a 1.8 liter engine. They run in the A class. A lot of teams will opt for the 1.8 liter, get a little bit more power out of the engine. The only thing you want to be careful with the car is it's a short wheelbase, so you want to be careful trail braking hard into a high-speed corner. So trail braking in hard, that can cause it to swap ends, and it's virtually impossible to catch. in that situation. But if you're on the power, say in the wet, and the back end begins to step out, that's not nearly as difficult to catch. It's a different situation. A tank slapper, that's not so bad to catch as it is when you're trail braking in at a high rate of speed. And I suppose if you get the suspension working properly, you can probably get away with it, like at a Lime Rock, say going into turn 1 there in Connecticut, where you're going to have that kind of a situation. But again, if you're more of a straight line braker, yeah, you're just not going to have trouble with it.
It's just a good car right out of the box. Just very good, reliable platform. Good teaching tool.
Well, thanks, Lyndall. I appreciate it. Appreciate you tuning in and hanging out with us. And you should be proud of your son. He's doing a great job out there. You know, I'm not sure if our camera's still running in the Visceral machine. It kind of locked up a little bit earlier. So it might have gone down, unfortunately. Then we'll go back and check it later and see if it comes back. Something to kind of set things into perspective, Lyndall, and you'll like this. We were at Charlotte Motor Speedway racing some weeks back, and we ran into a man by the name of John Gardner. Now, John Gardner, you probably haven't heard of him before, but he hosts Tech Garage. It's a couple of shows on one of the cable shows, cable program, cable channels. I'll get it right. And so he's a car guy. He's always been a car guy and all this kind of stuff. And he does instruction and has these 2 shows that he produces, right? So he comes to his first ChampCar race with us. I don't know if you were watching that broadcast. You may have been, because Charlotte Visceral Racing was racing there. But do you remember what he said, how impressed he was? He went out for his first time in a Mustang and was just blown away by the quality of the drivers and the way people are just whizzing by him. He thought he was going fast, and then realized there's a huge gap between what he thought he understood and what these drivers are doing out there. So obviously this is one of the most, if not the most challenging racetrack, the tracks that we've faced in a long time. All of these guys are being tested because most of them haven't been here before. So yeah, it's a unique skill. It really is, and it's something that he can and you can be proud of, and it's always fun to add that experience to your life. The way that you support him through it, it's just great. So yeah, my hat's off to you. And he's doing a great job. You know, he's with a front-running team that have been solid all day long up there in 3rd spot. Still a lot of racing to go. Anything could happen. They're in a great spot to win this race. So we'll see how the race unfolds. But now they're doing a great job putting that car up in P3 right now. So Bucket List Brigade shown not circulating along with maximum effort. Vermont Burt 1 and the Tachophobic Racing Team also not circulating right now. A look out of the tower at the front straightaway as another car comes into the pits. And it looks like Gussick Racing, our P4 car, is now in the pits again. Now that would be unusual. They had already stopped for their regular pit stop at the bottom of the hour. So this would be an unscheduled stop for them. So this is going to hurt them. It's going to allow Visceral to pull out a even better lead over P4 as they have come into the pits. With that number 901 machine. The 901, another Miata that's out here this weekend. There we can see one of the, I think that's one of the BMWs in for service. So one of the things about the Miata that we had to watch out for was we didn't like the location of the fuel filler, which is up on top of the left rear quarter panel. So the quarter panel is super short on a Miata. There's not much to it because the car is so short. So the fuel filler is on top of the quarter panel, unlike so many cars where it's on the side. It's actually on top, which is very close to the driver's compartment. Of course, most of us aren't running roofs. We're not running anything that separates the driver from the outside of the car. The fuel filler neck is pretty close to the interior of the car. So if you had a fuel spill, it's conceivable that some of that fuel could make its way into the driver's compartment. If you had a fire, you're actually pretty close to the driver, especially when you're doing a driver change. As the driver door opens, remember these are two-door cars. There's no four doors. Again, there's not much gap, and it's not uncommon to find that the fuel filler, the guy that's pouring the fuel in, is almost back to back with the guy that's trying to get into the race car as he's helping the other guy out. And so because of that close proximity and the concern about, well, what would happen if, worst case, God forbid, there was a fire. So you've got fuel spilling out, or it has a tendency to kind of fountain its way out as you're pouring it in. It'll do like a little bit of a geyser on you and come back out of the filler neck. So we came up with a way to hold that down to some degree, and all it is, if you can picture in your mind these white PCV pipes that you find at the hardware store of different sizes. You get them up to like 3 inches, 4 inches. They get quite large. Well, they sell a cap for those that you screw down onto the ends for those applications where they put a cap on them. We took one of those caps that was just the right size that would fit just inside of the filler hole. So where the quarter panel rolls down into the pocket there, this cap would fit down into that recess. Then we punched out the center large enough that it would slide easily on the filler hose of the last fill jug. So if you can imagine, what would happen then is we put the hose in and tip up the jug. This cap would slide down the hose and over into the cap, into that recess where the fuel filler is, where the gas cap would be. So as you're pouring fuel in, at that moment when you get it filled and it begins to come back out at you, this cap was very effective at helping to keep that splash from going all over the place and keep it localized into that area. You might think, well, but isn't it still going to go all over the place? Well, inside that pocket is where the vent is. So there's a hose there. So if you can keep it in that pocket, it's gonna pour out through that hose where the hose vent, and the hose vent exits just behind the tire, which is where you're going to put your drip pan anyway, right? So you've got that system. It's not completely closed off, but that was our solution to help deal with the geyser of fuel coming up and the potential of fire. So Jessic Racing still shown in the pits in P4. It is coming up just under 6 hours now from the close of this race. We'll take a quick station break and come right back.
Lifeline is a fire suppression company. We focus on innovation and leading the market in the fire safety category. What's important to us is that we keep drivers safe, that we keep teams safe, that we spare equipment. It's motorsport. It's a dangerous environment. We certainly have gas and oil and combustibles that we're carrying along in a very dynamic environment. Fire is not uncommon. It's our job to put out the fire, make sure our drivers walk away safe, and make sure we can keep doing that. Our market-leading product is a Novec based. It's a 3M Novec fire suppressant. And what really makes us special is the delivery system. This new 8865 3620 system puts that Novec, two separate systems, puts Novec in the cockpit, Novec in the engine bay in less than a second, immediately engulfing the area with a fire extinguishant. So by flooding the area that quickly, we're able to actually put out fires, save equipment, save our drivers. Obviously, that's the most important part. This is the new Lifeline 8865 certification system, our 3620 system, which has a separate cockpit and engine deployment. Specifically, the cockpit fires Novec through a piston system in under 1 second to flood the driver compartment and put the fire out. Our engine piece is fairly unique. Again, same piston-driven system. Floods the engine bay with Novec, and then a couple of seconds later fires a coolant system to prevent reignition. So not only do we put out a fire, but we also prevent a fire from reigniting. It's interesting as we continue to develop, as we continue to push and innovate. We're really working hand in hand with both motorsports and military. So what does a Wayne Taylor race car that's going around the track at 180 miles an hour have to do with a personnel carrier? Very harsh environments, as we're at Sebring and this car is banging around, and the stress is on this fire system again to make this piece live, so that it's available, so that it will put out a fire when it's called upon.
The mic turned on there. So Lifeline, one of our series sponsors. We sure appreciate those guys. They make a fantastic product. Bought and installed one of their systems in our car. We didn't buy the double piston system. That's pretty expensive. But we did buy the Novec based 360 fire suppression system bottle. And this is this product it actually has many of the same benefits of the old Halon, which is no longer used. So it comes out as a gas, unlike the AFFF foam. AFFF foam, there's nothing really wrong with it. There's still a lot of guys using it, and Lifeline sells that product as well. I like the Novec 360 because it comes out as a gas as opposed to the foam, which the foam can blind a driver momentarily. Got your visor down, sprays, and it's like having the soapy water. It's when it comes out, it's what it looks like, is just soapy water. So the Novec, you get around all that. The footprint is a little bit smaller. The weight of the bottle is less. So you start picking up some other advantages here by spending a little bit more money. It's like, I think instead of spending, $450 or $485, you're spending around $700. So it's just a little bit more money. But other than that, the system is really the same. You can get an electronic trigger. You can get the pull. I, of course, went with the pull to save on money. The plumbing diameter is a little bit different. The nozzles are a little bit different than what was in the car. So I just pulled that out and put this stuff in there. The installation instructions, the way they want you aiming it, for instance, is more like at the feet area, and whereas in the AFFF phone they want it more like around the torso and the mid-range area. So the instructions, the setup's a little bit different for the Novec, but yeah, so it's great. Just came in a really small bottle, and it came with one bracket, which I mounted into the transmission tunnel, and then just ran my cable from the dash underneath and back up. I like to get the pull tension to be around 5 pounds if I can. This is under 5 pounds. That's just to make sure that it's snag proof. So if you're not flailing in the car or something, you lose control of the car and you're flailing around, you don't accidentally hit it, and pull it with a sleeve or something like that. Yeah, so Lifeline Fire Suppression Systems, great product, as you saw from the commercial, and I certainly recommend it if you're at that point of transition where you're building a car. It's a great product to go with. So yeah. All right, so like taking a look at Race Hero, you can see we've got Son of Andre still out front, Arbank Racing in P2, Visceral Racing Group in P3, Gussick Racing back out on the racetrack in P4, Alchemy Autosport in 5th, Bucket List Brigade in 6th, Roto Pluker in 7th, the Renegades in P8, and Rusty Rotors in P9th, in P9, with Impact Motorsports in 10th. Hey, Alex. So a lot of our in-car cameras have gone down again, but we've still got one in the Utah Valley University machine. Send Bill an info on that. Hey, good morning, buddy.
Morning, Alex. My eyes are getting heavy.
Okay, message sent. Yeah, so Alex, you're probably up getting ready for to start a race out there in Texas, aren't you? Yeah, so over the evening hours here, not a lot has changed. Things have remained relatively static. We've seen a little bit of shift in position. you mentioned Alchemy Autosport now up to 5th. Bodo Pluker back out on track, down in 7th. Rusty Rotors and their VW Rabbit in the pits again. And I think that's not scheduled, so this will hurt them a little bit. But I think just about everybody's had to come in at one point or another for something they really didn't want to have to do, more than just a fuel stop. Yeah, it looks like they came in and they're sweeping up. So I don't see the Rabbit in the pits anymore. So they're cleaning up. Looks like they might have put more fuel in it. I wonder if they have a super small fuel tank and they just have to keep putting gas in it every hour. So we've had a remarkably low attrition rate out here in Utah. Remarkable is that typically in these 24-hour races, we see quite a bit of attrition. It's just normal with the amount of racing that's going on. Plus, in this race, we also have a lot of heat. So putting those two things together, we see drivers that are falling by the wayside and the cars too. We certainly saw that at Nelson Ledges earlier this year. And that's just par for the course in these 24-hour races. It's very difficult to maintain. But we really haven't seen that. We've got maybe 4 cars that are out of the event. So we look through the timing and scoring there. We've got Will Wood that's not racing. We know that Bill's car is retired. Maximum Effort shown not circulating right now. But the rest of these cars seem to be going out and turning laps. We've got 131 laps turned by Tachophobic, 128 laps by Bill's team. They're done for the day. Willwood in their Miata, we're not quite sure what the story is there. They've been in and out throughout the race. So they may be doing some brake testing. They may not be really competing for the win, so they might actually be asleep right now, which is where we should be, instead of racing. And then get up a little bit later and go out and do some more laps. But yeah, so we're seeing a lot of teams managing to hang on and stay out there. So that's pretty cool. Re-grab that so we get a little bit better grab on it. So that is as things are at this time. Some of the things that happened earlier in the race, at the beginning of the race, we got started a little bit late. It was 10:09 when we went green. We had Racing Strong Motorsports in the pits early, along with Tachophobic. With Tachophobic, it was distributor issues. With Racing Strong, it was fuel pump delivery, fuel issues, fuel pump issues. It had to do with apparently the fuel filter. Some of the old paper from the previous filter had broken away and gotten into the pump. That had to be removed. And then around 5:20, they came into the pits with a rear axle failure. That put them out for about 6 hours. They rolled back out 6 hours later. Immediately ran into issues with the cool suit system failing. They kind of powered through that. Bill ran 1 hour stint, got out of the car exhausted from the heat, and by that time darkness was upon us, and it made the very difficult driving conditions, not having familiarity with the track and the cool suits not working properly. And then around the time when they got back out, Bandits had come in with a power steering failure. And we had just seen them moments earlier here from Visceral Racing Group. That onboard camera just up ahead, they lost control of the car. And you'll see here, it causes the car to pitch off the racetrack. And they lose control of the car under braking. And it just pitches off to the right abruptly there, as you can see. So we were keeping an eye on that. And okay, Tiffany, go ahead. Yeah, get some rest. And also, let's see, what else do we have here? So Bandits came in. They spent some time in the pits getting that power steering issue resolved. Got the car back on track. They've been turning laps. You see, they're currently in P11. They're in the pits right now with that car. So that, yeah, that pretty much gets you up to speed. There was an issue with the Visceral Racing Group. They around that same time, they also came into the pits with a what we call a drivability issue. Basically, it's just the engine wasn't running right. It was backfiring. It was stalling as they were coming around the track. And looks like that was attributed to water in the fuel system. So they managed to drive that out of the car. They were behind the wall for almost a half an hour. They didn't lose a position in that time period. So they managed to stay in third spot, even though they took some time out behind the wall to look at the car. They took the car back out on the track. It still wasn't running quite right, but they drove through it and got that cleared out. And so that's a quick rundown of where things have been. As we got into the evening hours there, not a lot has changed. The teams have managed to hold on to their positions and stay strong. We've had some. We had the J30, I think it is. The Infinity was in the pits. We saw getting hub changed out. They may still be there. Let's take a peek in on them and see if they're still there. Yeah, the car is still there in the pits, which we do have a 30-minute maximum that you're allowed to be in the pits. So if you're going to have a big repair like that, you're supposed to take it behind the wall. Otherwise, you incur lap penalties. So they will most likely be assessed lap penalties as a result of staying in the pits this long. I don't see the crew out there with the car, so they may be running for parts somewhere. I don't know where they're going to find parts at this time of the morning, you know. So it's almost 4:30 in the morning out there. Oh, no, there is a crewman out there, so maybe they are still hands on deck servicing that car, trying to get it back up and going again. On board with the Utah Valley University Mazda Miata, because that's the only in-car camera we currently have that's working. So we'll ride along with them. And I want to thank you guys for joining us here on ChampCar Live. ChampCar Live, made by racers for racers. 5.5 hours remaining in the race today. Out here at Utah Motorsports Campus in Tooele Valley, Utah. They've actually had fire burning off on one of the mountains nearby, and that's caused a haze to come out over the racetrack area. It is the Rocky Mountain 24 on ChampCar Live, presented by RVA Graphics and Wraps. It is the ChampCar Endurance Series at Utah Motorsports Campus for our second of 3 24-hour races this year. I'm Paul Veltum, and the sole surviving member of the broadcast team. Everybody else has conked out. These 24-hour races are tough. Usually I'm the one that goes to bed and they stay up, and this time it just worked out this way. Well, we also have another race going on at the same time. It's MSR Houston, which is going to go green at 7:30 this morning Central Time, 8:30 Eastern Time. So it's 6:30 right now, in just 2 hours. They're going to be going green in Houston at MSR. And yesterday's race, it was 9-4 Motorsports taking not only P1 but P2. The best of our collective memory, that is the first time a two-car team has taken both P1 and P2 in a ChampCar event. So here's a look at MSR. What it looks like. This is running in the opposite direction. We're actually running counterclockwise this weekend. You get an idea of the layout of the track from this in-car video, which is on the MSR Houston website. Several racetracks that we compete at will run the cars either way. And this is one of those tracks that will do just that. But we don't have a lot of racetracks on the counter that we run counterclockwise. So it's unique and interesting that we're running two races simultaneously this weekend. And both of them are anti-clockwise. Going around the carousel here. Heading out onto the front straightaway. See how bumpy it is through here. And into turn one he goes. This is actually a pretty fast racetrack. It's got several sections that are flat out. This whole complex here. His way towards the keyhole. This is very bumpy and challenging through here. Very fast. Through the keyhole and down to the chicane. A lot of change of direction here. This is a lot of work for the drivers. You can see using all the racetrack. Through the bus stop chicane. All the way out using all the pavement. Now down that very fast section of the racetrack. The back straights here. The track tightens up here. Very tight right-hander. Making him onto the front straightaway. Giving a point by to another car. Straightaways are a great place to give a point by. It's a safe place to pass. Hitting those clipping points nicely and back onto start-finish line straight. And that's a lap around MSR Houston. There's a look at the racetrack. Now again, we're running it in the opposite direction. You can see turn one up here. We were coming down through two, through the carousel. Round 3 and 4. Up through the bus stop, through the keyhole, up through launch. down through gut check. Around 17 and on to pit straight again. That's what the lap looks like for us this weekend here at MSR Houston. Again, that race beginning in just a couple of hours. So teams are just waking up right about now, getting ready to head to the racetrack if they're not there already. Maybe getting their coffee and getting prepared to get to the racetrack. They'll probably have a short driver's meeting about an hour before the beginning of the race. So some of the teams might be getting there already to prepare to get ready for another 7 hours of racing. They're going to start very early. It's 7:30 in the morning. That's a very early start time for our races, but I think Doc pointed out something very well. Having been a native, or having lived in Texas, it's most likely because of the heat. This is one of the techniques they use to avoid the hot afternoon by being able to checker at 2:30. They avoid racing deep into the day when the heat really soaks into you. So a wise maneuver there by the officials. As we go back and look at Race Hero, this is what's going on here at Utah Motorsports Campus. Son of Andre up front with R-Bank Racing in P2. Bissell Racing Group in P3. Jussic Racing in P4 and Alchemy Autosport in P5. So pretty much since the start of the race, Son of Andre took an early lead, and they've been pretty much in command of the race ever since. That car has been decisively quicker in their lap times. R-Bank Racing putting up a good fight. They caught them during the first round of pit stops, if my memory's good. Passed them for the lead. Started to pull away, got almost 10 seconds out, and then the driver of the Mustang was acclimated enough with the racetrack to begin to turn that around, past R-Bank Racing, and really never looked back. The following drivers continued to extend that gap. Now up to about 5 laps is the difference in distance between Son of Andre and R-Bank Racing. Bissell Racing Group, a different story. Whereas R-Bank was climbing through the field, Bissell began tumbling through the field early on and found themselves down below 10th spot. I think they were as low as 15th at one time. But then once they kind of got their mojo and again found some acclimation to the track, began climbing their way up through the field. They were my pick to win this race, and now they have themselves solidly in third position. So, of course, those 3 teams separated by several laps, but all of those teams, those top 3 teams, in a great spot to take the win. Anything could happen in this race with still almost 5.5 hours of racing remaining in this event today. And there again is a look at Race Hero. Here you can see some of the cars that are not turning laps right now. Maximum Effort Racing, Impact Motorsports, Vermont Burt 1, Tachophobic, Racing Strong Motorsports. That car has been retired. Willwood, Steel is Cheaper. Answer is always Miata. That car, we believe, retired with a head gasket failure. Not sure. And Farce India never started the race. So that's how things look at this time out here in Utah. As the sun has come up out east here, I don't know if I'd say sun, but daylight has broke. We have emerged from the evening darkness out here in Indiana, Eastern Standard Time, and light is upon us. So that means it's going to begin to get light here in the next hour or two out in Utah. We have as we take a look from our tower camera, looking out over the pits, you can see it is still pitch black out there in Utah. One of our competitors in the pits right now with a lit antenna on top of the car. Hi, Ray. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the broadcast, the Utah race. As you can see, we've got Son of Andre out front in their Mustang, Our Bank Racing in P2, and Visceral Racing Group in P3. If you've been following along with this race, top 10 have been pretty much static. There's been a little bit of a maneuvering with the Alchemy Autosport team moving up a couple spots, but other than that, it's been a pretty static situation there. These teams have been just motoring on, doing what they need to do to keep the car out on the racetrack. This very challenging 23 corner, 28 apex road course. Go back on board with Utah Valley in their early generation Mazda Miata. Coming into the pits again. Now this would not be when they wanted to be coming into the pits. They were just in not too long ago, so they really shouldn't be coming in this early. Looks like he's got his gloves off already.
Out that long. How long have you been out?
I need gas.
How long have you been out?
An hour.
I gotta turn down the fuel pressure. Where are you at on fuel?
About halfway, about 4.7.
Oh, is it starting to cut out?
Yeah, it's cutting.
Oh. What is that? What? You're gonna fill it up.
Fill me up.
It's starting to cut out. Starting to cut out.
So they're starting to run out of fuel. He's only been out there for about an hour.
Let's go. Gas, gas, gas.
So this is where the communication system comes in handy. If you've got comms working, you can discuss all this and the crew can be ready for you, but you can't just come in and ask for gas and expect them to jump over the wall and do it. They have to put on all of their protective clothing first in order to be eligible to jump over the wall and fuel the car. Now, if he's using more fuel, it could be because he's turning faster lap times, and that's why he's consuming extra fuel. Of course, there could also be some sort of a mechanical problem where the engine's using more fuel than it should, like a failing fuel injector or a leak somewhere. Sometimes, too, you can be fueling the car so fast we found out that you can think it's full, and it really isn't. So you're adding fuel. You see it overflow. It's like, okay, it must be full. Well, actually, we found out on our Miata you had to kind of nurse it at the end to make sure you really did get it full, all the way full.
What was your fuel tank number? I think it was like 4.8. 4.8. I don't know what could be causing that.
So these are the things they got to learn as they develop their team. Are we getting the fuel tank filled? And if so, are we having any leaks? Is the engine running properly? Are we burning excessive fuel? Is the driver mistaken? You know, they came in because they said it was beginning to sputter. Is there something else wrong with the car? He'll find out when he fills the tank. If it takes all of that fuel, that the tank will whatever its capacity is. I don't remember what it is. So if it's like 12 gallons or 10 gallons or whatever it is, if it's truly empty, then he'll know, okay, the car actually did use that much fuel, so maybe we didn't get it full in the last time in. Maybe it has a leak, maybe it's consuming more fuel than it should. Or maybe the driver's just quicker than the rest of us. What do his lap times look like? Is he 2 seconds a lap faster than everybody else on the team previously? That's going to use more fuel. So there's a look at the track map. As they finish up their pit stop and get ready to go back out.
Hold on, Andy. Is it running? You can go. Is it running okay? Until it starts to cut out? Yeah. Okay.
That's all good?
Okay.
All right, enjoy.
It sounds like the car's running good now. One of the things that we've run into at some of the tracks is the drivers not being belted in properly when they leave the pits. So a lot of us are using Hans devices, and those Hans device looks just like a horse collar. And the way that it works is it has a tether at the back of the collar that connects to the helmet. You have to put on these, your harness, your shoulder harness has to be installed properly in order to use the Hans device. If the belts are below the Hans device is rendered useless. The belts have to go over the Hans device before they're buckled in. And so what we've been seeing is teams showing up at pit out with those belts not properly placed over the Hans device, and thus they have to be fixed before they can be sent back out. So some of the other things that we have to check to make sure we have in place properly is the helmet strap. That has to be fastened before we send the driver out. Some of the other things you got to watch out for, make sure that your jacket zipped up all the way. It's easy to forget to do that. If you have facial hair like a beard, you need to be wearing a balaclava, which is a no-mix hood essentially, and that needs to be tucked in to your suit. And of course all of the belts fasten properly into the retaining lock. So we'll take a quick break and leave you with the Utah Valley team here. Be back in just a moment, folks. Stay with us. Alright, guys. So, back from a quick break. We got Renegades in the pits. Son of Andre still up front. Arbank in P2. Visceral Racing Group still in P3. Like everything didn't fall apart while I was gone, so. Alright. So this Utah Valley University team in their 90 Mazda Miata number 12 car. Their team, this is their first race with us. It's a new team. And they, it wasn't long ago, I think it was a couple weeks ago, they were petitioning to find any Miata teams that might be willing to donate a couple tires to them so they could make this race. They were really on a shoestring budget. So it's a good story to see them out here doing well. Downshifts are clean. Trying to bring up our tower cam here so we can see over into the pits. And it looks like that tower cam might have gone down, so. Counting down to the top of the hour here, 5 o'clock, excuse me, it'll be 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock local time. It's a mountain time with 5 hours remaining. So they'll check her at 10 a.m. local time, noon here out east. So yeah, good morning everybody, those of you that are signing on, joining us. Just the closing 5 hours of this race. There's a look at Race Hero. Give you an idea of how things are at the moment. Again, things haven't changed much over the evening hours. They've remained pretty static.
Everything's quitting again.
Yeah, unfortunately. So I'm about cooked.
Here, hold on. I can't hear you. Hold on. All right, there we go. All right. You gonna come back? All right. Go.
So what we got going on right now, Son of Andre up front still, Arbank in second, Visceral up in third. Not much has changed. Things have been pretty static over the evening hours here. And we should be seeing pit stops in about half an hour, I think.
I spoke to Visceral. Visceral said they're coming in about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, okay. So you should be seeing everybody coming in around that same time. So yeah, I'm going to step away and then I'll be back here a little bit later on, man. All right.
Am I live?
Yep, you're good.
Right. Yeah, the Utah Valley University Mazda Miata, they're a bunch of new guys. They've done a lot of learning this weekend. They've made a few mistakes here and there, but they're getting better and better as the night goes on, or morning comes on. Local time is 5 a.m. Trying to get all our cameras back up. So next door is a sort of a country western festival. So there's a lot of people over there using up all our bandwidth. And that camera's not working. See those lights in the background? They kind of distract. And for me, it was like reflecting off my glasses and my visor. And it just wasn't a good a good fun time. This was a fun little complex here, only because you had landmarks. And then it's basically 4th and 5th, maybe 6th gear if you have it. Pretty rough on my broadcasters. They're not used to working so long. So this is Bill Strong from ChampCar Live. And we are at Utah Motorsports Campus, just west of, where are we? West of Salt Lake City. So I woke up about 5 o'clock this morning, or yesterday morning, to get my car ready for the start of the race. And we made the start, just didn't start. We had a problem with fuel and the fuel filter that had set in my yard for about a year and a half. So once that took about 3 laps, maybe 4 laps to get fixed, and sent our driver out and did some respectable times, 4:30 or 3:33s. And we had other issues later. We had a broken axle, and got that fixed, sent the car back out. And when the axle broke, it broke all kinds of other stuff down there, so got all that sorted. And then we had issues with our left rear CV joint. So hopefully, that's good now. So we decided not to finish racing. I need to be able to take my trailer on and off the trailer. Right, we have EV on track. They're pulling back a car. It's hooked up. Can't tell what car is being towed back. The 813 is back in pit lane. And the 94, they flagged me down. They had some issues with their wheelwood brake and right front. It had exploded, and so they were trying to fix it and seal it up, and told them, hey, wheelwood down at the end. Well, they all went running down there, and they picked one, and now they're going to buy it. It's not working. We lost our pit cameras. Our internet's been pretty wonky yesterday and today. I'll just leave you guys to watch the in-car camera that I mounted in the Utah Valley University Mazda Miata, the number 2 car. $8:13 now, leaving pit lane after fuel and driver change. Sorry, folks, I dozed off there for a second. I'm still here at Utah Motorsports Campus for the Rocky Mountain 24, hosted by ChampCar Endurance Series. The sky is lightening up now. See the sun coming up here pretty soon. You guys have any questions, let us know. Get them answered for you. ChampCar Endurance Series. All right, the number 30, the old Miata PI car. That's Alchemy, I think it is. They just pulled into pit lane. Well, good luck, Alex. Hope you guys do well today. The 241 car leaves pit lane again. They were having some issues with their fuel pump or lights. Might have been lights because they've got one light out, but they were sitting in the back of the car. It was fixing something back there when I walked by to go help pit in a little early this morning. Sorry, folks. Paulie stepped away to get some needed rest so he can finish off the show for us. I keep dozing off. It's been a tough race. Looks like the 32 car. Yeah, looks like the 32 car's in pit lane. The internet's so sorry, folks. The internet's just so slow. I can't get the information I need to find out who they are. Everything keeps dying on us.
Nice and warm. key in it for me? You smell it. Yeah. I'll smell a key. Do we need to check oil? Do we need to check oil, Matt? Yeah, probably. I need someone to prop it. I can't reach it. You need what? Check oil. Yeah, I'll do it. Okay. Get that jack over. Don't need both sets. No, just jack it up. On this side. How we rotating these? I don't know yet. We have to look at it. Oil's good. Bring the light over here. Somebody got a torque wrench ready? Good.
Sorry, my alarm went off. Who's back there? Oh, where is he? You're in pit lane right now. Where are they? Yep, they're in pit lane. Okay, I see them. Bunch of guys coming down. Here comes the MR2, the 801.
No, I thought we fueled. Dylan did it.
You gotta let that side down first. Go ahead and let it down, Andy. Down. You on? Okay.
Here goes Visceral Racing out, 918. I believe they're in third or fourth place.
good? Yep. Okay, man, enjoy.
Hello? Hello? I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. Hello? Anybody out there? Oh.
I think we lost our feeds.
Hello out there.
Hey, Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, Bill. If I was doing better, I'd be awake.
I kind of dozed off, I think, the last hour.
Right?
No, I really did. Paulie stepped away for about an hour. He'll be back here soon.
Good for him. How's the car doing, Bill?
We quit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of noise in the left rear wheel bearing, and I need to be able to take it on and off the trailer. So
right,
we just decided to call it quits. So I went out and helped my coworkers, and
I'm sorry to hear that, Bill.
yeah, that's racing, man.
Yeah,
that happens.
It is, but it still sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I mean, you got out there. Everybody got a stint in the car or two.
Actually, a couple of stints, yeah.
Cool. Did you go back out?
No.
Oh.
No, it's a scary track at night. These guys are putting in some pretty impressive times, though.
Yeah, I was just looking at things. It doesn't look like much has changed near the top.
No.
I got Son of Andre still in the lead by what, 4 laps?
Yeah.
Visceral's hanging in there about what? If I could do some math, 298 to 305, 15 laps. That math was easy. Gussick Racing in 4th, Alchemy Autosport, the old former Miata PI in 5th, Bucket List in 6th, Roto Palooka in 7th, 8th, Impact Motorsports, 9, the Renegades, 10, Rusty Rotors, 11, Bandits has climbed back up there. Hey, and the Utah Valley University guys are still hanging in there in 12th.
Yeah, that's our in-car camera right now.
Ah, cool. My screen's frozen up.
I don't know. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. It must have gone down.
Right. Yeah, I got the same view on Facebook, and the clock's ticking. So, Paulie's countdown clock. So Grandpa Bill, hey, that Crown Vic is out there in 14th, and 3 under par racing in 15th. I'm just kind of giving a rundown because it keeps me awake at the moment till the coffee kicks in. Hopefully it kicks in. I set it to stun this morning.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's strong, but the coffee cup has suffered some structural damage. There's pressure cracks in it. Oh, God. Oh, so we're what? We're coming up with 4 hours to go.
So I can get 4 hours sleep.
That's about. I crashed about 3:30, I think.
Yeah.
I can't remember if that was local. No, that was local time. So yeah, I got about 4 hours in. Feel like I've been run over. Frankly, the only thing that woke me up was the leg cramp that would have killed a lesser man. The kind where you have to hop out of bed and put some pressure on it.
Right. So when's your next race?
Well, coverage wise, of course, it'll be VIR, but car wise, it'll be Amp and then Barber.
Cool.
Yeah. So we got some work to do. We got an auto show coming up. It's called Wings and White Walls, and it's out at the Dobbins Air Force Base. So we got, I think, 4 Champ cars coming out there.
Cool.
Yeah, we got my car. We have Matt Harper's new build from Flying Wrench. That's that 15 car. We got Rich is going to bring a car out from Jazz. And I think Pete's going to bring the Mean Green car out. And then Halston's got a sweet Oldsmobile 442. Looks like the Hearst Olds. It's that gold and white. And then Matt's going to bring, he's got an ultra expensive Porsche. He's going to bring that out. And then Greg Martin, who has been running our team for the last couple of races, he's got a restored El Camino that he's going to bring out. So there'll be about 7 of us out there, something like that. And steal some goodies from us at VIR to, put up a couple of tables or something like that, maybe some banners.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try it.
901 comes down pit lane. I think I have a camera in that car.
Yeah, I don't.
No, maybe not.
Paulie had that auto switch thing working pretty well last night, if I recall correctly.
Ah, cool.
Where the display, the broadcast. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. But it doesn't appear to be working now.
No, because we lost pretty much all our cameras. I can't get anything out here.
Right. But hey, what I'm going to try and do is hitch a ride with Running Bulls down to Sebring and see if I can't be there live.
Cool.
Kind of depends
on
how much room they have in their truck. Michael's got a big old extended cab, 4-seat. Big old truck.
Well, it's getting very light out there. I can see the whole track now. But guys are still running their lights. The sky is orange to the west of us.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock there. Yep. Speaking of which, I have to do my lap counts. 4 hours.
Bill Wood actually broke some hubs, I think it was.
Yeah, I saw that they're not circulating again.
Yeah. The reconnection successful. Yeah, see, the network keeps going up and down, up and down, up and down. Yeah, sorry, folks. We don't have any live cameras right now.
We don't have any live people either.
No.
We're at best ambulatory. Now, when are you heading back, Bill? Stay a
4
day?
hours. 4 hours from now.
Oh, no, you're kidding me.
Now I'm going to pull my trailer out in the, they have a big entry to this track. I'm just going to pull it out there in the big field they have and lay down and go to sleep.
There you go. Okay. So you're not hitting the road right away.
Nah.
Good. Because let's not repeat what happened after the VIR last year.
Oh, that was bad. Yeah, I learned my lesson. Actually, I'll probably get a hotel.
Oh, good.
If I have any money left.
Right.
Wait, is today payday?
It's getting close.
No, I think Monday's payday. Yeah, sorry guys, we've lost all our cameras. I can't do anything about it.
We've lost our minds too.
Yeah. Sun's coming up here in Utah. The moon is rising or is falling.
Setting.
Setting in the east. Well, the sun is coming up in the sun is coming up in the east.
Yeah, wait.
West.
Yeah, something's wrong there.
Yeah. I get all turned around here. There goes Visceral Racing. They've got a camera in the car, but cars are pretty much spread out around the track.
Yeah, I was fixing. This is my end of a sheet, so I do a lap thing just to see what the gap is. So we got Son of Andre at 308 laps, R Bank at 303, Visceral at 292, Gussick Racing at 287, Alchemy at 278, Bucket List 273, Roto Palooka at 265, Impact 264. That's the closest one we've seen so far. Renegades at 262. They're not too far behind. Rusty Rotors at 261. Bandits at 258. Hey, the Utah Valley guys are on the same lap at 258. Next, we go down to Volatile Ram and that Toyota Supercharged MR2.
Yeah, they're doing really well.
251. The Crown Vic of Grandpa Bill, they're at 232 laps. And 300 Par Racing is at 225. So, yeah, there's a couple of cars within touch of each other, but most everybody else has got a cushion that they can play with.
Yes, please.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, Rodney says, just think 2 weeks, we get to do this all over again.
Yeah, yeah. Rodney, I know you were kind of shooting for your car to be ready for that race. Is it going to be ready?
All right, the 700 or 799. Yeah, it's a 700 car just pulled in, minus a hood. So they're doing a fuel and driver change.
That's Bucket List Brigade running in 6th place.
I'm cramping up. Ow.
God, they hurt.
The 813 just came in. They're doing something. I think a lot of cars are just coming in, turning a few laps, and going back out. Oh, sorry.
Don't fall over.
My foot caught the cable. Yeah, I'm still trying to get these cameras to work. Nothing's coming up. I mean, nothing is connecting, or it connects for like a second and a half and then drops.
Won't latch on.
Nope. Thank you, sir. It's cold. I fell asleep for like, I don't know, an hour maybe. Good. Well, it's not really asleep. My alarm went off at one point.
Yeah. Who set that damn thing?
That was on one of the phones that we use for cameras. I don't know why that got set. That's all right. That's the same one that goes. I when I get home from the races, I start downloading all the video and stuff.
Right.
And it just started going off at I forget, a couple of weeks ago, and Amy was so mad because it went off like at 5 a.m.
Oh.
And the 76 car is coming down pit lane. You know, what's amazing is that Trans Am is still out there.
I was thinking the same thing. Those things usually blow up.
Yep.
20 minutes into a race.
Morning, Matt Tirico. Is that the boss man you're talking to, Bill?
What was that?
Is that the boss man you're talking to?
No, it's one of my drivers.
Gotcha.
We decided to sit up here in the tower and sleep.
Sure. Probably a little cooler up there.
Actually, it's pretty hot. They turned off the AC. Yeah, the AC got turned off about 10 o'clock.
Oh, no.
Yep. There goes
quiet.
There go. Yeah, it's quiet. There goes our bank down the front straightaway, followed by the 131 BMW. So the flagger has his binoculars out and he's looking down the straightaway to see if something's dragging on one of the cars. So he showed interest in the R bank car.
The red car sounds like it's gotten longer, so it might be having some exhaust issues.
Good. So the Infinity had a brake explosion or a hub explosion last night. So they rebuilt everything. It kind of hit their Willwood brakes. So he asked me if I knew how to seal up the brakes, and I said, "Well, Bill Wood is right down the pit lane here. They're packing up now, so go find them." So they're back on track. So Bill Wood's crew probably got him the stuff they needed to fix their brakes. There goes Visceral down the front straightaway.
So is that that J30 out there? Is that an automatic, Bill, like Ed runs in the Team Infinity car?
It actually sounds like it because the way they were shifting coming down the front straightaway here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is or not. It just sounded like it did.
Right.
Unless the guy didn't know how to shift a stick very well.
and that is, of course, a possibility as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ed and them do pretty well with that automatic.
Yes, they do.
He can usually be counted on to be in the top 10 at most races.
That's a well-sorted car.
Yeah.
Unlike my cameras right now. All right, Bolly, time to come to work. Hey, welcome folks from Endurance Racing USA. We have some dead cameras right now. Our engineer has gone to sleep for a couple hours, so he'll be back here real soon to fix our camera situation. We had a working camera up until about 5 o'clock.
Hey,
local time.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm looking at Race Hero, and it looks like Son of Andre just set their fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's clear out there.
On lap 310, 325, 141.
It's very light lit.
If I'm reading this right.
That car is so fast.
It's purple on, and I think that means best. 324, 571. It says on lap 311. So I think I'm reading that right.
I gotta load my
not,
trailer.
so sue me. Okay, Matt Tarico just commented, but how come I can't see that? Cool air. Okay. That could very well be it. Track isn't, I heard it was pretty greasy out there.
Not really greasy, more like sandy.
Sandy,
a lot of guys, a lot of guys are going off track and
spread the sand around.
Not just sand, but gravel.
Ah.
Hey, we got a live camera. Stay there, buddy. Stay. Yeah, so the Tower Cam 3 is now live. Whoa, somebody got a little loose out there.
Yeah, I just confirmed that Son of Andre is setting his fastest laps. He went from a 325, 141 down to a 324, 571.
Wow. And the 47 Trans Am pulls in. They have to fuel that a lot. It must have a small fuel tank.
Right. Well, I'm sure that engine's doing its part to eat up fuel. So Cameron Evans on says, cheering on my buddy Dale in the Impact E36. So he's saying, I hope they podium in class. So let's see. I know I can do this. Sort by position. That wasn't it. Show overall is what I've got. Aha. That was the right button. So, Impact, I showed them fourth in C class. They've got Bucket List Brigade right in front of them. Let's see, Impact is showing 268 laps. Bucket List is about, what, 7 laps in front of them. 276 laps. Visceral Racing Group, 295. And our bank in the Saab is 307. You know, we were talking about it, Bill. We got, of course, the D-Class, the son of Andre, in the lead. And it's not often a D-Class car wins one of these races.
No, it's not.
It's kind of almost like EC cars. Yeah, it happens, but it's pretty rare.
They have a really big fuel tank. They add a lot of fuel to it.
Well, and he won back-to-back at, Thunderhill earlier this year. So that car is a for reals car. Getting into
Hey guys, how's it going? Hey guys, how's it going? All right, Matt. Thanks. I appreciate you. They must have just stepped away. I was just thought I just overheard them on my phone as I was getting up. So. Oh, okay. What we got going on here? There, we got a camera working. Woo, Doc.
What up, Paulie?
Hey, man.
How are you?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Wow. I told Bill if I was doing better, I'd be awake.
Yeah. There we go. Now you're talking. Not sure what happened there with our comm system, but that's okay. Oh, wait a minute. I got 3. I got Bill. And how long have you guys been down? Just a minute?
Yeah. Just literally like 2 minutes ago.
I thought so. I just woke up and I turned up my phone. I heard you talking a little bit and I came in and it's like,
our picture was up, but it looked like it was frozen because Bill and I were talking, and I think we were talking over the air, and people have responded to us on Facebook. So I figured we were still broadcasting. So
yeah, you were, but the picture was frozen.
Yeah, because now the tower camera is up. I see on Facebook, and it's light out there.
Yeah. I don't think we've got anything working except Bill's camera, and he's obviously not going anywhere. So
right. Well, I don't know. They've parked the car.
Right.
Yeah. The left rear was acting up, I think.
Yep.
Oh.
All right. So,
hey, when you get a chance, share your screen with me.
Oh, okay. Did he step away to go to sleep or something?
Well, one of his teammates came up and he made mention of something about loading the trailer. So I don't know if they've gone off to do that or not. But he was just on. We were talking, and all of a sudden, Ring Central said, "Oh, I'm going away."
It's weird.
And then you came on right away afterwards. As soon as I posted that note on our chat, on Messenger, you said, "Okay." It's like, oh, well, he's up. So it looks like doing my lap charts, not much has changed.
Let's see what you got. Main bucket. 5.
I mean, even the gaps are still about the same as when I left.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like things pretty much were. Well,
there's a couple of cars in touch with each other, but
yeah, not much changed.
Most everybody else has got a couple of laps on their nearest competitor. One of the things, Son of Andre keeps resetting their fastest time of the day. They just turned in a 3:24.571 3 laps ago. Boy's got his visor down. He's getting with it.
Yes, sir. All right.
I'm going to step away and go refill my coffee.
Doke. All right, so it's coming up on 8:26. Let's see. The race should be getting started here momentarily out there in Houston. right, guys, we're just trying to work out the tech here. I don't have any cameras running out there at the racetrack, so let's see if we can get something going here.
Hey, he's back.
Hey, Bill. Hey, Mike. How many teams started?
No, this is Bill.
Yeah, I know. I think about all of them. I think we only had maybe one team that didn't start, so it would be about 23 of the 24 teams started. Bill, we don't have any cameras running, and so if we can get anything going, except for your in-car camera's working.
Oh, mine is, of course.
Yeah, that one's working. That's the only one left.
Got one up here. It's in car 1, but I need something with a big cage. Wait, I can actually fix that. But I have to have a car. Put it in.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They're all out on the racetrack.
Yeah, there's that.
53 just came out of the paddock, and they're coming down pit lane. The noise you hear is me making trying to make a camera. What the heck?
Yeah, looks like we don't. 7:30. It was. And what I've been looking for is to get a camera up for Houston, but the one we used yesterday, they haven't got their camera up and running, so I'm not sure we're going to get anything for the Houston race.
So we are still having some massive issues with the network here. It's not working. That's the massive issue.
Oh, that. What about this, the Note 8? What's that? I see a picture there.
That's me. That's what I'm using now.
Okay.
Let's try that. Hold on. I'm all tied up here. Since we can't get me, I give you the start finish line. I know that's not the optimal.
All right, just give me something to show besides timing and scoring. So that's something.
Yeah. Let me move it down here. Sorry, I don't have a mount for it. There you go.
All right. All right, so we got a little bit of something going on here. We're working on cameras, folks. Thanks for your patience with it. Yeah.
All right, I'm back with a fresh refill. All right. Do my little lap counts here.
Hey, Polly, go to in-car 8.
Okay.
working?
I'm trying to get it going here. Let's see here.
So it looks like Utah Valley and Bandits pitted at the same time, and Utah Valley is now overtaken Pontiac Trans Am to run in 11th place. Proud of those guys.
Yeah.
Hope their tires are holding up.
So, Bill, you said in car 8?
In car 8.
Okay, that's not coming up for some reason.
Oh, hold on. I had the wrong feed. It is in car 8. And it's live.
Yeah, I got it. That's much better.
Yeah, the computer feed won't work. It keeps dying.
All right, you guys.
Okay.
That in car 8, he's not making very good lap times, and it looks like he's parked on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, but it's a good shot. You can see the mountains in the distance. We've got the sun starting to work its way up.
So Mike Smith's asking how many cars started, and that would be 23. And what happened to Bill's MR2? The left rear hub, the
bearing.
The bearing, that's right. That's the word I was looking for. She no work no more.
She gave up.
All right, the Sprint phone will be start finish line and replace what you're using there, okay?
Sprint phone. What's that?
Sprint.
Sprint 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's live. Let me get a power cable on that guy.
All right, so it's Son of Andre, Arbank Racing, Visceral Racing Group. There's your top 3. Got a solid gap there.
Yeah, not much has changed.
No, it was pretty steady through the night. Not a lot of movement. Everybody stayed pretty steady. Impact Motorsports showing in the pits along with Vermont Burt 1. So just a quick look here at race here. You can see how people are situated right now. You see over on the right side how many laps to P1 and what the gaps look like. There's a significant gap between each position. So still about almost 3.5 hours remaining in the race.
Yeah.
While this race is going on, we've also got a race getting ready to start up at the Twilight Grand Prix. That should be going green, if not now already. Let's see, time frame here. Should be green now, but I'm not seeing it in timing and scoring. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Get battery.
Are you trying to do math, Molly?
No.
Okay, good.
No, I'm not going to do that.
All right. Yeah, don't do that to yourself. Could hurt.
Yeah. So there's a look at the field roughly as they get prepared to start the race in MSR Houston. They were scheduled to go green at 7:30 a.m. according to the schedule that I have.
I showed it at 8:30. And I assume that's local time, so that would be...
Well, if it says 8:30, then yeah, that would explain why they haven't gone green yet. We'll have to check back with them in an hour.
Yeah, Paulie, I'm not going to be able to get all the batteries are gone dead.
All right.
Let me see if I can get my camera out and shove that in somebody's car.
All right, that's cool.
I will be back.
All righty. So if you're just joining us, little bit of a review here as to what took place yesterday and going into this morning. As we went to green flag to start the race, we went green at 10:09 a.m. yesterday morning. Racing Strong Motorsports went into the pits right away, along with Tachophobic Racing Strong with a fuel pump issue. They discovered some of the old fuel filter element had worked its way into the fuel pump and created an obstruction. So they got that cleared out, sent the car back out, and from that point on, for quite a while, they were fine. They were turning laps, and the pace was good. So they were good up until around 5:20 p.m. They had a axle failure, and that put them behind the wall for about 6 hours while they fixed that. When Tachophobic came in around 12:30, around 12:50 with distributor issues, and they got that taken care of, got the car back out. So about the time, it took about 6 hours for Bill and his team to get the MR2 fixed and back on the racetrack. So that was around 10:30. So as night came on the track, this whole time, it was really all Son of Andre, R-Bank Racing, and Visceral Racing Group gradually working their way up to P3. But the race has been pretty much captained by Son of Andre since the beginning of the race. And R-Bank worked its way up there. So after probably, I'd say, around 2 to 3 hours of racing, R-Bank found its way up in P2. Yes, in fact, after the first stint, R-Bank caught and passed Son of Andre for the lead and gapped him by about 10 seconds. And then at that point, the driver of the Mustang got to the point where he was acclimated enough with the track that he could begin reeling in the Saab again, overtook the Saab, and really the team never looked back.
No, they haven't had any problems.
So that they began putting distance on the Saab, which eventually turned into laps upon laps.
Turning 10, 15 second faster laps, and time told the rest of the tale.
Exactly. That's why we have this
long laps.
Big gap.
Yep.
So as all of that was taking place, Visceral was climbing up through the ranks. They started up rather high in the running order and tumbled down to about 15th in that first stint. And then they began gradually crawling back out of that as they went from one driver to the next, till they found themselves here in P3. So right around the time that Racing Strong got back out onto the racetrack after the axle and hub replacement, which was around 10:30 at night, the Bandits team in their Pontiac came into the pits with a power steering issue, and that took quite a bit of time to repair. Right around that same time, Visceral Racing Group came into the pits. They were having trouble keeping the car running out on the racetrack. They brought it behind the wall in third place and discovered what they thought to be simply water in the fuel. So they drove the car around the paddock a little bit, and then they took it back out onto the racetrack and essentially drove through it. Kept the car back on the racetrack and never lost position. Maintained P3 through all of that, about a half an hour in the pits.
Yeah, Nelson Ledges a couple of weeks ago, they would have lost 15, 20 laps.
Right. So during this time, the Racing Strong team were having trouble with their cool shirts. The system just wasn't working properly, so they had to keep coming in, changing drivers, and working on that. Eventually retiring the car with a rear wheel bearing failure again. So that spelled the end of their race. So that's a quick synopsis of what happened yesterday leading into the evening.
Yeah, the most serious incident for me was last night when I hit the wall at about 3:30. I was not in a car. My body had decided it had had enough of these shenanigans.
Yeah.
So if I can't put them in the car, I'll bring the cars to the camera.
Okay. Flag them in.
Should black flag our leader? We need to put a camera in that car. Show him a meatball.
Yeah, that car is an automatic. He just downshifted.
That's that.
Yep, there it goes shifting.
That's that J30, Paulie. I was wondering if it was an automatic, the same as Ed's car with Team Infinity, the shark car.
Okay. Right. Right, being a J30, you wouldn't expect to have a stick in that.
Yeah, I don't know if a stick was ever available.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
The same goes for that Crown Vic.
Yeah, he's out there running pretty well. I think he's climbed into the top 15, if I remember correctly.
So that's a quick rundown of what happened last night.
Yeah, the Crown Vic's in 14th place.
Get back out of this. So we'll check up on the Twilight Grand Prix a little bit later. We are hope to have an in-car camera for that too.
Hey, I see EVs on the track. I can't tell what they're doing from here. They're putting a car on the rollback.
All right.
Whatever car it is, it still has its headlights on, so can't tell.
All right, Bill. Thanks for that. You can see the sun continuing to climb the distance. These mountains look beautiful.
It kind of looks like the Corolla.
Okay. Our
The
bank just
MR2
came by.
engine.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks
Twin
like.
engine. Okay.
Yeah.
The Humanaha, the who? What?
The twin engine FX16 Corolla. that FX16. All right, what we got going on here? Hey, good morning, Alex, again. Getting ready to go green out there in Angleton, Texas for the MSR Houston race, 7-hour race. We'll be watching them. Grandpa Bill and that Crown Vic looks like they are in the pits right now. So it's Son of Andre, Arbank Racing, Visceral Racing Group, Gussick Racing, Alchemy Autosport, Bucket List Brigade, Roto Pluker, the Renegades, Impact Motorsports, and Rusty Rotors in P7. And that VW Wabbit.
Wabbit. The Wabbit, that Wascowee Wabbit.
Indeed. And we're working on getting some other cameras up, but so far that that Mustang has just been really tough at this race. They've been tough this whole weekend going on here. This is crazy.
Well, he was tough at Thunder Hill. One back-to-back there. So with I'm guessing. People are asking about, all right, what are the standings for the championship next year? Well, 9-4 Motors, so you have to have entered 2 races.
Yeah.
And it's the lowest points. Well, 9-4 Motorsports, I know they've run at least 2 races, and they finished first and second yesterday at MSR Houston. This is at least Son of Andre's second race. So they won both days at Thunder Hill. So that's 2 points. So I'd say they're probably one of our championship leaders.
Yeah, we finished first and second at BIR for Premium Dudes, so they're right up there. And we've got...
that was a 2-day event, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and you've got the Supra for 9-4 Motorsports is finished second at NCM and first at Houston yesterday. Right. So that car would be in the same point standings as Premium Dudes.
Yep. Yeah, because Premium Dudes, of course, had entered at NCM as well, so they've got the required 2 races under their belts.
Well, are we looking at events or actual races?
No.
It's the actual race, I think, that counts, not the event.
I thought it was the event. If I had 2 brain cells that were talking to each other, I'd have the answer.
Well, let's say that Premium Dudes goes out, they win at Brainerd on day 1, but the car breaks, they can't race on day 2. They have to get points for that win. So it would have to be by the race. That would be my guess. I think we talked about this before, and I think that's the way Mike described it. It's not the event, it's the actual race itself.
Okay.
And so because we had talked about, what about a 24-hour race?
Right.
That should get some kind of extra accolades for that. Well, there's really no way to do it.
Right.
But I just coming off of memory, I know that, what was it, the 840? Is that the Supra? They finished second at NCM. That counts as their second place. They finished first yesterday.
Right.
With that Supra, so they've got those 3 points.
Right.
Just like Premium Dudes do.
And of course, if they win again today,
then they have 2 points.
Then they have 2 points because it's your best 2 finishes, obviously.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Scott's saying it's by race, not event. I think you're right, Scott. So if that's the case, then our logic is following the same train of thought.
Oh, now you want logic out of me, huh?
That's scary.
That ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no.
We're pushing the envelope here.
Logic and me? Nah, we haven't been friends for years. We're barely acquaintances nowadays. I mean, I see his birthday on Facebook, but we're pretty much estranged. I'm not sure we've really ever been friends. I mean, I know of the guy. We may even have some mutual friends. Yeah, I think he's friends with Reasoning, and I'm not friends with him.
That guy.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like a nice enough guy, but
It's like water in your fuel system. It's just, once you get to know the guy, it's just not, you realize it's not going to work out.
right. Yeah.
Oh, man. I could go for some breakfast right now.
Well, why don't you take a break and go get yourself some?
Well, let me see if I can just set us up a little script. Go back and forth between these two cameras. All right.
That's pretty fancy there, Paulie.
Yeah, it is.
I was watching that.
Yeah, it should flip every couple minutes back and forth between those two, and let's see if I can find something to throw down my neck, as they say. I'll be right back.
No problem. Take a well-deserved break.
Thanks.
I don't know if my Facebook feed has frozen with comments. I can't see any that are made recently. I saw Scott's reply that it's by race, not event. Uh-oh. So yeah, Alex, son of Andre hasn't missed a beat all night. during one part of the night, they started coming in about 20 minutes early, 25 minutes early. And I just guessed at the fact that it was difficult to see out there. They had enough of a lead where they could come in, do some shorter stints, maybe to relieve the driver out there, because Bill said it was very hard to see. People were kicking up dust. And that's just a guess. I don't think they had any problems with the car. It certainly doesn't look like it.
Yeah, there was a lot of dust last night in places. So I'm straightening up my trailer a little bit, guys. We have to be out of here at a certain time too. I'm kind of doing a dual mode ChampCar / Racing Strong thing, so I'm kind of in panic mode right now. How am I going to do all this? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Down in my air-conditioned trailer. Oh, I just found out the lithium batteries. In our panic at the start of the race, you guys know that we lost a fuel pump. The scrambled to find the spare that we never found caused a what do you call it? Emptying of every shelf on my trailer.
Oh no, I've done that. Torn through every bin.
Yeah, so I know I have it.
Right. Well, there's still a whole bag of brand new rocker arms somewhere in my trailer that we never found at Charlotte.
Really?
End up replacing the entire head, because it's kind of hard to hide those. But
I've done that.
A Ziploc bag of rocker arms, they could be anywhere.
Yeah, and then in 10 years we'll move on to overhead or a double overhead cam,
and then we'll find the damn rocker arms.
Yeah. Hey, look what I found.
That's just God's way of telling you he has a sense of humor.
Because I have a ton of MR2 parts like that.
Right. And of course you'll come to it's like, oh yeah, I remember putting them there.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't lose them.
See, that's how Paulie gets all these trophies. He just has so many. I mean, he forgets which one he gets.
Is that it?
Yeah. Right, Paulie?
Nah, he's taking a small break to get something to eat.
Oh, he's listening.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, spilled coffee.
Oh, that's a crime. That's almost as bad as alcohol abuse, spilling a beer.
It's the coffee I made yesterday, and I never got to drink it.
Ah. Well, I have a big old cup of my chicory coffee.
So now I got to pack this trailer. See, people think, oh, racing's such a great life, and you get to do so much cool stuff.
Nah, it's a lot of work.
Cleaning up the trailer before you can actually load it.
Right.
During the race. I want to be like some of these guys that have crews that do this.
I know. Wouldn't that be sweet?
Yeah.
Minions. We need minions.
Yeah, my minion quit doing that stuff.
Right. Well, your minion's lying on a beach in North Carolina, right?
Cape Hatteras.
Yeah, Cape Hatteras.
He's doing something.
Last I saw, he was missing his girlfriend.
Yeah. Is that what I posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about that post. But that's what dads are supposed to do.
Well, exactly. Yeah, when you go on a summer vacation, it's supposed to be traumatic.
Yep.
It's, your life just ended.
with your parents too.
Yeah, you'll never see that girl again. She'll forget all about you. All in 2 weeks' time. She won't even know your name.
Yep.
She'll find a new boyfriend. Then you got to go on the hunt again.
Ian's going, yeah, right.
Yeah.
4 brake rotors for or calipers for an MR2 are yippee. Well, not an MR2, a Supra. Well, this has been a fun weekend for the most part. We didn't really accomplish what we wanted to do, which was, win, of course, but
right.
We kind of knew that anyway. You try.
You're certainly not going to win with the car sitting back at the house.
Nope.
There's
right.
zero chance then.
But you know what? I got to drive on a outrageously crazy course.
Yes, you did.
Not a lot of people can say that.
That's true.
Even though I feared for my life every corner.
Well, if you're not scaring yourself, you're not going fast enough.
That's right. That's right.
Your script there works pretty well, Paul.
Oh, thanks.
Speaking of winners, how you doing, Paulie?
I feel like a winner, man.
Oh no, we're gonna see the trophy again.
Were you polishing that trophy again?
It's covered in fingerprints. He must have shown us that trophy 20 times.
I refuse to look.
Turn away, turn away.
I just turn away.
Might turn into a pillar of salt or something.
No, I just, I like winning my own trophies. I haven't won one in a long time.
I don't have one at all.
We should make up a trophy, Doc.
No, you can't do that.
No, for us.
Oh, okay.
No, we have to do something for it. Then we can put it at the bottom of the screen while we won.
Right. Oh yeah, Bill. I don't know if you saw this, but every time Paulie had his picture up on with his green screen with the ChampCar logo in the background, he had a scroll going underneath his picture, and it was
the hair distracted me, but I did see that.
Yeah, that commentator's cup is win there. Yeah, here it is, right down here. We see it.
Where was that?
Yeah, I think you finally turned it off. I shamed you.
There we go.
Yeah, see, look at that. Class winner, Mid-Ohio 2016. Winner, something 2018. Winner, NCM Commentators Cup 2017.
I can play that game too, Paulie. I may not have Troy Trulio level of trophies, but I have a few.
Boy, I tell you, Troy's got a lot of them, but Jackie Hicks, they've got to have a ton of them.
Yeah. I had something smart to say, but I can't completely just get my mind there. Oh, here's my battery tender I was looking for. Oh, great.
See? Find all sorts of things. If you find any E30 rocker arms, let me know.
No, nothing like that yet.
All
I
right.
found a lot of water. Have you ever noticed at a race how many water bottles guys use?
Oh, yeah.
They only drink like a little bit of it, and they leave them laying around.
You know what I make our team do, Bill? Is to put their name on the cap.
All right, so we're up against our limit on Facebook. We got to break away and reestablish. So we're going to cut our Facebook feed and relaunch here in just a moment.
Speaking of breaking away, I'm going to go refresh my coffee cup.
Sounds good. All right, Facebook world. So we're going to break that transmission and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, race fans, to Tooele Valley. Tooele Valley, Utah, for the Rocky Mountain 24 on ChampCar Live. Oh, it's presented by RVA Graphics and Wraps. It's the ChampCar Endurance Series at Utah Motorsports Park. Utah Motorsports Campus for the conclusion of our second of 3 24-hour races this year. Paulie, Doc, Bill, Tiffany covering the race this weekend. This is our first time at the track, which is a beautiful facility constructed back in 2006. It has multiple configurations. We're running the full course, just under 4.5 miles in length, counterclockwise. I'm going to mute Bill while he dies, so you don't have to hear him die. So yes, we're running the full course this weekend, counterclockwise. It's the longest course on the calendar at 4.5 miles. And as we went into the evening hours, much as it is this morning, it is Son of Andre out front, Arbank Racing in P2, Visceral Racing Group in P3, Gussick Racing in P4, Alchemy Autosport in P5, Bucket List Brigade in P6th, Roto Pluker in 7th, Renegades in 8th, Impact Motorsports in 9th, and Rusty Rotors in 10th. And we'd be remiss if we didn't bring up the Utah Valley University team in their Miata. This is their first race. And they are holding strong there in the 11th spot. In fact, they just turned their fastest lap time of the race, a 3:38.
Good group of guys there, girls. I think I saw a couple of females. Yeah, they had some incidences with not following some of the rules at the beginning, but they sorted it out, except for that one guy.
Yeah, they were a little confused.
To stop and fit in.
They didn't know they needed a clock and things like that. Yeah. Has Class D ever won a 24?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. But it's about as rare as an EC car.
Yeah, it's a good question, Andrew. I don't know. This might be it.
So, Bill, you were talking about the water bottles everywhere. What I do is I make the drivers and the crew in the pits put their name on the water bottle, and then I become like you remember the movie Cool Hand Luke?
Yeah.
Well, floor walker Carl, when he's giving the new lecture to the new inmates, he says, every Friday you get a new sheet. You put the new sheet on top. You put the top sheet on bottom. You turn the old bottom sheet into me. You don't do that, you spend the night in the box.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I run around the pits. It's like, my son's the worst about it. He'll have like 5 water bottles. All of them still cold even. Two sips gone from this one. 2 sips gone from this one. So George is asking how many cars are still running. And that's the majority of them. Like, we started 23 cars, and I show 4 cars not turning laps.
Yeah, we've had very low attrition.
Yeah, for 24.
Which is really strange, really unusual, and refreshing.
Yes.
Frankly, it's good. I think we've had some fields that started with 2 or 3 times as many and still finished with
like
about
50,
23 or 20, 22 cars. So
Well, I think part of it, the track, while difficult to drive, the speeds aren't near what I thought we'd see.
No.
So
I don't. It's not that fast of a track, I don't think.
Right.
Overall.
So.
Oh, what? They're flying out there, man. Some of those cars are absolutely flying.
Well, they are for the conditions, but when you're looking at fast track versus average track speed-wise, with all those corners
I
in
see what
there,
you're saying, right?
Yeah,
it's not a quote-unquote fast racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, considering it, Nelson Ledge's cars were lapping every minute 30 seconds. You know, that's a lot of passing and a lot of braking and, you know.
Yeah, I had a lot of braking.
I was talking about the BRAKEING.
I would agree, Andy. I think it's a lot like a double gingerman. When you look at the track map, you know, it just kind of looks like two gingermans, a couple 2.5s put together.
Joined together, yeah.
Roughly. But yeah, I don't know. How far out's the Mustang getting? Is it getting 2 hours on a load of fuel?
He was earlier in the race. During the night, he was cutting it down to like 130. I think that was mostly driver fatigue. Get a fresh driver in. It's awfully hard to see at night. So you're really burning up those concentration brain cells. But yeah, no, he can go 2 hours. Because I remember his first stop was at about a minute 45, or I mean an hour 45, and so it's a new track to everybody, so you don't have any records how long you can go on fuel. So you might short pit, get an idea. It's like, oh, we still had 5 gallons in the tank. We could have gone another 15 minutes.
Right.
So you adjust your strategy from there.
So we got more and more people signing on to the broadcast.
Good morning, folks.
Asking what happened to Bill. So they had a hub bearing failure, and we're not able to repair that in time, so they packed it in.
Actually, I didn't have any parts to repair. I had the bearings. I just don't have a press. So by the time we got, I mean, we could use the old-fashioned way of doing a hammer and a block of wood, and
that's
that
a lot of work
punch.
When it's 90 degrees outside and it's 4 in the morning.
Yep. So we decided to pack it in before we wrecked the car, because when the bearing goes, it usually takes a CV with it, the CV joint, and then also the brake system when the wheel falls off. And plus, the jokes would just never end.
Have we mentioned you having wheel bearing problems before and hub problems?
Yeah, every now and then.
Maybe in passing?
Yeah.
See,
this is the sad part of racing also in ChampCar, is you have to take, you know, when you're done, you're packing up and you're not on the podium or, you know, in the top 6 or 7 or 5 or whatever it is this race, you got to put your magic book that has all your log books and all your paperwork for your car away. I hate that.
Yeah.
I always have it in a position that we can grab it really quick if something, you know, something awesome happens, like we win or we place. But nope, not this weekend. So I don't have anywhere to put it. Ian's Opel GT book takes up half the bookshelf. So yeah, we'll be back with that MR2. I believe my son is going to take over the team now, since I'm such a failure. And
oh, no. You're being so hard on yourself. Let us do that job.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So he's going to take over the team, and they are. He's going to assemble a group of excellent drivers for the VIR in December, and we'll be working that race, and he'll be running it. I'm just going to stand off to the side. He did make a joke. He did make a joke about, hey, if it breaks, you can come over and help. I'm like, no.
No, that's not how this works.
Daddy's retired. But we'll be back.
Rotor Paluca in P7 in the pits, or at least showed not circulating along with the Renegades, Rusty Rotors, and the Volatile Ram team.
Uh, 7:18.
So 2 hours and 40 minutes remain before they go checker, and I'm sure the guys in the Mustang camp are hoping that goes quickly.
How much longer?
2 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay, I have time.
So thanks for joining us, everybody. We're going to be covering this race. We've got another race starting in about 15 minutes out in Texas, Angleton, Texas. It's the MSR Houston race. And after that, we'll be in 2 weeks. We'll be at VIR for another 24-hour race because, you know, what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
Go fishing.
Might as well.
The big question is how that Mustang with the factory fuel capacity of 15.4 gallons, making it 12 hours on a tank. I believe they have a fuel cell, Andy, and by our rules, they're allowed to run 2 gallons over.
Which car is this?
He's talking about the son of Andre, our Mustang.
Oh yeah, they have a fuel cell. They have a big fuel cell in the back.
Okay.
So I'm going to be a week after the VIR race. I'll be back at VIR. I'm going to be doing a little ChampCar documentary. The difference between ChampCar racing, you know, the budget racing, and the real pros. I'll be hanging out with Bill Riley and his team for the
You're breaking up, Bill.
Yeah, your mic.
All right,
breaking up.
we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
We heard you'll be at VIR a little bit after, what, the week after, I think you said, the 24-hour race with Bill Riley. Levi Helser's saying I'd still like to come see it soon. I'm going to try to come to VIR. Hope you get out there. Last year was my first time there. It's a beautiful facility. So Brian says, whoops, there it goes.
Well, you may have, you know, sometimes you can slow the car down a little bit to pick up fuel mileage if you need to. It's hard to say, Andy, how they're doing it. You can have 2 modes in an ECU. One's for economy, one's for power. There's different ways around those. Sometimes you can just stick it in fourth. That's what we did at BIR. Just stuck it in fourth. We were concerned about fuel, and we made it no problem. We still finished second. So. There's different ways to get around the fuel issue. So we got cars coming into the pits now. Alchemy Autosport, Roto Paluker, the Renegades, the Utah Valley University, Volatile Ram, and Vermont Burt 1.
You know, Roto Pluker is the old some of the old board members that we had.
Yeah. Michael Kingsley, I think.
Had a good talk with him this morning about 4 o'clock in the morning. Good guy. Question of the day: how did jack stands go missing?
That Vermont Burt won that Nissan, the 240 SX. They've been in the pit for quite some time now. I showed him last coming in at 6:37, like almost an hour ago.
So Visceral Racing Group has had an interesting ride this weekend. They started out towards the front. You see they've climbed 9 positions to get to where they are now. So they started out in 12th, and they tumbled down to 15th. We really expected them to rocket up to the front quickly, but that didn't happen because of the unfamiliarity and the difficulty degree of the racetrack. And slowly began working their way up through the field. And as it got into the evening hour, they'd gone off the racetrack a few times. In fact, I've got a... I don't have that. Okay. But yeah, they'd gone off the racetrack a few times, spinning, losing control of the car. And of course, we had concerns about what happened to them at Nelson Ledges. They might crash out, but there's really nothing to hit except another car out here. And the mountains are a long way away. So there's not much to hit except one sign, I think, in the middle of the infield. So somebody would find that sign, I imagine, eventually.
I could find it. I'm that
but anyway, they
my abilities.
So then suddenly found them stalling on the racetrack. They had trouble getting the car to fire and keep it running. Got it back into the pits, got it back into their garage, and they couldn't really find much wrong with it. Decided to drive it around a little bit and decided that maybe it just had water in the fuel. They took it back out into the racetrack. They were still having trouble with it trying to stall, but they just kept going and drove out of it and got through it.
Yeah.
So, and they lost about a half an hour in the paddock area, filling with that, but they never lost a position. They went in third spot, and they came back out in third spot. So it's been an interesting race for those guys.
So, yeah, and of course, everybody knows that fuel is lighter, so it floats on top of the water. So if you... if you've got a little bit, your pickup is down near the bottom of your tank, which it should be, it's going to eventually find it.
Right. Yeah, there's not much you can do. I mean, your pickup's going to be at the bottom of the tank. All you can really do is just drive through it.
Yeah, exactly, and hope it's not too much of it.
Yeah, if you got too much, then you're going to have to drain the tank. But
right. Yeah, we had that problem at Sebring in our first race. We only made it for about 7 hours. I had 2 55-gallon drums. I have since changed that to 30-gallon drums. They're a little bit much more manageable. A little bit much more. Yeah, that makes sense. So anyway, yeah, we had a downpour before that race, and when I filled them up that morning, evidently we got some water in there. So I had to go through about 55 gallons of fuel, pouring it from one milk jug to another and separating the water out of it.
Well, that happened to Uncommon Friends at Sonoma. Remember that?
Yeah.
To ruin their race. They just couldn't figure out. It took them forever to figure out what was wrong, why the car wasn't running properly. And then they realized they had a lot of fuel contamination with water.
Right. That's why I kind of, I made the mistake one time on my Triumph Speed Triple. I stopped at a brand new gas station and got fuel. And I know I got construction debris in it. Took it to the bike shop, and they rebuilt all the Makunis on it. It was a carbureted bike. It wasn't a fuel injected. And that was like $1,100. And I went to the station and complained, and several other people complained, but they wouldn't do anything about it. So never went back there again.
Well, it's like one of my instructors when I was going to ITT said he never buys gas like always at the same place.
Right.
He buys them all over. He buys fuel all over the place because he figure at some point every gas station is going to have contaminated fuel.
Right.
So if you keep buying from the same place every time, eventually you will get contaminated fuel.
Right. Is that
he buys from everybody.
Is that why you carry a bomb on the plane? Because what's the chances of two of you being on the same flight?
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
I can't see any fault in his logic.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. If you were to keep drinking from the same well every time, eventually you're going to have a problem. Right. So you just buys it from different gas stations.
Yeah, let's not talk about well and water problems. That's still kind of too fresh.
Oh, okay.
That was 2 weeks of hell.
Wow, 72 degrees out there in Salt Lake City. It's beautiful out there.
It's going to get hot enough soon enough, I bet, when that sun starts really beating down.
Son of Andre goes into the pits. This isn't what they want to do. But it's not going to really hurt them. They've got a huge gap.
Well, this might be one of their regular stops.
Yeah.
I don't have enough history built up from when I woke up to see when they last pitted, I don't think.
Alchemy's also in the pits right now, so our leader is in the pits. Levi, you give us way too much credit to know what most teams are running octane-wise. We don't know that.
So 160, I do have the records. They last pitted at 5:44, and it's now 7:30. So they're going about, what, an hour, 45 minutes on?
Yeah, which is about right. That's about where they've been. They've got enough of a gap. Looks like they won't have a problem with that.
Most teams are running 930. Yeah, I run 93, but Matt suggested I switch back down to 87. He doesn't think we're getting the full benefit of using the 93, and since he works on BMWs for a living, I'm going to take his word for it. He hasn't steered me wrong yet, so.
So Visceral Racing Group turning in a 3:45 that last lap through, a 3:35 for R Bank Racing up in P2. As Son of Andre dives into the pits.
Ooh, that sounded dramatic.
That's why I say it that way.
I gotcha.
Dives into the pits.
Like the guy made a 90-degree turn to get in there, right?
Swoosh, and he goes.
So in the last half hour, the Renegades at Mazda Miata was running in 8th place. He's dropped 2 positions to run in 10th now. And Impact Motorsports moved up to 8th, and Rusty Rotors in that VW Rabbit moved up to 9th. And that's the only position changes I have in the last half hour. So
And
there you have it.
Well, the race is underway. Let me make sure I get this right.
Oh, in Houston.
At MSR Houston, I'm showing 20 laps complete.
Wow.
So I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Well, I would never trust my math, so.
But whatever the case may be, there are 20 laps into the race, according to Race Hero. Texas Thunder is up front in their A-Class car with City Garage Racing in P2 and Shots Fired in P3. 9-4 Motorsports, the 840 car, which is the Toyota Supra that won yesterday, is in P4 with Pure Black Race. Pure Black Racing in P5. The other 9-4 Motorsports car in P6, which is the Lexus Coupe. Ginger Race Team in P7. In P8, it's Blue Line Racing. P9, it's Bourbon Racing. And in P10, Snakebite Racing. Fastest lap time so far turned by the number 83 9-4 Motorsports car.
It's like 13 cars have turned laps there today. Showing the Haas Garage car, Egg Boy Racing, and Rookie Racing is not turning laps yet out there.
So that's the current standings out there at the MSR Houston.
9-4 just moved up a spot to 5th place, so they're running 4th and 5th. With the 83 9-4 Motorsports, that car turning at the fastest time of the day so far to 1:53.795. So 9-4, if they could pull off the going 1-2 again today, that'd be pretty danged impressive. And I don't doubt that they can.
They may very well do it.
They're supported this weekend by Low Tide Motorsports out of Savannah.
Low Tide Motorsports, a trackside support company who hired guns. They'll come out and support your racing team effort in the pits, in the paddock. They'll do as much or as little as you need them to do. And they were at Nelson Ledges last month. They'll be at VAR in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Supporting various teams.
They were
between those three races.
Road Atlanta last weekend, and I never got a chance to go by and say hi.
Oh, okay. So thanks for the update, Ray. I thought they were supposed to start at 7:30. They said they had a late start due to fog and the late arrival of an ambulance. They were waiting on an ambulance to show up. So.
Right. Yeah, you can't start a race without an ambulance out there.
Yeah. And thanks for the update on that, Ray. Appreciate it. Let us know, Ray, when are you going to go check her on that race? I don't know how late it was that you really got started.
Yeah, because I assume you'll just, unless there's a local ordinance or something or a track stipulation, that I assume that lost time will be added on the end of the race. I mean, that doesn't happen for several reasons, so.
Yeah, I think you got to talk to the track and talk about the contract, and there's all that kind of business. Not that they won't work it out. It's been done before, but
yeah, if they can,
yeah, let us know.
Sure they will.
Let us know when you plan to drop the checker so we can let everybody know. So let's see. Flip back over here.
You know, I see Viscerals. They've turned salmon.
Yep, and I'm seeing Andre still in the pits.
Right. Well, that's kind of normal. Maybe. Yeah. Well, that pit thing is off a little bit from real time, it seems to me, but yeah, I don't know what the difference is between the pit signal and the salmon.
The salmon is supposed to come up after the pit signal has reached so many laps. They're supposed to go salmon.
Okay.
I don't think the tech is quite there yet because we've seen it vary going back and forth.
Right.
So at the time when he debuted this, he just told me that it was kind of a beta deal. He was still working on it.
Sure.
So there, see, they went from salmon to pit now
Okay.
on my screen.
Gotcha.
How
about that?
Why? I don't know.
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, generally there's a pit row timing strip as well as a race course timing strip. So,
right. Yeah, that's what he told me. Yeah, he told me that's what he was trying to work with, these tracks, to have them put more of those loops in,
right,
so that he could get this working.
Well, and I know from 2 years ago, maybe it was this year, might have been last year. It was one of those years that I know at Road Atlanta, we noticed one time that our car, we went from our lap times exactly double. And it turns out that we were getting interference from the pit road timing strip as opposed to the racing timing strip. And most of the time, if you catch it, that's why I tell everybody they ought to have somebody at least kind of looking at the laps and noticing those anomalies. And if you go up to race control and say, hey, look, we noticed this on Race Hero or Race Monitor, whichever one you're using, say, look, something's not right here. Look at this. And they can go in there and look at it, collaborate. That's a big word for this early in the morning. I like collaborate. They can check their system against your records, and things happen with timing loops, scoring loops, transponders, and they can adjust that manually and give you those laps back.
Well, we got an update from Ray out in Houston at that race. The start time was 7:50, and they're waiting for track approval to extend the finish.
Okay.
So if we hear that, we'll certainly pass that along to you folks. As it regards to the MSR Houston race in Angleton, Texas, which we have running simultaneously right now with the race out here in Utah that we're covering.
Thanks for keeping us updated, Ray. Appreciate that. Because our viewers want to know.
Yeah.
The vast multitudes of them. They were clamoring earlier. I heard them, both of them. It's more like a murmur since there were only two of them. I turned up the volume so it sounded like they were clamoring. That's an old trick. I don't know what I'm saying. I need more coffee. Be back in a bit.
All right, man. That's cool. So, Visceral Racing Group, currently in P3, not showing circulating at this time. Potentially in the pits, according to the information that we have. So it's still Son of Andre, Arbank Racing, Visceral Racing Group, Gussick Racing, Alchemy Autosport, and Bucket List Brigade in P6. Roto Palooka, Impact Motorsports, Rusty Rotors, and the Renegades in P10. Keep an eye on the Houston race as it's developing. That's the Twilight Grand Prix with City Garage leading right now. So this is the race out in Houston, which started at 7:50 local time, Central Time there in Angleton, Texas. 25 laps in now with City Garage leading, with Texas Thunder right behind them, less than 2 seconds. Then it's the number 840 Toyota Supra of 94 Motorsports. Then Shots Fired Racing. And then it's the sister car, the 949 machine, number 83 in P5. Pure Black Racing in 6th. Ginger Race Team in 7th. Blue Line Racing in 8th. Birdman Racing in 9th. And Snakebite in 10th. I think he's been hanging around me too much, Brian. I've been rubbing off on him. Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Couldn't be better. Really.
Did you get any rest, Polly?
I think so.
You think so?
Well, I set my alarm for 1 hour, and I'm not sure if I slept or not, but I was having some really weird visual stuff going on in my head. So I'm pretty tired. At least I was. But now I feel completely refreshed.
Oh,
100%.
100%. Okay.
Could not be, as I said, I couldn't be better.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at right now.
I got me a little 2 hour plus nap in. Yeah, good.
Cool. So the Doc stepped away to get more coffee.
Oh, okay.
We've got
I'm back. Welcome,
he's
Tiffany.
Back.
Hi.
God, you sound chipper.
She's had 2 hours of sleep or something.
Yeah, I got 2.
All right. So Brian Beasley says, how does Doc's vocabulary get better as he gets more tired? I have no earthly idea. It's those strong brain cells that have killed off the weak ones.
Attrition.
Yeah, attrition, exactly. It's just like racing.
Right.
I was joking with Polly earlier, Tiffany, that last night the most serious incident in my mind was when I hit that wall at about 3:30 in the morning.
I totally understand. I hit it about 20 till 6. I was like, okay, eyelids are closing.
Yeah, whether I want them to or not.
Right?
Boom, boom, out go the lights.
Right? I was like, oh, I'm sure Doc will be back soon.
Yeah, see, now I'm making Brian look like an idiot because there goes my vocabulary. I derailed my train of thought. I got back on here about 5:44 local time. So that
was probably a few minutes after I left.
Oh, well, I'm sorry I missed you. We could have done an awesome, baton handoff,
I'm going to say we did in theory. I felt you coming back. I was like, it's 20 till 6. It's, 5:45. It's 6:45 there. I bet he's getting up. He's probably headed towards the computer right now.
No, he headed first for the coffee pot. I can assure you of that.
So you are smart.
Yeah, I'm fully caffeinated now.
I'm working on that.
So the minutes winding down here, coming up on 2 hours. The leader and Vissel Racing Group pitted before the 2 hour mark.
So our bank in the pits now.
So our bank in the pits as well. Obviously, they just couldn't make it. So they're going to have to come in again for a driver change. But again, with the distance, it doesn't look like it's going to matter that much. Although they only have a 3-lap deficit now over Son of Andre. They're just, even if they were right on top of them, I don't think they'd have enough steam to get by him.
No, Son of Andre's looked pretty strong this entire race.
Yeah. Three teams are pretty much running their own race right now.
Yeah, just looking at laps. Son of Andre, now they have a 4-lap advantage with our bank in the pits, so I'm sure by the time that trips again, it'll be about 5, which is where it's been for most of the night. Visceral Racing, they're, I can't do the math. 332 versus 318. So our bank's got quite a lead on them. Visceral's got about a 3-lap lead on Gussick Racing. They've got about a 10-lap lead on Alchemy Autosport in 5th place. They've got about 5 laps on Bucket List Brigade, running in 6th. They've got an 8-lap lead on Roto Paluker. They're on lap 292. Impact is on lap 288, so that's 4 laps there. Rusty Rotors, that VW Rabbits, on lap 287, so they're only 1 lap down from Impact. Now it just changed to 2 laps. Impact just crossed the start-finish line. Rusty Rotors only has a lap on. Rusty Rotors is just over a lap down because they hit the wire again. They're turning 11 seconds a lap. At a 351, and Rusty Rotors at a 340. Renegades is 2 laps down to Rusty Rotors on lap 286 now. And they hold a 2-lap lead on Utah Valley University, that Miata that's run so well today. Team on a very limited budget. I'm guessing by the name Utah Valley University, these are students. They've got a 2-lap lead on that Pontiac Trans Am of Bandits Racing. And they have 6 laps on Volatile Racing, running in 13th. Grandpa Bill, our Crown Vic, is 20 laps down in 14th place. And they've got 9 laps on 3 Under Par Racing in that BMW. And that's the rundown of your top 15.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. I'm mostly talking to keep myself awake. And some brain cells active. Active might be too strong a word.
Whatever works, right?
Exactly. I'm an old Navy guy. Any port in a storm. That was a big, heavy sigh there, Paulie.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
So as we went through that complete rundown, here's a look at what's going on in Houston. Just keeping an eye on that race. Shots fired in P4. They finished 3rd yesterday.
That was our in-car camera.
Yep, the 9.4 Motorsports Toyota Supra up to P3 already. Turning 156 lap times. Texas Thunder, the same lap times. Looks like the 9.4 Motorsports has a little bit more steam, though. Looking at their fastest lap times, 154 to a 156.
And everybody moves up because our current leader, City Garage, that team, that car is a car, so they're not eligible for the overall win. So everybody moves up a position. City Garage, they've been running with us for quite some time. I remember them back from like 4 or 5 years ago. Surprised the Texas Motorcycle Academy folks aren't out there at MSR Houston.
A look at the skyline here, the mountains off in the distance, and here in Utah. We close in on the final 2 hours of this 24-hour race in Willa.
I was like, wait.
The later it gets, the more things start flipping backwards.
I'm just going to stop talking.
No, don't stop talking because then I'll have
don't
to
stop
talk.
talking.
Yeah.
Right?
just do a stream of consciousness thing, you know.
Yeah, I all know what you're talking about, though.
Oh, you get Bill and Paulie talking tech. You can lose me in a heartbeat. I'm like, yeah, guys, that sounds awesome. They'll get on Slack and start talking about the X15-4 thing that puts out, I don't know.
Got their letters and numbers.
Yeah, a lot of letters and numbers, and they
string
them together. They string them together too. And then Michael chime in. Yeah, I remember the discussion when they were getting this new computer that Paulie's got there to run this show. And I mean, it was like 2 days of living hell for me. They might as well have been speaking Chinese. I mean, my computer knowledge is limited to PC, tower versus laptop. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Mine's like start button.
Yeah, exactly. And then this MacBook Pro still has me buffaloed.
Like if the troubleshooting goes outside of restart, we might be in trouble.
Yeah, right. Control Alt Delete.
Right.
So maybe Bill will have time. It's when I left my last place of employment, they gave me this MacBook Pro, and I knew enough in the office to get my work done. And they set it up, and it's got multiple viewports or something. I don't know. And so I get lost on it in no time. And it's still got all my old work emails on it. And every day I get like 4 notifications like, we're not receiving any new info. You might want to check this connection. It's like, check the connection. I know I'm connected, but I don't know how to get rid of all those old work emails. I'll never need them again because I'm virtually unemployable, as you all well know after talking to me. I mean, would you hire me? No. Paulie had a severe
heartbeat.
Oh, Paulie had a severe lapse of judgment about 2 years ago.
In a heartbeat.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind, sir. Stop.
No regrets.
Stop. Oh, stop. No, it's been a blast. I was watching these dang things anyway, so I think Paulie hired me out of sympathy, probably. It's like, this poor old guy, he's sitting on his couch. His TV's probably gone down. He can't
knew
watch
you were coming with the good jokes.
Yeah,
I was dying for help, and I knew that you were the man for the job.
Thank you, sir.
9-4 Motorsports have stacked up together. They're up in P3 and 4 now. But go ahead, Doc.
Oh, I had nothing of interest to say, much like the rest of the broadcast. I'm here for the comic relief.
Texas Thunder and City Garage are up front. 9-4 Motorsports in hot pursuit. And that's the news at MSR.
Wow, that woke me up. Hello. That is my normal wake-up call when that music rolls.
Yeah. Coming up to the top of the hour, we will take a quick commercial break just to maintain a sense of dignity.
That ship has sailed, my friend.
Maybe I should have said, I was going to say consistency, but that wouldn't be right either.
No. What word could we use? I'll search my extensive vocabulary.
Yes, please rifle through the card catalog and come up with something fitting.
Okay.
For the sake of ambition.
It's not normalcy, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not consistency.
No, it's not consistency. I'll have to search.
Okay.
Simplicity?
Maybe that's it. Because we are simple folks.
We're keeping that bar low.
Yes, absolutely. As low as we possibly can.
Thank
managing
you.
those expectations.
Like Jackie Stewart says, the goal is to win going as slow as possible.
Some semblance of professionalism.
No, I don't think that's possible, Brian. I appreciate the sentiment, but no, that's pretty much out of the question.
Apparently, he doesn't know who he's dealing with
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Oh, these noobs. I'm just kidding, Brian. Stick with us.
Oh.
Some semblance. Yeah, we got to work on that last word. It's certainly not professional. I like simplicity. That sounds pretty good. Some semblance of decorum. No, decorum, we can't use that. I have a thesaurus. Some semblance of idiocy. I like the some semblance. That's pretty accurate.
We're just not sure what we're symbolizing, huh?
Yes,
Symbolism.
exactly. Exactly. The lowest common denominator, does that work?
All right, so we are at the top of the hour, so we will take a commercial break and be back shortly. Stay with us. Get ready for the rock music, Doc. And of course, Maxxis Tire, one of our sponsors in the ChampCar Endurance Series. Welcome back to Tooele Valley, Utah for the Rocky Mountain 24 on ChampCar Live. Presented by RVA Graphics and Wraps, it is the ChampCar Endurance Series at Utah Motorsports Campus for our second of 3 24-hour races this year. Polly, Doc, Bill, and Tiffany with you as we reach the closing 2 hours of this 24-hour race. Our first time at this track, which is a beautiful facility, constructed back in 2006. And while it has multiple configurations, we are running the full course this weekend at just under 4.5 miles in length, counterclockwise. It's the longest course on the calendar. We went green at 10:09 yesterday morning. We'll go checker at 10 o'clock today here, local time, which is Mountain Time, noon Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, no, you came back to time zones. You know those throw me bad. So the nearest thing I can come up with is there's a famous scene. Well, all the scenes in Blazing Saddles are famous, but Mel Brooks is the governor, Herbert J. Lepetamine, and he's got a meeting of his cabinet officers. The meeting kind of gets out of control, much like this broadcast. He says, "Gentlemen, we have to keep our phony baloney jobs." And several people go, yes. And he says, I didn't get a harumph out of that man. So that's kind of the way this whole broadcast thing works. So Brian Bogdan logged in here on Facebook, says, smooth and fast, Team Son of Andre, go team. Well, they're certainly the model of consistency here, Brian. They haven't had a misstep that we know of during this whole race.
Well, they put together a good Ford Mustang. I'll give them that.
Yeah, I mean, again, they swept Thunder Hill earlier in the year, so they proved they belong. And they pull off this win, that'll give them 2 points in our championship hunt. So it's a pretty strong position to be in. I haven't decided where the 2019 championship race will be held. Last year for our first true national champion. That's funny, Brian. That's Headley. That's a running joke during Blazing Saddles.
I'll be right back. Gotta grab something.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So we haven't decided yet where that championship race is going to be next year. Trying to pick a central location so it doesn't kill the West teams coming out, because that's a long tow. So I suspect we'll figure it out fairly shortly. But somebody had a question on the ChampCar Facebook page the other day is, hey, does the NCM race count towards next year's championship? And that answer is a resounding yes. Yeah, the line that Brian Beasley was referring to, that's Headley. That was Harvey Korman's name.
Okay.
And it was a takeoff on Hedy Lamarr. His last name in the movie is Lamarr. And they keep saying Hedy Lamarr, and he said, that's Headley. Harvey Korman's one of my favorite actors of all time. Hysterical guy. I mean, there were so many great people in Blazing Saddles.
I'm gonna have to watch that movie again where I can get all the references. It's been too long.
Oh man, I've got like every anniversary copy there is. Candygram for Mongo. There's actually like 6 scenes that were filmed for that, different scenes, and that's the one that stuck. Let's see. Brian says.
I think he's saying he's also a driver for that team.
Right.
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Drove with them in 2016.
Referring to the son of Andre car.
Yeah. Of course, that's an '89 Ford Mustang.
Fox body.
Fox body.
That's the car that Jeff's building. Jeff Burdett. Our buddy that made made a trophy for ChampCar for some reason. I can't quite remember what that was. We gave
Really?
Yeah, we gave it to some guy at NCM last year. It was more or less a participation trophy.
He went there.
I hate you. How dare you?
You know, there's a thin line between love and hate, Paulie.
You just crossed it.
He just kind of, he doesn't cross it. He dances back and forth across it. Yeah, like who was it? Grimley, the guy that who is it that plays him? The comedian. I don't know. My head's going in some weird directions right now.
Well, mine's always been there. So, you know why you never argue with an idiot, right, Paulie?
Oh, please do tell.
Well, they drag you down to their level and beat you up with experience. Yeah, Brian's sending out a word to his team. It's real hard not to be with you all at the Rocky Mountain 24. It's true. It's true. That's a famous line, Madeline Kahn. We're not going to go into the setup for that line. I normally don't use good judgment, but that's a good judgment of one not to go into. There's so many great lines in that movie, though.
Madeline Kahn, of course, in a movie I'm more familiar with, and I think is pretty funny, is the Frankenstein movie.
Oh, Young Frankenstein?
Young Frankenstein.
Frankenstein,
Frankenstein.
yes. Oh, yeah, with Marty Feldman as Igor or Igor.
Yeah. Madeline Kahn and
Terry Garr.
Yep.
Who played the monster? Frank Boyle.
Was it okay?
Peter Boyle.
Yeah.
Peter Boyle.
Okay.
Funny movie.
I got the movie on Blu-ray or something, and there's like this whole thing where they talk about making the movie and all the problems they had and all that stuff. It's really interesting stuff.
They're stealing a body and it says could be west, could be raining. Boom.
Yeah.
I mean, Mel Brooks is brilliant. If you've ever watched The Producers, of the original was Zero Mostel and Gene Wilder, and then he remade it with Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick. Funny movie. And of course, that's where the song "Springtime for Hitler" came out. Dick Shawn plays Hitler as this groovy kind of 60s hip cat. It's funny. And there's a great scene of a Busby Berkeley overhead shot, with the dancers, and they're forming a swastika. But Mel Brooks is brilliant. Funny man.
A very particular kind of funny, though.
Oh, yeah. You could never make any one of his movies. Well, you certainly couldn't make Blazing Saddles again. That was made at a time when we could all laugh at ourselves. Because Mel Brooks skewered everybody.
Mm-hmm. Equally.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, we've all lost our ability to laugh at ourselves. I haven't lost it. I'm the biggest idiot there is out there. But yeah, The Producers, went on to be a fabulous live musical on Broadway.
Brian Beasley's saying he's still waiting for the History of the World Part 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the other famous group for skewering every group was Monty Python, particularly Life of Brian.
I've seen that too.
Yeah, that's a funny movie.
I think I've lost those brain cells somewhere, though.
Oh, if I've got a couple hours to kill, I'll throw those on.
Yeah.
One of these days, I promise I'm going to... so John Cleese plays, of course, several parts in the movie, but at one point he catches the poor hapless sap Brian, who the People's Front of Judea has put up to writing "Romans Go Home" on the side of the government building or something like that. And, so it's about 3:00 in the morning. He's got this big brush and he's making these letters that say "Romans Go Home," and what he thinks is "Romans Go Home." And John Cleese comes up as a centurion and says, "Now what's all this? What's this all about?" And he says, "Well, I'm writing Romans Go Home." He says, "That's not the way you... No, you've got it all wrong. Conjugate the verb, And he's just throwing, and to this is conjugate, the present tense, future tense. You want them to go home implies motion towards. It's just hysterical. Now, write this on the wall 200 times before sunup.
So we are keeping an eye on this race going on Houston. So far, no position changes.
Yep, silent movie. Brian's pointing out silent movie was a pretty good film. Brooks film. There's only one word spoken in it, and that's by the famous French pantomimist Michel Marceau?
Marcel Marceau?
Marcel Marceau, yeah. And it's a pretty short word. He says, no. And that's the only word in the whole movie. High anxiety is pretty good. And I think we use part of that high anxiety in our disclaimer that we play. I'm sure that's Mel Brooks. I can't place the movie. So I'm thinking it might be high anxiety. It says something to the effect of what an idiot I am.
Oh, geez, I'm an idiot?
Yeah, geez, I'm an idiot.
That's
I know it's Mel Brooks.
It's
And
Chris Farley.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow, it sounds just like Mel Brooks.
Yeah, no, that's Chris Farley saying that.
Okay.
He was such a funny guy.
All right, I apologize. I'm really sorry. I apologize unreservedly. I offer a complete and utter retraction. The imputation was totally without basis in fact and was in no way fair comment and was motivated purely by malice. And I deeply regret any distress that my comments may have caused you or your family.
I love all
and
this.
And I hereby undertake
great.
not to repeat any such slander at any time in the future.
That's a Monty Python.
I'm sorry and I'm stupid.
Right.
I prostrate myself before you and beg your forgiveness. Jeez, I'm an idiot.
I'm gonna go ask directions to our
Mel
next
Brooks.
huge embarrassing failure.
That's gotta be Mel Brooks.
No, it's not.
Really?
Yeah, I took the clips. They're actually video clips.
God,
Yeah.
it sounds just like Mel Brooks. I have been under the wrong assumption on that for a couple of years now. Of course, I've been under the wrong assumption about a lot of things for a lot of years. That's just merely the latest one. Let's see. I got to do my. I'm terribly remiss. I missed my last lap update.
Yeah, I
Bad.
think you're right,
Bad
Brian. Yeah, it was Chris Farley and Tommy Boy. I think so. I think that's where that was from. Of course, the second guy is, and I'm so tired.
Who is that?
The second guy is, he had his own comedy show. Roman.
Mr.
Atwell
Bean?
or something?
Roman Atkins? What?
No.
Mr. Bean?
No.
No, okay.
I'm sorry. The brain's not firing. I can't remember anything
You've
right
had
now.
a synapse collapse.
I really have. I barely know the guy's name anyway because I never watched his show. But he was just always kind of depressed and always kind of down and downtrodden and beaten down. And that was just kind of the way he talked. He always had that way about him.
So about in the last 45 minutes since I missed my last timetable, the 27 car. Who is that? For God's sake.
It is
Rusty Rotors. That VW Rabbit. They've dropped 2 positions. So as a result, Renegades has moved up to 9th place. Utah Valley moved up to 10th place. So I'm showing Rusty Rotors as not circulating right now. They've gone salmon on us. And that puts Bandit on the same lap as them. So a little bit of something to talk about anyway. Levi's suggesting you guys should ask movie trivia over the broadcast, and whichever drivers get it right get extra points.
You break those down into like decades.
Right, yeah, you did, yeah.
Speaking of a funny movie, Doc, have you ever seen Idiocracy?
No, I have not.
That is your type of humor. You would enjoy that.
Yeah?
I think. Yes.
All right, I'll have to check that out then.
Are you familiar with the show Beavis and Butthead?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So the makers of that actually made this movie. And it's funny.
Cool.
It's ridiculous, but it's funny. It's
right.
All of ridiculous, but very funny.
Well, I like ridiculous.
Yeah. And you'll think it's kind of stupid as you're watching it, that kind of movie, and then later you catch yourself quoting it.
Right.
You know, you're like, oh wow, I'm actually living in that.
I see where you're going with this, Molly.
I'm trying to find this stuff. I'm trying to retrace my steps of like 3 years ago and how I found this stuff.
Jeez, I can't even remember what I did 3 hours ago without taking copious amounts of notes. And even when I look back at my notes, a lot of times to write this race report that I do, it doesn't make any sense at all. I suppose.
Whenever we do one of these that are so long, there's just that certain period of time where your brain is just not.
Yeah.
When the synapse collapse.
Yeah, it makes sense at the time. It makes perfect sense. And then you read it, it's like, what drunk idiot wrote this? Right. I know it looks like my handwriting, but what the hell does it mean? It might as well be Chinese. Hieroglyphics.
It's like, I'm sure that meant something at the time, but
yeah, and
it
seemed
nothing.
awfully important because I underlined it.
Mm-hmm.
If I could write in italics, I would. I could write it in bold with a Sharpie, but
Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh.
That guy. What's his name? Raymond whatever?
I'm sorry and I'm stupid. I'm sorry and I'm stupid.
No, that's not the quote I'm looking for.
No, I know you're not, but that's the second
where
guy.
That comes from. Okay. The first one is obviously John Cleese. One of the funniest guys I think there is on the planet. The episodes of Faulty Towers still just crack me up.
Ray Romano.
Ray Romano. Thanks for doing that.
You're welcome. Killing me.
But John Cleese in the sitcom Faulty Towers is just absolutely hysterical.
Oh, Brian got it about the same time. Okay. I love a good comic.
So looking back at the MSR Houston race.
Yeah, what do we got
45 laps in, 9-4 Motorsports has overtaken for the lead.
Go figure.
Oh, wait a minute. What was that?
Now
it's changed. It just changed. I refreshed it because something didn't look right.
Singing?
My God, what happened?
This looks more like what it should be, because this is where I left off a moment ago. So 9-4 Motorsports in 3 and 4, City Garage in first, Texas Thunder in second. So that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's what I show. They're all on lap 45, as is Shots Fired Racing.
So again, this is the MSR race, not the Utah race.
2 races. 2 days.
I think we need another one. All right, here we go. Alchemy in the pits right now here in Utah. An hour and 36 minutes remain.
So yeah, it's 8:25 local time, or 8:24.
All right. So Lydell's watching us here.
Oh, a lot of dust out there.
Yeah, coming through that last corner. Of course, there's a lot of dust. Anywhere you go off, it seems like it raises a big cloud of dust.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things Bill was talking about last night. It's hard to see out there.
Yeah, that would definitely be hard to see through in the dark.
Yeah.
But you're also not going off track and getting away with it either. Like, everybody saw that.
Right. Well, anybody that's awake.
Well, they're awake would be possible, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, at that point, all that fine dust that gets kicked up might as well be fog at night.
When that gets kicked up and then it comes across the track and then maybe settles some of that on the track, I wonder what that does to the grip there in that corner.
Bill said there was a lot of gravel being kicked up, real small stuff.
Jeez, I'm an idiot.
I swear that sounds like Brooks.
Yeah, it is from Tommy Boy. So that is Chris Farley and Tommy Boy.
Okay. So yeah, Ray Frank was just commenting that the Texas Thunder's leading, but it's tightening up towards the front. I think we showed 5 cars on the same lap, battling it out. I'm still sticking with 9-4 Motorsports, but I don't think I'm going to win their lap contest. I severely underestimated how many laps were going to be made there.
Alchemy Autosport in the pits.
Now, Texas Thunder, that's not an EC car, right? Yeah, City Garage is an EC car.
Right.
Running in second place, so they're not.
Texas Thunder just goes to third now as 9-4 overtakes. Texas Thunder is an A-class car.
Crazy.
I'm thinking it's going to be a D-class car, right? No, it's an A-class car.
Yeah.
It's a Miata.
It's probably a Miata, yeah.
Yep.
So 9-4 Motorsports, the Toyota Supra moves up to second at the 47 lap mark.
So since City Garage is an EC car, now eligible for the overall win, that puts 9-4 running.
Ta-da!
Yeah. I'm looking pretty good. I called them to sweep both cars 1-2 both days. So I'm looking pretty good right now.
So they're sitting in 1-3 right now. So. And they're making a lot of time on third place too.
Who's this watching on Facebook, Tiffany?
Yes, you're right.
Uh-oh. Oh, hey, Roger.
What's happening, Roger? I don't see his comment yet. Last one I have.
Just looks like he's watched. I just got a watching.
Gotcha.
Roger has graciously extended his sofa in his RV so that me and Doc can go to VIR.
Oh, cool.
Thank you. Last year I slept on the floor the night before the race.
Did you see that, Lindell? Did you see him go by on the screen there? He just went by on our screen. Now watch for him in another 3 minutes. He'll come by again if you didn't see him. So Lindell is watching. He's been a trooper. He's been watching his son, rooting for his son with Visceral Racing Group, one of the drivers on the team. So he was trying to power up and stay up the whole time and watch, and he said, I must have dozed off. But I'm back. I think we all did.
There most of the night, though.
None of us hung on there, except
I hit a wall.
Yeah, we all took a little bit of a nap.
I think Bill.
It probably greatly improved the broadcast for today.
Right. Yeah, I mean, last night right before I went to sleep, I couldn't spell cat if you spotted me the C and the A.
Right. My eyes were starting to cross, and I'm like, well, it's not like I'm saying anything anyway of any use.
Right. Chances are these people can do without my limited brain power.
Right. The one cell that's firing has no one to talk to.
Right. It's in isolation.
It's the beacon of hope.
Yes. Yep. I have friends that have a brain cell that's in solitary confinement.
The other ones have convened that one over there. It's like, nope.
Greatly improved is a relative statement. It is all about perspective, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Much of life is that way.
Oh, yeah.
It's really all about perspective.
Brian, about 4 a.m, it was going downhill fast.
Okay, so bottom of the hour, time for a commercial. Hang on, everybody. We'll be back here in just a quickie.
Lifeline is a fire suppression company. We focus on innovation and leading the market in the fire safety category. What's important to us is that we keep drivers safe, that we keep teams safe, that we spare equipment. It's motorsport. It's a dangerous environment. We certainly have gas and oil and combustibles that we're carrying along in a very dynamic environment. Fire is not uncommon. It's our job to put out the fire, make sure our drivers walk away safe, and make sure we can keep doing it. Our market-leading product is a Novec-based. It's a 3M Novec fire suppressant. And what really makes us special is the delivery system. This new 8865 3620 system puts that Novec, 2 separate systems, puts Novec in the cockpit, Novec in the engine bay in less than a second, immediately engulfing the area with a fire extinguishant. So by flooding the area that quickly, we're able to actually put out fires, save equipment, save our drivers. Obviously, that's the most important part. This is the new Lifeline 8865 certification system, our 3620 system, which has a separate cockpit and engine deployment. Specifically, the cockpit fires Novec through a piston system in under 1 second to flood the driver compartment and put the fire out. Our engine piece is fairly unique. Again, same piston-driven system. Floods the engine bay with Novec, and then a couple of seconds later fires a coolant system to prevent reignition. So not only do we put out a fire, but we also prevent a fire from reigniting. It's interesting as we continue to develop, as we continue to push and innovate. We're really working hand in hand with both motorsports and military. So what does a Wayne Taylor race car that's going around the track at 180 miles an hour have to do with a personnel carrier? very harsh environments, as we're at Sebring and this car is banging around, and the stress is on this fire system again to make this piece live, so that it's available, so that it will put out a fire when it's called upon.
Okay, welcome back to Utah, everybody. Of course, Lifeline, one of the ChampCar sponsors. And got Lifeline Novec deployed in our car. Now, that Novec stuff's cool because it's a gas-based product. Kind of takes me back to the old Halon days. I was never too crazy about the AFFF foam. Seen that to where it's been deployed and it covers the driver's mask and he can't see, has a little trouble seeing. It's kind of like a soapy water when it comes out. So going back to a gas is something that I found to be pretty appealing. Also, the Novec system is the bottle is smaller in its footprint, and it's lightweight.
You know, Polly, you think those kind of systems, and you think a lot of people think race cars, right? But you know, a lot of people really love going to the track, and they don't necessarily have a race car. You know, they may have some other thing, you know, some other form of a DE car, HP DE car, some things like that. But
sure.
Those systems are great for that. I see more and more people putting those systems in cars that are not dedicated race cars, if they don't have the interior and things like that, just to be on the safer side. Things happen.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there was a photograph that was circulating around the internet of a gentleman who was going through an HPDE, and his car caught on fire on the racetrack. He bailed out of the car. So it was essentially a street production car, not a race car. I don't know that it was at Mid-Ohio. For some reason, I'm thinking it was Gingerman.
In Mid-Ohio, just like this summer. My friend was there. Well, you know, Allie, the other girl that drives with me, she was up there doing an event with her dad and brother. And her dad's, he has a 944, and we think it dropped a rod. Is that the right word?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right. Oil came out. Anyway, it caught fire.
Yep.
And you know, he was trying to get out of the car quick, but just, you know, you realize, hey, that could come in handy. Even if I'm not wheel-to-wheel racing, that's safety features. You can't ever go wrong with those.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about those systems is, as a driver, you really don't want to think about using it unless you see a lot of drivers, they'll get out of the car first. And then they'll go back in after it if they feel like it's safe for them to go back into that trigger and get it. And it's really more to save the car. Yeah, it can save the driver, I suppose, but you got to look at a situation like Stephen Cox, surrounded by fire. You know, there's no time. You're not looking for a lever. You're looking to get out of the car.
True.
So those systems, they're mandatory for racing. They can save your car in some circumstances. Of course, you have them set up to. They might, but you got to have the presence of mind to activate it. And I'm just not. I think a lot of drivers are thinking, I'm heading out. So, and you really want to limit. I mean, we have a rule of 15 seconds. You should be able to get out of that car in 15 seconds, fully strapped in, helmet, the Hans device, the comms cable, the cool suit, all that stuff should be hooked up. And I got to tell you, it's when you're sitting in a full containment seat, even in a BMW with that extra large window, I had to practice to get out of the car in 15 seconds. It sounds like plenty of time, but there's a lot going on there. And then I went to the breakaway lines for everything so that I could just haul out of there and not worry about getting leashed by any of the hoses I have hooked up.
Right.
Well, I'm a motorcyclist, and I always tell everybody all the gear all the time. I don't care if you're just running down to the store. Somebody runs a red light and smashes into you and you're in shorts, flip-flops, and a tank top, it's going to hurt.
It's going to be a totally different ballgame,
Yeah. And I'll tell you the other one, I don't know if it's still practice because I haven't been in that situation lately, but if you show up, you've been in a motorcycle accident, and you're dressed with all the safety gear and stuff, the ER people tend to take it a little bit easier on you. And by that, I mean, if you've got gravel rash, road rash, they'll give you a local anesthetic to cut down the pain, because they'll take that nylon bristle brush and they'll just start scrubbing your skin. And if you show up, in shorts and a tank top and you got road rash, they're not going to give you that local because they want you to remember that experience. And it is not pleasant. I've seen people that come back. And so on these HPDE days, I see guys going out and at least most of the people I've seen are smart enough at least to wear all cotton. But I'm still going to wear my driver's suit. I'm going to have my gloves. I'm going to have my shoes on, my Nomex socks. I'm going to have my Hans device on. I'm going to have my helmet on, because things happen. And no, you didn't go out there to wreck, but it happened. You didn't go out there to have your car catch on fire, but it happens.
Yeah. You don't really need all that safety equipment.
But it helps.
Sorry, Doc. I mean, you're raising good points there. I had to come up with a joke for it, but I just couldn't help myself.
No. Way to bring it. I knew where you were going. We spent way too much time together not to finish each other's sentences.
We still have to get him to do that video on the toe strap thing.
I know. And we will be traveling through Charlotte, Tiffany, in a couple of weeks.
Oh, is that where he's based out of?
I believe so.
Make a pit stop.
Got to pick that guy up and say hey.
Those are hysterical. The one with the dead squirrel.
Yeah.
And the car on the lift.
Like that?
Yep. Now, you don't have to have a lift, but it helps.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
Those are funny. And I'm sure it's picked he works at a Hyundai dealership, or at least
his name is Aaron.
Aaron, okay. And I'm sure the Hyundai dealership loves it, because this guy's gone viral on every motorcycle site. And I'm sure it's driven customers that see those into that dealership. And Aaron's probably overworked right now, because everybody wants Aaron to work on their car.
Yeah.
Because it helps.
Because it helps. You don't have to have Aaron work on your car, but it helps.
But it helps.
I mean, they're hysterical. And some of these guys that go viral, I mean, it's hysterical. One of my favorites on Facebook is the True Facts with the guy with the deadpan voice that reads about the unusual animals. He's funny.
I don't recall this of which you speak.
Oh, look it up. It's called True Facts.
Y'all have a lot more time to play on like YouTube than I do, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm retired, Tiffany.
Oh, okay.
I got
Me and Polly are still
but
trying to
time.
run a business.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty much unemployable.
I do pretty good for time. Being self-employed and just the way things worked out for me, I am richly blessed. I've got a good amount of time during the day. I don't have to work those shifts like most people do,
Right.
9 to 5.
9 to 5. Yeah, I couldn't stand it.
8 to 6. I don't have to do that.
Drive me crazy.
Me neither. I'm working like 8 to 8.
Ugh.
It's crazy.
No, I mean, I'm not on staff, but I'm mostly full time with ChampCar.
It's funny because I don't see it as work, but I realize I am doing a lot. I do a lot of video work for ChampCar.
Oh yeah,
and stuff that's always going on. I take a lot of breaks, but I'm always working on stuff too.
And the videos you turn out, Paulie, are stellar. They're awesome.
Thanks, man.
I mean, that change one that you did last year about this time just blew me away.
Yeah, that turned out really good. That was a lot of work, but it paid off. It was cool.
Boy, I wish I could work from 9 to 5.
You do, Bill. 9 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right?
Yep.
You're always working.
Yeah, what's up with that?
You're probably working more in your retirement than you did before, right?
No, not probably. I am. All right, can we get these not the truck or the trailer tires with the? Well, I don't know.
So 9-4 Motorsports takes the lead out at the Twilight Grand Prix out in MSR Houston.
Yep.
Texas Thunder and 9-4 Motorsports in the pits. Those other two machines, they're going through their pit stop rotation, so it's kind of shaking things up a little bit.
We got a little bit of a late start out there. Evidently, there was some fog out there, and they did not have a standby ambulance at the track, so got off to a little bit of a late start there.
Yeah, not much difference. 7:40 said Ray instead of 7:30. Just a 10-minute deal, but it was a bit of a delay.
Yeah, those things happen. I know they were going to work with the track, see if they could extend the race today, make up for that time. You know, and a lot of people say, well, why doesn't ChampCar do qualifying? Well, because our guys want to race. And it'd be a nightmare to line up, like say we go to Daytona, we got 120 cars, you know, to take time to line up qualifying wouldn't take that much time. You know, here's a 10-minute window, go set your best lap. But gridding 128 cars by time would be an absolute nightmare.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. So as it were, what we do is,
that would be like herding cats.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be impossible. So what we do, how we start these races is they enter the number of cars entered in the race or the number of pit stalls in the race, and then hit a random number generator. It spits out a number, and that pit stall starts the race first. Everybody behind them towards pit in files in, and then once that last car goes out, the cars at pit out go out, and they follow them. If it's a 2-day race, it's reversed the next day, and it seems to work pretty well.
It's very fair and very easy to coordinate. Everybody kind of knows quickly.
It's totally random. You know, the fast cars are going to get to the front anyway. So, and it's about as fair as you can make it. And I said, qualifying wouldn't take any time at all. 10, all right, we're going to do 10 minutes of qualifying, but when would you do that? If you don't have the test day in front of a track, then you'd have to do it on the race day and then line up those cars. We'd be starting 2 hours late. So I think everybody's pretty accepting of the fact that ChampCar would like to maximize your time on track. And so, look, let's just let's throw out this notion of qualifying. So a random start by pit stall, I think, is a perfectly acceptable solution to everybody.
And we're not running sprints. I mean, the shortest race we run is like what, 7 hours?
7 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you can't get it done in 7 hours, well, sorry, try again tomorrow. You'll get, if we reverse the field, maybe you'll be up front tomorrow.
So coming up on the final hour of competition here. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
Don't tell me I lost the last camera.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
That sounded almost like crying, Paul. Yes.
There was some exasperation in there.
Yeah. So, Bill, if you can hear us, we don't have any cameras now. So I'm going to send him a message real quick. Hey, Bill.
Mr. Strong, paging Mr. Strong.
He's ratcheting down stuff in his truck.
Yeah, I can hear that ratchet going.
He's ready to go back to the beach.
Yeah, well, he's not going to. We talked earlier when it was just Bill and I, when I came back on in the morning. It's like, Bill, you're not going to do the stupid thing that we did at VIR. And he says, no. He says, I'm going to pull off, maybe get some hours of sleep. He says, if I have any money left, I may even get a hotel. Because he's got a long drive back, as do a lot of these teams. Visceral Racing, they have a long way back.
What's home base for them? Do you know?
It's Connecticut.
Oh, God. Wow.
Yeah. They're about as hell and gone as you can get.
Wow. That's amazing. Okay.
Trachophobic's got a long tow home. They're up in Canada. Who else made the long tow from the East Coast?
That's the Rabbit? No. The Rabbit's from Canada, right?
Yeah, the Rabbit's from Canada. Robin Banks got a tow back to
Pennsylvania,
turn his car around to join us at VIR in 2 weeks. So, and I know, here's the other thing. I know Bill's driving alone. So,
wow.
After VIR, we had been up for 36 hours. I drove straight back to Atlanta because the race ended at noon. We got out of there about 3 o'clock. We're both punch drunk. In fact, we happened to end up in the same McDonald's, and, they give you your receipt, and it says in big bold letters, it's your order number, and it said 346. And it's like, I can't remember what car 346 was. Trying to make any connection in your brain. I pulled off at a rest stop, but it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's about a bazillion degrees. The sun's streaming through the car, and you're still thinking back on the race, and your mind's going nuts trying to keep itself awake. And I just drove back to Atlanta. Bill drove back to Virginia, didn't even remember the drive back. So if you're out here and you've got a long tow back, please get some rest before you hit the road.
Yeah, definitely have to pace yourself on that.
Yeah.
Right?
And I know the adrenaline's still pumping and stuff, but it goes away pretty quickly.
And we're looking at the MSR Houston race now. With 9-4 Motorsports in the pits now, along with PMF. But 9-4 up front as they go through their pit stop rotations.
Oh, sorry.
There's none of that allowed.
I like that UMC logo. That's pretty cool. See it on the flag there.
Yeah.
The little checkered flag at the end of up top on the C. I had no idea that history of the track, Paulie. I mean, I remember when it came along as Utah Motorsports Park. I think that was it.
Miller Motorsports was what it used to be called.
Yeah.
Miller Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I had no idea the background on the track.
When did the name change over?
A
Anybody have any
couple of
idea?
years ago.
Couple
Yeah, it's pretty recent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Track's not that old. What, 13 years? Is that
Yeah.
right? Do I remember
It opened
correctly?
in 06.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if I did
April
the math
1st.
right? April 1st.
Yeah, April Fools.
There's an auspicious date to start a racetrack
Yeah.
that you've poured $86 million into.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm a little short of that. I'll check my bank account, but I'm pretty sure I'm short.
I could do 86 cents.
I could do that. I might even be able to do $8.60.
We're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. Only got to multiply that by what? $1 million? I'll get
My
there.
wife still commutes in it and stuff, and we have the Sienna, which is like, anybody guys got the kids?
Hey guys, Bill, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hey, I'm just letting you know. I don't know what's going on, but we don't have any cameras working right now, so just wanted to let you know.
All right, I just loaded up my trailer.
Okay.
Sorry, priorities. Remember, I have 3 days worth of travel.
Yep.
Okay. So
we need cameras, huh?
Well, if we can have at least one, that'd be good.
So none of those cameras I put up are working?
Right, everything's down now.
Well, we don't have to have cameras, but it helps.
It helps. Huh.
Sorry, you knew that was coming.
Yeah, I don't know what to do on that because I don't have any more batteries.
But like all the shelving and stuff up front, I had to like organize my toolbox.
The heat
Okay, well,
is taking its toll.
The heat. It's like 78 degrees. It's not hot out there.
Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's
No,
hot.
it's not. It's
it's a
74,
dry heat.
Will.
It's a balmy 74.
It's
But it's
77.
humid.
No, it's 29% humidity.
God, stop looking at the internet.
In other words, you just don't want to do it. Just tell me I don't want to do it.
Yeah. And that's okay. We've only got an hour left, a little bit over an hour left to fill.
All right, well, I'm going to hook up my truck to my trailer, and then I'll go play. That was a lot of work.
Frolicking.
Hey, where's my helmet and stuff?
Okay, so I don't know why.
Sorry.
That's okay. I don't know. Should we keep the broadcast going if we can't? I don't know.
We've come so far.
Well, there's really
Let me get done here, and I can go down on
value to
pit lane.
add.
I can go down on pit lane with my camera and give me because this has 87%. So
Okay.
all right,
All
let me
right.
do this.
Well, thank you, Bill. I know
Okey
you're
doke.
tired.
Huh?
I know you're tired, but appreciate it.
I know. So do the
Yeah.
fans. All 6 of them.
We don't, like I said, we don't have to have cameras, but
But it helps.
But it helps.
we're gonna run that one into the ground, aren't we?
I'm so glad y'all introduced me to that.
Oh yeah, he's got a couple of them out there. Like I said, the one with the car that is making noises on the lift. That's the funny.
Oh my God. that killed me. I was down
Yeah.
on that one.
I think that was one of the first ones that was out.
But it helps.
Yeah, you don't.
And he's got a whole.
show up.
He's got several videos he's doing.
I got to show the hubs that.
That's the first one I remember seeing.
All right. And Facebook kicked us out because they didn't like us showing that video, so we'll reestablish that connection.
Those meanies.
I know it. No sense of humor, I tell you.
Well, after their stock loss last week, I suspect they have no sense of humor.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus. We've got Son of Andre still leading the race with Arbank Racing in P2, Visceral Racing Group in P3, and Gussack Racing in P4. Things stayed pretty consistent, pretty much static for the last several hours here as we're winding down for the remaining time here in the race today. We got a clock here. There we go. 57 minutes roughly before the end of the race. Don't really need to have a clock up there, but it helps.
Okay, I didn't see that one coming. I was busy resharing the broadcast.
Well, thanks for doing that. You're trying to be diligent, and I'm screwing around, which is usually the case.
No, diligent and me is very rarely used in the same sentence together.
Yeah. So it's looking at the race out there at MSR Houston. We've got City Garage up front, the 294 Motorsports cars back up front, P2, P3 at 63 laps into that race. It's a 7-hour race. There'll be checkers at 2:30 if memory serves. Texas Thunder in P4, Shots Fired Racing in P5, Pure Black Racing in 6th, Birdman in 7th, Kentucky Fried Racing in 8th, Snakebite Racing in 9th, and in 10th it's Cross Canyon Racing. So that's what's going on in MSR and out here in Utah with just a little bit less than an hour to go out here to close out the second of our 3 24-hour races this year,
That's
guys.
pretty danged exciting. We're like in the home stretch.
We are.
Speaking of the home stretch, I'm going to take a quick break and go visit the facilities.
Okay. Well, be careful. I hear that all the equipment's hot and it's humid out.
Well, not in here.
That's what Bill always says. So.
Yeah, I'm living in air-conditioned comfort.
Oh, we just got a message from Andrea that Bandit caught fire. Red flag. So they've red flagged the event.
I wish we had a camera. It would definitely help.
Yes, it would definitely help.
Y'all taking me down this road.
Mike Chiswick is calling me. Uh-oh.
All right. Well, we better mute that, Doc.
Missed his call.
Andrew said, and they were doing so well, and they were moving up the field. Yeah, that's too bad. They had a bit of a fight of it in the evening hours with that.
Hey guys, supposedly we're red flag, car on fire. That's all I know. Turn 4.
Yes, it's Bandit. Yeah, we know.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's okay. So, yeah, they had that power steering leak last night. Got that fixed. Got back out. That set them down a little bit.
Mike, take care. Yeah, so I don't know if y'all heard that. Mike Chiswick called me, said, hey, the 79, they caught fire. It's about finished up, but we did red flag the race.
Okay.
And I think that's a very prudent call. It's not like it's going to probably affect the overall finish of the race, so everybody's got some time on each other, so.
Mm-hmm. They haven't finished the race though yet. They're just dealing with this condition, and they're going to probably return the cars to the track, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if they're red flagged out on the track or on pit row, but Mike said it wasn't serious. They're wrapping it up. I imagine
it wasn't serious.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, anytime I assume several safety vehicles responded. So anytime you get that many, it's one thing if you're sending out a rollback out there. It's another matter entirely if they've rolled an ambulance, a fire truck.
I was already.
Sure.
All right, let me close this.
All right. Like I said, I'm going to go hit the restroom.
Okay, Doc.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. That would suck. Get all the way home. It's like, where's my...
All right, so we're red flag now. So, boy, I don't know what to do. I guess we'll just go to a commercial break and come back as soon as we get any better information.
Through Farley's Canyon, right? I-80.
Uh-huh.
The ChampCar Endurance Series is North America's home for real, affordable, competitive road racing. We're talking real racing, real tracks, and real cheap cars. We're talking endurance races that range from 7 hours to 24 hours long. The ChampCar Endurance Series races at famous bucket list tracks, including Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. To live the dream and race in the ChampCar Endurance Series, go to www.champcar.org.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Utah Motorsports Campus. We're just closing in on the final 50 minutes of the race. We're red flag right now. We had a car catch fire, as you probably heard. They're just getting things finished up there. Wasn't too bad, but it was the Bandits team and their 79 Pontiac caught fire. They got that. They're getting that taken care of, so we'll be able to go back to racing here shortly. That was the team that they actually started out pretty close to the front. They were running strong with Son of Andre at the beginning of the race. They ran into a power steering leak issue. The car was smoking in the evening. They got the car into the paddock. They spent some time working on it, got it fixed, got it back out. They've been turning laps. They've been actually moving up the field gradually. And now this with just less than an hour to go. So they'll get that car off the track, and we'll get back to racing here shortly. But for the most part, it's been that's the timing and scoring information for the other race. It's out in MSR. Going back to Rocky Mountain, there we go. Rocky Mountain High. It's been Son of Andre with Arbank Racing in P2, Visceral Racing Group in P3, and Gussick Racing in P4. Alchemy shown in the pits, but in P5, with Bucket List Brigade in 6th. There's the top 6 right now. As it stands, no EC cars at this race this weekend. So they're working to get that solved. And looking at the race in MSR Houston, City Garage and their EC machine up front with the 294 Motorsports cars running P2, P3. Let's see, the 840 machine is the Toyota Supra. They're currently in P3. They won this race yesterday. And the Lexus SC300 Coupe finished second. So right now they're swap positions, but only about 4 seconds separates them. And then it's Texas Thunder in P4, Shots Fired Racing in P5, the team that finished third yesterday. Pure Black Racing, Birdman Racing, Kentucky Fried Racing, Snakebite Racing, and Cross Canyon Racing in P10. So that's what's going on in Houston.
Sounds like they're having a nice little race out there.
Yeah, it's a nice little racetrack. There we go. There she is, running the counterclockwise configuration this weekend. The 2.38 mile road course.
What's on your bucket list, Holly? Where have you not driven yet that you want to
go?
Charlotte.
I've been thinking, no, I've done this. Yeah. I've done Charlotte in the sim. I'm not that impressed with it.
Oh, come on. That new infield was fun.
I think I'm not a Roval guy. I'm just not impressed. I'm a purist. I think it's Laguna Seca, although I hear it's slippery. I think I need to be out there.
From Charlotte, really liking it. I wasn't expecting him to, but yeah.
Yeah.
So Laguna Seca.
Test.
There, you doing it again?
I
can hear you. We can hear you, Bill.
How is that for levels?
That's good.
That's great.
Okay. That's at level 2.
Okay.
Let me mute it.
Well, in an effort to keep our broadcast standards low, don't raise it. See what I did there?
Yeah, I see it. All right, I'll have my note on here in just a minute, boys and girls. I need to get something to drink, and then I'll head over. Where's the beer? Where's the beer can? Oops.
Can't have a beer, Bill, until the checker flag falls. You know the rules.
The beer.
Look at the 23 corner racetrack. We're finishing up on.
I bet
here
you
this
want
weekend.
Video. Do you want video too, or just sound?
Yeah, we have no cameras, so if we could get a camera, that'd be great.
All right, let me turn on the camera here. But like I said, let me get something to drink, and then I'll be there. Sorry, right now it's all about me, boys and girls.
I mean, the race isn't almost over or anything.
In that case, you won't need us, so we'll sign off.
Yeah, we're out of here.
We saw what happened last time you did that.
Oh yeah.
What happened?
What happened?
Oh, it all went blank and froze and stuff.
Wait, the tower camera just came up.
Yay.
So we'll park there for a while.
Yeah, keep yourself hydrated, Bill.
I can't find water. It's way down
I've got some right here.
Thanks, Dad.
That is a classic Dad line. The other one is swallow your spit. That's the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because you don't spit. The boys tend to spit, so you say swallow your spit. Ew.
Ew, ew.
Oh.
All right, I'm going to go to, I can only listen to you this way. Oh, I'll have to go to the video side.
To the dark side.
How do I do that? Oh yeah, this is it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's no delay on this too, right?
Whatever you
Mr. Chiswick, what happened out there?
Trans Am caught on fire. So, we don't want to drive around like a burning car, so we stopped the race.
So that's not normal?
You know, it's reminds me of an old video.
Turn
the
your
front
mic
fell
down,
off.
Bill. You're
No,
killing us,
you don't
man.
want cars catch on fire or ships to lose the front of them. So
everybody's okay.
Oh yeah, I think it's minor. The whole team was standing there watching in disbelief, hoping probably don't have too much repairs, but it was mine. They got out pretty quick.
It could make a cheaper tow home because of less weight.
You know, if you burn off enough rubber and oil and stuff, oh yeah, you'll save some weight on that tow. They're local though. It's not a long tow for them.
All right, man.
How's it going today so far? Well, operating on hours sleep like a lot of the rest of the guys around here. The sun's coming up, it's getting warm, but we're about done here. So it's been a good weekend, good place to be at, and but I'll be happy to get in bed. So,
Hey, Bill.
Headset.
Can you turn your mic down to like
That's
1?
scare anybody. So after we're done, can we go play across the road there with those caterpillars?
You know, I would love to. I would, you know, I enjoy that kind of thing, but I don't think they would take kindly to me messing and digging holes.
You could do what they were doing, just moving dirt from one place to another.
I'll just do it faster.
All right, man.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Hey, can you turn your mic down? It's like blazing. Like maybe go down to 1 if it's up. If
No.
it was at 2.
Like I said, I hit it.
Okay.
Sorry, we're back. That good?
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, we got a bunch of cars in pit lane. A lot of guys waiting for the, end of the day. How much time we got left?
40 minutes.
40 minutes. So I see Roto Pluker's down there. I don't know. I guess I have to get out of the shade.
I wouldn't.
Still didn't get any drink, but I guess I can go. Yeah, you can get it down here at pit in.
Yeah, I was gonna say check with one of the teams. I'm sure they give you water.
Nah, don't do that. If they want to hand me one, they can.
The timing and scoring information is down on Race Monitor, so our pylon's all messed up. Looks like it all says waiting for data.
94 is in pit lane.
That's one of our favorite teams, waiting for data.
813, 111, and 24, and the 37.
Let's go to this. Hoping that we have timing and scoring information. Okay, we've got that on Race Hero.
Here's the twin engine car. There's the Corolla engine up front. And back here is the MR2 engine.
Party in the back.
Business in the front, party in the back.
Woohoo! There you go. 4 AGs up front and back. It's a small port up front, large port in the back. All right. Here's the 241. This is that Corvette 240 SX.
Yeah.
Actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
The Corvette.
We kept trying to figure out for about the first 2 hours what car that was.
So how you guys doing out there?
We're doing really well. We're in third right now.
Well, why aren't you in first?
I've been working on it all night. That's this guy.
Hey, this guy. Why aren't you in first, man? I predicted you guys would be in first. Okay, maybe second. Both my predictions didn't work out.
You gotta stop predicting for us. It never works out when you predict us. You know that.
All right, guys. We'll watch you.
That course was Visceral Racing.
Yes. Good guys.
Yeah.
Here they come.
Yeah, they should be coming in to make their final pit stops here shortly. There's Visceral coming in now.
Hi, Andrea.
Back down there to this room. Right there. They're just doing it. They said they were going to do a quick. They said they were going to do a quick stop, and they weren't going to fuel. So it's an in and out for them.
Well, those 944s have some range on them.
They're just going to put a driver in just to finish it up.
I have them last pitting at 7:39.
Yeah, they needed to get in and make that driver change.
Yeah.
As does the leader and our bank.
So how was it out there?
Very hot, but a lot of fun, especially the last couple of laps because I was with a bunch of fast cars, so I was able to follow people through. And otherwise, it's kind of no man's land out there. You're out there by yourself for a big part of it.
So I went out there once. I got lost like 15 times. How do you keep from getting lost out there?
There's a shortcut. Right in the middle. Take the shortcut, makes it a lot easier.
We discussed that last night, actually.
Yeah, no, it's a long track with 23 corners. Very, very hard to learn. The nice thing is flat, so you can kind of see a bit ahead. But yeah, it's very. I still get confused sometimes. I'll say, wait, is this corner 9 or 14? And it makes it tough.
I was racing at night.
I didn't do a night stint.
Oh, you lucky man, you.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, man.
How'd you dodge not doing a night stint?
He lucked out. That's why.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I got some good footage of your car going through all squirrely. A couple of laps of it. So.
Was that early in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had what was that?
Like 12 and 2.
Oh yeah, we had a broken rear hub.
Oh, that would have done it. Yeah.
And a few other things. Took out a lot of stuff.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it happens. All right, man. Good luck.
All right, thanks.
Well, here's the Trans Am.
That's a good sign.
Yep. You can see some melted stuff on the back by the gas filler.
Ah.
So I wonder if it was shooting fire.
Like maybe it was a little overfilled and it was just what caught fire outside the car. Is that Andrea?
That's Andrea. This is Jamie. He's on our forum. How's it going out there, Jamie?
It's good. It's really good. I do have it. Oh, I do.
You have a business card?
Arrive and drive business card.
Oh, that's right. Jamie doesn't arrive and drive. We'll take money.
James Wallach, I guess.
There you go. Jamie Wallach.
Hey, those business cards worked out for Carl Edwards.
Yeah, they worked out for Carl Edwards, he said, Doc says. So what car are you guys running this weekend?
I have a seat in Rusty Rotors. It's a 1980s VW Rabbit. I think we're in 12th right now. We had some issues earlier on, but it's been a great race.
Fun?
Yeah, it was super fun. This track was made for the night. Everything's a late apex. So you're like out there searching and like, I haven't turned in yet. And then you turn in and you're like, oh, this is actually where I should be turning in.
Yeah. So I was talking about that last night. It's like every time I turn, it's like, oh, much later, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, but at the night you can't find the corner, and then you turn in and you're like, oh, this is actually the right line. I was doing it wrong during the day.
All right, man. Good luck.
Thanks.
How's Andrea holding up?
She walked away. She just gave me a dirty smirk and walked away.
No.
You still got it, Bill. You still got it.
How much different than normal, right?
My life story. That's all right. So, I don't know if you know it, but the 4-wheel drive went out on my truck on the way out here.
Oh.
So I'm supposed to go back to the beach tonight, and we need 4-wheel drive for the beach. So unfortunately, can't do that. Plus, I have this 5,000 gallons of fuel on the back of my truck and nobody at home to help me, Ian. So I have to take the minivan to the beach, which is really going to freak out my daughter.
Well, at least you can use the fuel that you have left over in the minivan.
So he brings a little puppy dog. So how you guys doing out there?
Pretty good. It's been a great day, great week.
You guys are like winning, aren't you?
I think we're in first place at this time.
at this time. They've been first. They've been first place.
Well, this guy always
virtually
has a
the entire
headset
race.
on. So you like crew chief or something?
Where's my headset?
Oh,
You talk to this guy.
so he's the crew chief. So what makes that car so fast? Drivers or just prep and all the other stuff? We're just everything together.
It's a total package. A lot of people need to realize that it's not just a driver, it's not just a car. We've raced many cars that had faster engines, better setups than us, but it all comes down to consistent pit stops and applying all those things for 24 hours. You can't win this race with one magic item. You have to have the complete package tried and tested and ready when you come.
So that's why we failed to start the race then.
Yes. Usually good. I know. Listen, we've done it. The reason why we know this is because we had all these same problems you had, right? We had all the problems when we did the 36. One of our drivers ruined the clutch. We have had these issues, but through all these issues, we continue to build on it. And now everything we do and everything we have and everything that's on the car, everything we do in the pit stop is all related to the end game, which is winning it and winning it in a zen and calm fashion.
I like that. You guys look good out there, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been a fabulous race. I hope those of you watching will continue to support the ChampCar series, especially the 24-hour races, because we really want to continue to do these rare races that are very hard to attend or find in the schedule.
You gonna head out to VIR?
We're a little too West Coast to make it all the way to VIR, but I would just say, the race isn't over yet, but we've been very fortunate on the West Coast with some of our long races, and that's really our passion. So some of the ChampCar staff is trying to talk us into coming down to California and some other things. So we'll see. We'll see what the rest of the year has. I mean,
Where are they based out of, Bill?
What's your name and where are you guys out of?
I'm Matt Chambers. The car's out of Seattle, Washington.
Oh, wow.
Good luck.
Yeah, that would be a long pull.
Yeah.
It's getting a hard day, man. We need to do a race up in Seattle. That's where my sister lives, so I can go visit family. I always like that.
Yeah, and Evan Horner wouldn't have to fly to the racetrack.
Yeah.
He'd be right there, so that'd be cool.
Well, I mean, we tried to get up there to Portland, but just couldn't get the car counts that we needed.
Nope. Oh, they're down there. Go talk to the Utah team.
Yeah, those guys are doing great.
Yeah, they've got to be real happy.
Any team out here that's still running is doing great.
True enough.
Super impressed with them, yeah.
I mean, we know they're on a budget. I assume they're all college kids. I guess we're fixing to find out.
Yes, I am.
Our man of the hour. Bailing us out on our broadcast.
While he's on vacation.
Who's the boss?
While he's on vacation. Yes.
Right.
Who's this?
Matt went home.
Who's the captain? Well, you're talking.
Whoa, hey. You should talk to someone who's actually got a UVU shirt on.
Who?
Yeah, Brett. Talk to Brett.
Hey, how you doing? Bill Strong, ChampCar Live. So where are you guys out of?
Salt Lake City, Utah, and Orem. That's where the University of, Utah Valley University is.
So how'd this team come together?
Well, we started with a Bonneville Salt Flats car, and then we moved up to a Spec Miata, and now we're doing endurance racing.
How is it?
It's a lot of fun. I think our program's going to head just towards the endurance racing and try to do as much endurance racing as we can. I mean, it involves the students a lot more. It helps everybody, and everyone's having a great time out there. So
there's a lot of schools on the East Coast getting these teams, and it's really cool to see them coming out here in the West.
Yeah, it's about time we got them out here. It'll be nice to see a lot more schools come and compete. We're the only one here today. We knew the University of Idaho was supposed to come, but they weren't able to make it. So, call UVU if you guys need help with your programs, or call ChampCar. These guys will help you and make everything happen.
Cool. All right, guys. Good luck.
That's cool.
See, they've done the Bonneville Salt Flats. What's the fastest you guys done?
205.
Like kilometers an hour?
No, no, miles per hour.
You're not an engineer, are you?
No, I hope to be one.
What do you do now? What's your story? Course of study. Sorry, I've been up for like 36 hours.
Automotive technology. So
Like futuristic stuff, electric.
the technology is more of a, I don't know what to say. It's a broad term.
Okay, cool.
So mostly just to starting mechanics, just the basis of mechanic.
So how does this endurance racing help you in your studies?
I think it just helps us. I mean, we have to be quick on the go. We have to be ready if something happens. I mean, we've had a lot happen the past 24 hours.
Welcome to endurance racing.
Exactly.
Diagnosis that we had to do to get the car going. I mean, I don't know if you saw us at the start of the race, but we had a dead alternator, and we were charging a battery on that truck and just hot swapping them back and forth every time we did gas. So
that's what
we had to
Andrea
diagnose
told
the
us.
alternator.
So did you get that fixed?
Yeah, we fixed that like 6 hours in, lost an hour, but made it up. And then we've been fighting this fuel pump issue where when we get below half a tank, we'll get weird surges and cutoffs, and we think the whole sender unit's kind of floating around and unseated in there. So we had to pit extra times to stay above half a tank. So yeah.
So
Oh, that explains.
What's your name and what's your
kept
course of study?
Okay.
Same thing, automotive tech. I finished this fall.
What's your name?
Dylan Wilkinson.
What's your name, man?
Enrique Ribeiro.
What's your name?
Jacob Osler.
So what do you do?
Right now.
Yeah.
What
class what?
Oh, automotive. Same thing. But I've graduated. I graduated in the spring.
So what are you gonna go do?
I want to get into tuning, so making them faster, building performance cars. I think that's one of my favorite things to do, and then eventually racing.
That sounds
Move to
more
Charlotte, North
enjoyable than what
Carolina?
I did.
I don't.
Automotive headquarters of the world?
That's a good question.
What's your name, man?
Tate Harris.
What do you do?
I'm a mechanic, studying automotive technology, graduated in the spring.
You got a job offer yet?
Yeah, I'm actually working for Tim Dowie Nissan Southtown. So I've been there about a year now and keep working there.
All right, man. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right. I see a sob sign. What's that mean?
That means Robin Bank is not too far away.
They made me go to work. Oh man, that's terrible. Call this work? Double duty. Well, I didn't really drive. I just thrashed around out there for a couple hours.
There's Mr. Bank.
So how do you like the West, man?
Oh man, this is an unbelievable facility. I had high expectations, and this exceeded all of them by a mile. You didn't come to this race, shame on you for 90 days. An amazing facility, great race. It's our second trip out west, and it looks like we're going to be bridesmaids again, second. So, hats off to the Mustang guys. What a race! They've got the whole package going there. So, congrats to them.
Well, Robin's got to be looking forward to VIR. He is the returning
are you looking forward to VIR?
champion.
I am. It looks like we haven't destroyed the car nor blown up an engine. So, that's great news, and we should have the car ready to roll.
You just got to wipe off the dust, right?
Why would I do that?
Oh yeah, because I put a lot of dust on your car one time.
Yeah, you'll have that. But we have a new superstition. We're superstitious, and we have a new superstition from one of the new guys that says you shouldn't wash your car before a race.
Don't clean or paint it.
We always, and when do you wash your? And I was like, wait, that's less work. So I'm for this new superstition.
I like it too. Yeah, I just painted mine because I never washed it before we painted it. We just painted it.
Yeah, don't wash it. Just give it a new coat. I'm for that. Yeah.
That was the funny part.
So I do need to thank a main sponsor that came through that helped us to get here. There was a couple of things that, we wanted to run the summer of 24s. We love the 24s. We love that ChampCar supports the 24s. Nobody does it like them. Nobody treats the 24-hour racers better. So ChampCar, thanks for having us. And then our main sponsor for this race was 90racing.com, 90racing.com. I ran out of money for gasoline, I think in Iowa. And I think it was Iowa. 90racing.com sent the money that allowed us to have the gasoline to get here because payday was Friday. I was like, so I'll be good for the race if we can get there. So 90racing.com, they sell safety equipment, fabulous people, quick turnaround.
Cool.
Got to thank them.
Cool. And I'll tell you, we're not this big type. We're not the big type of racers that you see on TV.
We're not.
Well, we are, but wait. We just don't have money flowing out of everywhere.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah. Everybody here does so much with so little. We ran this entire 24-hour race, and we had 7 people total. I believe Audi used to bring 250 people, and that didn't count the drivers. We had 7 counting the drivers, and we did the exact same thing they did. And, with less money and more heart, and every team up and down this line did it. I think that this got to be almost a record. I think there's 19 cars still running. Yeah. That's 19 cars that work hard and should give themselves a round of applause.
Yeah. So a week after VIR, I'm heading out to hang out with Bill Riley and the IMSA crew when they race at VIR, and we're gonna show people that there's really not that much difference between us except just a ton of money.
Yeah, that's really the main thing. I think the talent's here, the heart and the desire's here. We're the defending champions of VIR to all you guys in the East watching. I just want to point that out.
Oh, yeah, we know.
And we didn't crash our car, so that's bad news for you guys. See you in a couple weeks.
You hear that, Simon?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for what it's worth, the VIR win had to be our hardest earned one to finally be able to beat the toughest, they're like the Pennsylvania posse of sprint cars, the Virginia area like ringers or something. It took us quite some time to overcome them, so it's a proud win for us.
Well, Visceral said they're going down there too.
Hey man, those guys are running great in third. They put themselves in a position to win so many races, and when you do that, you win them. They're going to come. I don't know, when we left here, I have a really strong East Coast bias. So I just assumed that this race would be between us and them. And the race did come down between us and them for the bridesmaid. And Andre, who we ran against in the 36-hour many moons ago, we knew they were a good team, but hats off to them again.
Yeah. And no crowds of people were hurt yet.
We have our biggest fan right here.
All right, man. I'm going to try and get up here.
See everyone.
Hey, did you stay up all night?
Yeah, I haven't slept in, not even 1 minute.
Yeah, I know.
Wow. 7 guys. I don't think anybody got much sleep.
I see 4. There you go. All right, guys. Good luck.
What a great guy.
Oh, they're going to pit.
Yeah, they need to get in there and change that driver out.
Right. Yeah, they last pitted at 7:45. So they're coming up on that driver limit. I think they probably won't fuel, although they certainly could. But that Saab gets pretty good gas mileage.
I should ask him if he needs a fast driver.
Where would we find one of those?
Well, not Paulie.
Not being 1,000 miles away, no. Did I tell you I won at Braden International?
Dang it, I knew that was coming. How do you...
Paulie. What were you driving?
Premium
Did anybody watch that race?
I followed along.
I was going to say my friends followed it, but I don't have any friends, so that wouldn't be accurate.
That is not true.
Funny.
You know we love you.
I can't afford friends. They cost too much.
They
I don't
do.
know how you guys do it.
Yeah. People keep asking me, why don't I have another girlfriend? It's like, I'm still paying off the wife.
Oh, yeah. I need to pick up a sister wife before I go home.
Amy would appreciate that, I'm sure.
Oh, she would. She would. She said I'm allowed to get a sister wife as long as she does dishes and does all the cooking and cleaning and all that stuff. So
Brian's trying to egg us on, and he just posts and says, "Well, you don't have to have a fast driver." ... Yeah.
But it helps.
But it helps.
Yeah, Chris Huggins, he chimed in. He'll be out at VIR. He's looking forward to racing against Robin. There's a lot of fast cars coming out to the VIR 24.
But remember, it's not about the fast cars. It's about the guy that can hold it together the longest.
Yeah. Well, as Brian pointed out, you don't necessarily have to have a fast driver.
But it helps.
So I found that interesting when Robin was talking about this sponsor came up with some money for him.
Yeah.
Because it's like, there's
kinda-
been many races where it's like I'm counting pennies and going through just to get us to the races,
It's kind of
It's rough.
It was kind of a joke. I don't know if you guys caught that.
No.
Okay. 90.com is his website. It's where he sells his goods.
Oh, that's your website?
I have no idea.
He goes, it's not mine.
I didn't put the 90 together with the car number.
Well, I was thinking of 90 and... Yeah.
Well, it's got him all over it, so
Yeah,
I'm thinking
he's laughing. He's saying, I sent money to myself.
it was kind of a joke. He's going on about how great they are, great people.
He's telling us he wins races and shit. We don't believe him.
Now we see what you did there, Robin.
Right. Nice little plug.
Yeah.
God.
No, great guy. He's always got a smile on his face when he's not thinking intensely about how to win races.
Oh, then he still has a smile on his face.
99% of the time. Here they're in.
Oh, that's Troy Isidore going in.
How do you know that?
I recognize his stature.
Look at all the padding. I think all Troys use that much padding. He says quietly because I don't know Troy Isidore.
Yeah, he's got that
Troy,
black. He's got the all black suit, black helmet. That's Troy.
Yeah, Troy. If you're watching this later, I'm only playing, man.
He was at Brainerd, right? Troy Isidore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he races with the Junk in the Trunk team.
Okay.
They've got I think it's an E36 with an M50 motor in it, or an E30. One of the two with an M50.
Well, I know something put him over 500 points. Put that car over 500 points. He wasn't really.
Wasn't he a pro racer at one point?
I think you're thinking of a different driver, but I'm not sure, so I can't speak for him. But they had what was it? They had a bar on it or something. I can't remember. There was some deal. Oh, it was the adjusters, the camber adjusters.
Yeah, he was not very happy about that.
Yeah, well, it wasn't. You got to claim that stuff so you don't run into those problems.
Right.
It's all spelled out in the rules. There's no secrets.
No, we've got this tech committee to help us.
Troy Isidore from Minnesota.
Well,
I bet he's loving this heat. He can't see over the dashboard, they said. Is that a thing with all Troys?
Oh no, we get to push start the car?
No, they got it.
Oh, there we go.
They got it.
Well, I think Visceral was push starting their car earlier.
Yeah, they did it once, and then the next time they pitted, I noticed they didn't do it. So
yeah, well, that's the same with ours. Like I said, we had our starter switch goes in and out. We put a new one
spot.
in.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's, we've replaced it like 4 times. Sometimes it works perfectly, and the next stop, nope. Next stop,
how much time we
fine again.
Whoops. How much time we got?
Just under 15 minutes, and your camera's frozen up. Might need to reset your camera. It's just kind of locked right now.
Sideways.
Yeah, hold on. I hit something.
Or somebody hit you. No, wait. You haven't asked any really silly questions. I'm going to try not to goad anybody into taking a swing at you.
Not listening.
I think it was Robin Bank that I had. He had on a what was it? A Washington
There we go.
Redskins hat on. So, and I'm a big Cowboys fan, so I had Bill ask Robin some insulting questions about the Redskins just to try and get Robin to take a swing at him, but he's too jovial.
But you know the Redskins are our home team, right?
Oh, who cares?
You know, Virginia, we don't have a football team, but we have the Redskins.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I was a Charger fan all my life, so
I like the old lightning bolts, as Chris Berman called them.
How much time we got left?
About 15 minutes, just under
All right.
15 minutes.
I'm going to head over to the starter stand.
Yeah, my clock shows 11:47, so that we got about less than 10 minutes, well, almost 10 minutes to go.
I want to say I'm a Buffalo Bills fan, but I don't really want to say that to the public, so don't let anybody know, okay?
Okay.
Just our secret.
Yep, nobody heard that.
Bama.
Don't say that word around me.
Roll Tide.
I'm an LSU fan.
You're going to force me to say like Roll Tide.
Loser fan. LSU loser. That's all right. I'm a big UVA fan, or choker, that kind of stuff.
Anybody
Folks, there's the information we have from the race at MSR Houston there with City Garage up front, 9-4 Motorsports in 2 and 3. Of course, they're C-Class cars. The EC car leads, so that will automatically put them up front. With shots fired behind them, surprise, surprise, in P4.
Man, if 9-4 pulls this off, this 1-2-1-2 double finish, I'm going to look pretty good on my prediction there.
That's our leader.
I'm going to step away for a few seconds.
What?
All right.
Yeah, no, I have to. I got to get up and walk around. My back is killing me.
I was muttering, by the way. Ooh, it's hot. Oh, there's my camera. Cannot forget that one.
Did you get all your in-car cameras? Did you remember where they all are?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I'll go put them in the fire department's headquarters here. Here comes Mr. Mike. I'll put my cameras here so I don't lose them. That's all right. That's one. I got like 3 more upstairs, so and then the in cars. All right. It's been a long race. This is probably one of the toughest events I've done. Mainly because the heat, the dryness, you just could not get enough water in you this week. That was the problem with our team. Drank. But you're just constantly thirsty. There goes that MR2 still running. Here comes the Trans Am. Here comes the BMW. They were the ones that yelled at me last night. Yeah, it's been a tough night. We did this on a real skimp crew. We pretty much, I think most of the guys may have got maybe 4 hours. They were given a 4-hour break at some point. I kind of fell asleep after I was given control of the show. Still can't believe I did that.
So that's what happened.
I woke up and everything was frozen. I was like, oh no, what did I do? Here comes Visceral Racing. Stop. It's been a tough race for weekend, it's been a tough weekend for cameras. So, I know.
No, I think we're just about.
So some of the issues were the connectivity here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, tell, is it Jen, right? Tell Jen we thank her very much for letting us borrow you for 36 hours.
I don't know.
Polly?
I don't have any cameras, so probably.
Polly?
Polly.
Polly.
Yeah.
Tell your wife
What?
thank you for letting us steal you away.
Oh, I will tell her. Thanks.
Yeah, Mike says our wives are happy to get rid of us for 36 hours.
Well, Mike, why'd you bring yours along then?
Yeah, why'd you bring yours then?
I have the opposite effect. My husband keeps giving me dirty looks like, why aren't you doing stuff?
Yeah, where's my sandwich? Make me a sandwich, woman.
Right? I'm like, I'm supposed to go the other way. Like, you're supposed to make me a sandwich now.
So, HR Monday morning?
The usual? Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually on our weekly calendar.
Yeah.
Bill's visit
Sensitivity
to HR.
training Monday morning. I was sensitive. I said please.
Sensitive this time. I really was.
I'm so glad there's still an MRT in this race. We'll talk that up next week. 2 weeks. Got how awesome MR2s are, not all these trophies.
Oh, Lord. There it goes again.
Shoot.
No, Paulie's awesome. I can't believe he stayed up pretty much the whole race.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Have you ever done that before?
No, because I really, my brain just turns to mush and I'm useless. So I'm even more useless when I'm tired than normal.
See, I start out that way, useless, and maintain a constant level of uselessness.
It's impressive.
It's easier to do it that way, I found.
How much time, Paulie?
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Clark Wagner's joined us. He's on vacation with his lovely wife. I think they're somewhere here in Georgia. Clark's a member of the Jackie Hicks team. Hey, there's my buddy Barry Henderson from Germany. Well, Barry, we won't be racing the Brew Crew until late October at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And then we'll follow up in about 5 weeks' time at Barber Motorsports Park.
All right, so they're looking at laps. How many laps that everybody's doing and where they're going to fall when they finish. And it's either going to be 3 minutes late or 1 minute early. Mike said 1 minute early. So.
Yeah, I think everybody's pretty much proven their point by now.
Yeah, I think we're good, don't you?
Yeah.
It's been a long race. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Clark.
Do you want me to record the trophies and just upload them?
That would be great.
Okay, I'll do that. You guys can go get your beauty sleep.
No, we're going to switch over to MSR, aren't we?
No, we're not going to do that. We don't have anything to switch to.
Oh,
we don't have
that's
any
true.
cameras.
That's true. So our one camera that we had yesterday is not up?
Correct.
I don't even know what I'm going to do.
You're going to get some sleep, Bill, before you hit the road.
Yeah, I think there were some hotels that we left. I might just get a hotel there.
Well, I thought you said you were going to get a sister wife.
Oh, yeah, I have to get a room with a phone.
So you got stuff to do.
Yeah, there's
most rooms have phones, Bill.
You can't go home empty-handed to Amy.
Probably owe somebody to do dishes by now, right?
If she cleaned and didn't do dishes, I don't know if that might be the deal breaker. They have to do everything.
4 minutes, 3 minutes. We should be getting one to go here shortly.
Actually, yep, last lap. Mike just said last lap.
This angle, are you going to be able to see the checkered flag when he throws it?
Well, I was just standing in the
It's just want to make.
shade.
I'm just hoping we'll get it. That's all.
He's backlit.
That's good. That just something where we will be able to see a semblance of the checker.
Yeah, we should be able to see him waving it.
Yeah, this will work.
There's a
Yeah,
crowd of
because
people standing here.
teams are lining up pit row. It's one of
People
the
are lining up on pit road.
It's one of the things ChampCar allows us to do is go out to the wall for that final lap.
So we're waiting for Son of Andre to come across the start-finish line and take their win. A well-earned one at that. They've been in command of this race the majority of the 24 hours.
Yeah, except for our bank taking the lead briefly. It's been all Son of Andre.
Our bank racing in P2 solidly, as well as Visceral Racing Group in P3.
I mean, the top three haven't changed in a very long time, right?
Yeah. No, it's been a very long time. I think.
Oh, man. Brian just won't let it go.
No. What do you say?
You don't have to record the trophy presentation. ... Oh, man. He's almost as bad as we are.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm a snapping turtle. I mean, once I get a hold of something, I don't let it go. So I was checking here, Tiffany. 918 Visceral Racing passed Alchemy Autosport at about 8 o'clock. So with 10 hours to go.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, yeah, 8 o'clock. I don't know. I can't think. I was never very good at it in the first.
It's been a very long time, approximately.
Yeah, so it was at 8 p.m. local time.
Comes the Trans Am.
That would have been 14 hours to go. So they took over the lead at 10 or third place, somewhere right after we were 10 hours into the race, and they've held it ever since.
Are you recording this, Paulie?
Yeah. It's picking up a recording.
Here he comes. Last turn. Checker in hand. There we go. And the winner of the Rocky Mountain 24.
Son of Andre.
Yep, Son of Andre.
Sorry, guys.
I like the clock. That's good.
Yeah.
Spot on, man.
Yep. Yeah, that was great countdown there, Paulie.
Spot on finish.
I'm telling you, your time over target was perfect.
That thing drives me crazy. I try to kill it every time. I don't know how that happened. I missed it somewhere. It's running on one of these 4 screens that I don't see.
You got nothing else to do, so.
That's true.
Winners would have got it. 100 car finishing this 24-hour race. You know, we got to stand here for like 20 minutes waiting for all the cars to get through, right?
Yeah.
God, just think what Thunder Hill is like.
Right. 5
Comes the other
miles.
Mustang.
I don't know why I'm showing Utah Valley in the pits, though. I can't believe they pulled that car in.
Well, they did drop a position in the last.
There they are. There's the Utah team.
Finish in 11th place.
Remember when RX-7s owned 24s? They finished. 7. Here comes our banks. That sounds good.
Okay, so there's some, I was just doing my little lap counts. The 27 car, that is the Rusty Rotors, that VW Rabbit made up 3 spots in the last 15 minutes to come home with the top 10.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah, Utah Valley University dropped a lap. The Bandits car, we know that car was parked, I believe, or
no, it finished.
No, okay, it finished. It had caught fire briefly, but like Mike said, it was a very brief fire. It's out very quickly. And the Volatile Ram car, they all dropped a position.
There goes the MR2 supercharger.
And
they're
sure
really
enough,
reliable.
Rusty Rotors made up 3 spots in the last 15 minutes.
Right. Where did Racing Strong finish? 20th?
Yes, sir. 20th.
Yes. Top 20.
Yes.
Wait, is 20 still considered top 20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Totally.
Here's a Trans Am. There's a Trans Am. That car sounds so good. The Ford sounds better, but it sounds good.
That Son of Andre car, when we were on board, sounded stout.
Yeah.
Now, I'll have to check these records. These are what we're telling you is all unofficial, but I unless I really screwed up, which has been known to happen, that Rusty Rotors car came on strong at the end.
Different driver, maybe?
I don't. He was turning 340s. Utah Valley. They must have had a problem, or they pitted. I don't show them as pitted, but their last lap recorded was a 6:04, so that's considerably off the time. Bandits had a 3:52.
They should have diverted them down the south track or east track.
And once this race is official, I'll be able to go back and look at Speed Hive and pull up their individual lap records, and it tells you what place they were in. But I generally keep pretty good records on this to write those race reports.
Mike.
Hold on a second.
Minor business things are happening.
Cool.
You send us just 1,500 pixel.
Yeah, for sure.
As many as you can. We'll put them up. Are you selling them?
I'm selling some, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just give us a select.
All right, folks. So Son of Andre takes the win with R Bank Racing in P2 and Visceral Racing Group in P3. Sec Racing takes P4 and Alchemy Autosport in 5th.
So awesome.
Yeah.
So to take the checker flag at the Rocky Mountain 24, what was that like? Oh man, all I had to do is like,
Yeah, turn your mic down, Bill.
do something to like,
Oh, it was great. Like
There
all
we
the
go.
fans cheering and yeah, it was awesome. Yeah.
So was that tough the last few laps?
Was that tough?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. You make sure to keep the car clean, you know, but a little swirly, you know, give them a show. But oh yeah.
What's your name, man?
Mario.
Mario, like
Yeah.
Andretti? Or?
Like Andretti.
Cool.
Yeah, right on.
All right,
That's
man.
awesome.
Good race.
Thank you.
Where's the owner? There you. Who's the boss?
Get in here with boss.
You're all the boss.
Get in here. Let's get out. We don't.
See, these guys are like 8 feet tall. They're like my kids.
I don't we can't have me hog the camera. We gotta talk to Brian too.
So, this is a big win, man.
Yes, it is. Oh yeah, the whole year to this point has been planning to this win. So
Yeah. The tough. You made it look easy, taking the lead straight out.
to be honest with you, it wasn't that tough.
That's not fair. We had to within the team. We had to work to tell each other where we're at. We had to remind each other what the common goal was. We had to, you know, Brian had to remind me that it's not about like a fast lap. It's about consistency and staying on track. Don't do anything stupid. But as a team, we all, you know, reminded each other. Even Ronnie here, who works here at the track, he took the time when we came out, and each one of us who'd never been here before, he got on the radio and told us every single turn, every single way, how to go through each. Kept us efficient and kept us on the track.
See, that's huge because I went out there knowing nothing.
Team effort by all these guys. These guys have such a ton of time in this car and preparing for this one race. When they decided they were pulling the trigger and running this 24, I'm like, we're in. Actually, it's not my home track, but it is kind of my home track. So total team effort with these guys, man. It's so awesome to win it. Yes.
All right. What's your next race?
Our next.
That's all right. You can say.
That's yet to be determined. I think since we're West Coasters, I believe our next is with non-ChampCar series.
Cool. All right, guys. Congrats, man. That was a big win. Thank you. There it is.
You should ask them if they're going to make the championship.
We don't know where it's going to be.
Well, yeah, but
you guys going to come out to the championship race when we have it somewhere in the middle of the country?
They got 3 points.
We have, as you can tell from our gold custom logos, we have won the championship before, but we're kind of a West Coast thing. We just don't have the gas budget to get anywhere over, and all of us have to take time off work. The travel is I can't believe how many folks from the East actually came to here. It's incredible about how this series is building and how this 24-hour series is really amping this thing up. It's really cool.
So all you East Coasters, you want to race these guys, just throw some gas money at them.
Yeah, I don't think anybody out there would ever give up a little toe fight.
Yeah, that's right. All right, guys. Congrats, guys. Yeah, I like to see these guys go up against.
Well, I mean, even from Seattle, that's a long tow down to Utah.
That's our bank, right? Our bank.
Yep.
Sorry, man. Is it good, man? Hold on. All right. That's all right. They're still trying to figure out. Oh, they're still getting their car apart. That's why.
Well, I would expect our bank. He's been in victory lane so many times and at impound. I would think the wheels take themselves off. It's like, hey, we've been here before.
We're just walking along. Here he is
No, I don't think I remember a race where the running order basis set up in 2 hours in and never changed. Never. Yeah. That was wild.
Yep. Worst lug nuts ever. I hate those things.
They are. We have to use them for some of the wheels.
I know. That's what we do too.
They're terrible. And we have certain wheels that don't need them, but we have some that do need them, which forces you to kind of run them all the time so that they're there when you go to put on the wheel that does need them.
Yeah, they have the tuner lugs.
And if we can get rid of we're trying to phase out the ones that require those, and it will be a happy day, happy joy. When we don't need to use those.
Yeah. Second place, man.
Yeah, it was an awesome job. We came out west, like I said, quite a few years ago for the 36 and led for a long time. Heartbreak ending and finished second, and now we come back here and finish second. So, congrats to the West for beating us twice. So, little bit, like my East Coast bias. It's not right. We're, maybe we need some other East teams to come out and back us out, back us up here next year. You definitely want to come to this race if it happens again. This facility is amazing. Forget COTA. This place is cool.
Yes. All right, man. Congrats, guys. Visceral.
Yep.
They're getting their wheels off. They have those fancy Porsche ones. Porsche lug nuts.
Well, they should take off the emblem, save some weight.
Well, they don't stick like ours do. They just come right out, It's quality.
Aluminum, but we're not allowed to use aluminum, so I have to use these heavy steel ones.
You should have just drilled holes in them like everything else. Checking out the tires. Ooh, they're chunking.
44 hours.
44 hours on that, huh?
These are the same tires that ran at Nelson.
Oh, wow. Same tires that ran at Nelson.
Oh my god.
Well, what's up, man? Third place. It's that's actually pretty awesome.
It is. This race was rough. It was 100 degrees yesterday. Really hot. Luckily, there's no humidity here. The track is relatively difficult to learn because we had no test day. So you had to learn it on the fly. And none of us had ever been here before, all 6 of our drivers. So we started off really, really slow and kind of picked it up afterwards. Unfortunately, not enough, but we learn for next time.
Car was quick out there, though. I saw you fly by me a few times.
Yeah, I believe we had second fastest time of the day, I believe. It all depended on which one of my drivers I had in there. Some of them are really fast and some of them are really slow.
You had a local ringer driver, didn't you?
He actually used to live here. He was my really fast one this time. He was really, he went out there, first time he'd ever driven a car, and he had already set our fastest time like on lap 3 of him. So yeah, so he knew, he didn't know the whole track. He knew that the east side and the west side, so he just had to kind of combine the two. Yeah.
Cool facility.
Yeah, awesome facility. Just why is it 2,000 miles away from me?
Yes.
That's the problem. So we need VIR and a couple of the East Coast tracks again.
So speaking of VIR, you going to VIR?
As of today, because I've been up for like 30-something hours, no, but ask me again tomorrow.
All right.
I'm a glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
And I'm 0 for 3 at VIR. It keeps kicking my butt. So I'm determined to beat it once.
If he's not registered, he's going to have a hard time getting in.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. we could get him in. He's done 2 of them already.
They're trying to tell me it's full now? I can't go?
Yeah, it's full.
See if we can pull some strings.
Yeah, we'll pull some strings. Yeah.
We know some
We know some people. Congratulations, man. Where are you guys out of?
Connecticut, New York, and we have one New Jersey guy. And our guy from Utah actually lives in Rhode Island, so all upper northeast. So
you guys make fun of the Jersey guy? Just kidding.
No, he's actually really big. And
you don't make fun of those guys.
No.
Yeah, we were talking to him earlier. Really cool guy. Yeah. All right, guys. Congratulations, man. See, there's a Porsche. You got one of those hidden switches somewhere? He has a loose fuse. That was it. And he's missing a little bit of sheet metal there. That's pretty cool. So you want to make your car lighter?
Wow.
Just
That's
buy
a lot
some.
of drilling.
Yeah, go to Lowe's. And 4-inch, 2-inch. But there's a 3-inch there too. That one's a little square though. It's not really round. All right, who's next?
Gussick Racing.
Yeah, the number 901, Bill.
901, yep.
Team Gussick. Here they are.
Yep. A Miata.
Who's the captain? Team Gussick, 4th place, 24-hour.
Yeah, not bad, huh? For
That's
a bunch of
awesome.
rookies. Yeah.
Is this your first race?
No, we've done a few, but this is our best finish, obviously. Well, we've never took first before, so in class. So,
but this is a big finish, man. It's a 24-hour race. Those are hard to even just finish.
They are, yeah. We were lucky.
And plus, you did it in a Miata.
Yeah, well.
No, that's good.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They're great cars, and we had some issues that we worked through, and the 30 car just about caught us at the end, but we lucked out.
So how'd you handle the, it's a Miata, not known for their, extreme high speeds, but how did you guys handle the big cars out there?
Well, staying on the track, dependability is the key. You can be fast, but if you don't stay on the track, you won't do well. So that's our effort.
So where are you guys out of?
I'm from Salt Lake. The car's from Anchorage, Alaska.
Anchorage?
Wow, that's a heck of a trip.
Wow.
It is.
That's a tow budget.
Yeah.
Anchorage, Alaska, this car's from.
That's
wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So you guys have a lot of racing up there?
None. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I did it right.
Yeah. Put some skis on it.
Yeah. Well, congratulations,
Or
man.
some
That was
sled dogs.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Oh, what's your name, man?
Jeff Miller.
Jeff. And you guys are from all over, and you know where you're gonna race that next?
Probably in Southern California.
Cool. At Fontana?
Yeah.
Cool. We'll see you there, man. I'll be there.
Thank you.
All right. And then who's next?
Wow. Anchorage. That might be a
Um,
longer tow than
Alchemy was the 5th one.
So it looks exactly like it did at Long Beach. Just this time it's got a trophy or something.
No trophy. We only got 5th.
Well, you got 5th.
So no trophy, but I'll take it. The after 2 diff seals, we got 5th. So we'll take it. We'll take it. I think
Oh,
we ended
man.
up, 8th at one point. We dropped down 2. So we did the first diff deal, took us to 5th from 3rd, and then we had to do another one because it didn't work apparently. So then the track, Mike gets an award from us for campaigning to let us keep putting fluid in it every pit stop, and then finally there's there are drips on the ground. You can't go back out. So we did this. We did it again. So we did a different. The Mazda one didn't work. The Federal Mogul one did, and we ran the rest of the race. So we almost chased down these guys. They had
said you were getting close.
Yeah, and we had Sean, one of our guys. He works here, right? So we're like, all right, Sean, here's the keys. Go get it done. So and when they had a coil pack problem, we were close. I think 3 laps, maybe 2 laps, and then Sean the last lap to the fastest of the whole race. So it's like just push, just put her on down. So
tell us about the car.
We got a 93 Miata. It's got a 99 motor, and yeah, we're an aero team for one of those teams like to play with aero. So
it looks cool.
It does. Does it work? Who knows? Sean, the guy who did the fast lap, he runs in another Miata team that runs no aero, and we often talk about just the different lines that we take when we're racing again, just specifically at Laguna Seca. And he loves it. He's like, this car's incredible. It sticks like glue everywhere. It's really a great car. We really, really enjoy it. It's been a lot of work. It's like 4.5 years of working on it, building it, developing it. So it's a lot of fun. We love this.
So you had Sam Hornish Jr. racing with you this weekend?
We did not have Sam Hornish Jr.
Oh, that's Wilson.
Yes. Yes.
Wilson.
Sam Hornish Jr. fan.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I said, Sam, how you doing?
Sam, I'm doing great, Bob. What are you doing?
Bob.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Strong.
Yeah,
right.
something like that. How was it out there?
All of the conditions. It was way too hot, then it got really cold, and then you're low power at high altitude, and then you're having a ton of fun with everybody else out on the track. It was a 24-hour race, just like they say, just like Le Mans, right? Everything is going to happen at least once.
Yep.
And it was amazing. It is the best, worst, most terrible, exhilarating, wonderful, horrible thing I've ever done.
Yes.
Every 24-hour race always is. All wrapped into one, man. It was awesome.
You guys have a Mazda, so we have some exciting Mazda news that we're going to be announcing here soon. I don't know if you know.
Did you buy Laguna Seca? Holy shit, ChampCar bought Laguna Seca? All right! We're going to He's got exciting Mazda coming.
This is where Bill gets fired.
What? Yeah, they really did buy Laguna
We're going
Seca.
to Mazda said we can go to Le Mans. They're paying.
Oh.
Yeah, but you got to drive a green Miata.
Can I drive a 4-rotor 727, please?
There you go.
Oh boy, wouldn't that be something?
To support the Mazda faithful with a true Le Mans prototype. I'll just volunteer my services.
There you go. Where are you guys out of?
we're out of Huntington Beach, California, but I can get on a plane, LAX over to Lasarth. It'll be fine. I'll be right there.
Yeah.
Yep. And they do travel. See, this is the gold group. See the shirt?
Alchemy Autosport.
Yeah.
Alchemy Autosport does want to thank all of the sponsors that help us out so much.
Yeah.
Pry Wheels, Porterfield Brakes, Amsoil, Adhesive, and ChampCar Endurance Series, and Deck Shades. There's a lot of people that go into making a vehicle of this caliber, and we get a lot of help.
Yeah. And he gets a hat.
He gets a hat from Amsoil. He must be important.
So what do you do with Amsoil?
We use the preferred customer setup. So we just we found that we like the fluids helped us out. We got more life out of our transmissions, and we got more hot oil pressure and less consumption. So we ran on Amsoil now.
Where do you guys get it from?
So you can order. We just order it online. It's super easy. Yeah. Like it's not hard to get it. We order it online.
We get all of our fluids from Alchemy Synthetics, which is one of the businesses that he runs, and he would if he was at all awake after being
that's true.
He would promote his own brand.
It's been many hours.
The car for the
sponsors. That's right. Yeah. Visit the Facebook page. Yeah. Visit the Instagram account.
Follow us on Twitter and Instagram.
Right. That's right. Isn't that what you're supposed to say?
Yes,
Isn't that
yeah.
right?
Like
listen,
us.
Listen, Bill. You and I got a good thing going with tagging each other. Yes. All right. I'm cool with this. Right. Like we got Utah, the campus involved. This whole weekend has just been like post share. I'm into it. So awesome. Yeah.
Let's go racing, man.
Yeah,
I don't want to do it anymore though. That sucked this weekend for me.
Yeah, you guys had a rough weekend.
Yeah, you guys did awesome though, man. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks.
We'll see you the next one.
We'll see you in Fontana.
Yes, that's right.
So
party time.
Yeah, I will say hopefully we come back next year. This track is incredible. It's an incredible facility. If anyone who hasn't been here, we have our own personal bathroom in each garage. There's plenty of showers. It's absolutely gorgeous, and the track layout is incredible. So this is. We made the 15-hour tow, which is more we've ever done. I hope next year that you guys do here again, and maybe we'll come back again if hope we get maybe 50, 60 cars next time.
That would be awesome.
Incredible place to race.
100 cars would be awesome. There'd still be room to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so a 4.5 mile track, and we're twice the size of Laguna.
Yeah.
Right. And so if we have 50 at Laguna, it's good, right? We love 50 at Laguna. 100 here would be awesome. Yep. So, and even still with just the 26, it was not bad at all. Yeah. So it was good. This is a great place to race. So,
all right, man.
Thanks for ChampCar.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right. Where's the boss?
Yeah, I want to ask Mike if he can recall a D series
hear him.
winning overall.
He said Bill.
He's near. He can sense you. The spider sense.
No, he yelled my name.
So I mean I think a D series D class car winning one overall is about as rare as ECs.
And when you say one, you mean a 24-hour race?
No, one period.
What?
Yeah, D
no. Looney Tunes won at Road America
I'm
last year.
not saying that it doesn't happen, but it's fairly rare.
Oh well, yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you. And which car is that? You're the
Miata.
Okay.
All right.
And Mike, being the wealth of information that he is, would probably know.
All right, I got to collect my cameras.
Yeah, make sure you get the one out of the floorboard. No, wait, that was the VIR.
I'm going to set my gear down here. So you guys can listen to all the banter. I'm talking to the studio. I'm going to set it here so they can listen into all the banter. I have to collect my cameras.
Well, I think we can close out if you're just going to collect cameras, Bill.
Frankly, I'm
you can do that.
Out.
All right, go ahead and do that. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
And from everybody here at ChampCar on site, thanks very much for watching. And back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Bill.
So I don't know if Son of Andre is going to listen to this or anything, but Daryl Seafelt says contact him regarding the gas money to go east.
I think it was more than gas money. I think guys have to take more time off of work.
Right.
So there's more than just the gas, but yeah, that's great.
Every little bit helps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so that's going to do it for us for our 24-hour race here at Utah Motorsports Campus. So, but we'll be back at it in 2 weeks for the VIR 24 race.
Why, yes, we will.
And we're going to have both Tiffany and Doc are going to be at the site, as well as Bob. What was his name? Bill.
Bob.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bob's going to be there. So, so it's going to be great. We're all looking forward to it. We're all looking forward to some sleep. Actually,
I'm never going to call him Bill again.
Oh man! So it was a great time. Great time was had by all.
Yeah.
So stick close. Watch the calendar. It's going to be growing. We'll continue to add events as things unfold for 2019. Otherwise, we'll see you in 2 weeks at VIR for their 24-hour race there. So on behalf of Bill Strong, Tiffany, and Doc, I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll see you next time, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
All right.